Chapter 493. The elder looked at the two coldly and then turned to Yi Futian. Since they were enemies, Yi Futian should know that it would be up to him. The elder looked at the two coldly and then turned to Yi Futian. Since they were enemies, Yi Futian should know that it would be up to him. Right now, Yi Futian was covered in blood. He breathed weakly and his steps were unsteady when he walked. Clearly, he was badly hurt. But when he walked to the two, his expression was extremely cold. He wasn't the only one who was hurt. The people beside him had been hurt while trying to protect him. And yet, he didn't even know the two who'd almost killed them. The Yunyu Business Alliance. Is Shang Yunfeng your son? Yi Futian asked coldly. Wang Yuro had said that they were from the Business Alliance. That obviously meant the one from the Yunyu city. Yi Futian had only killed two people in the Evil Dragon Zone. One was Shanghai, who'd had conflicts with him, the other was Shang Yunfeng. He remembered Wang Yuqing had told him that Shang Yunfeng cultivated at the Blazing Sun School. He was from the top 3 schools, so these two were clearly talking about him. Yi Futian had almost forgotten about this person. He'd killed Shang Yunfeng while in his silver cape. No one knew who he was before he revealed his identity. But after the coronation ceremony, the people of the top 3 schools all learned of his identity. If the parents wanted to take revenge for their son, they would naturally find out too. Yes. The woman glared at Yi Futian, eyes still bloody and filled with murderous intent. Shang Yunfeng was their only child. They'd had high hopes for him, but he died tragically in the wilderness. How could they not take revenge? They wanted to kill Yi Futian even if it meant dying themselves. Unfortunately, they failed. Now, they could only hope that the one who found them would have other ways to kill Yi Futian. This assassination would end with them. They'd come to take revenge for their son. Since the two admitted it, Yi Futian's expression turned colder. If he'd really died this time, it would be truly tragic. Back then, Shang Yunfeng and Shanghai had wanted him dead. He naturally wouldn't go easy on them. There was nothing to say now that his parents had come for revenge. Do it yourself, Yi Futian said coldly. The two struggled, seeming to try to take one last desperate stab. But the elder wouldn't give them the chance. He pressed down on them with his powerful might. Suddenly, the woman laughed. As she laughed, she started crying. It was easy to talk about death, but one couldn't be so calm when the time really came. The couple met eyes. Let us go accompany Yunfeng, Shang Zhon said. With that, he slapped his forehead. Blood spurted out immediately and he fell over. Seeing that her husband was dead, tears rolled down the woman's face. Then she used the same tactic and lied down beside Shang Zhon. Her breathing soon stopped. They came to assassinate Yi Futian after knowing his current identity. This meant they were prepared to die. They knew that even if they killed Yi Futian, the Starry School wouldn't let them escape the city. Looking at the two corpses, the surrounding people couldn't calm their hearts. They didn't expect to witness such a shocking assassination today. The cause had been a seemingly unimportant figure. They might not know him, but the son of the Starry School almost lost his life. This was the rivalry of the cultivation world. The assassination attempt had losses. Jiyu Yunshi of the Jiyu clan was badly hurt and the others weren't well off either. A group of Arcana cultivators had gone against an upper noble. They were lucky they didn't die. Yi Futian ignored the corpses. He turned to check on the others. Wang Yuro was the most badly hurt. She was the weakest and also had the weakest ritual implement. After seeing the assassinators die, she fainted. Her body was covered in blood. Senior, Yi Futian said, turning towards the sage cultivator. The elder came to Wang Yuro's side. He placed a hand on her and warm power enshrouded her. Spiritual qi surged into all her body parts. Spiritual qi was strength. It could protect her heart and veins, saving her life. Call the medicine master from the school, the elder ordered. He didn't go personally. After such a big event, he didn't dare be careless. The event had been too dangerous. Even with his high cultivation, he'd almost been too late. Everything had happened too quickly. Yes. Someone nodded and went. Take them to rest. They won't die, the elder said to Yi Futian. You need to rest too. Don't worry about them. All right. Yi Futian nodded. Seeing all the hurt figures, his eyes reddened. They'd all attacked without caring for their own safety just then. Yu Sheng went without saying. He would never worry about the situation and just protect Yi Futian with his own body. Yi Wuchen also had many life-or-death experiences with them along the way. Lulan Shui was only a servant. They'd interacted for a long time, but they hadn't had these experiences before. Yi Futian had never expected Jiyu Yunshi or Wang Yuro to act without hesitation either. He didn't know how to repay them. You all can go. The Celestial Pavilion will close for today, the elder said. Finally, the crowd dispersed. What happened at the Celestial Pavilion quickly stirred up an uproar and spread quickly throughout the Divine Sky City. Yi Futian was definitely the figure that everyone paid attention to this year. He'd collapsed the martial arts fate battlefield, was Coronateda's son, defeated everyone in his own plane, and had no enemies in the Arcana plane. He'd taken the polearm of divine destruction from the Starry School and had become a legendary figure of his generation. But today, he'd almost gotten assassinated. The Starry School had sent a sage to protect him in the background. The Jiyu clan, the Dragon clan, and other clans were the first to get the information. The two families sent people quickly because Jiyu Yunshi was also at the Celestial Pavilion. Other than that, many strong cultivators from the Starry School also hurried over. The Celestial Pavilion quickly gathered strong cultivators from all over. In one of the city's private mansions, a youth in the courtyard learned about the news and his expression turned ugly. He yelled something about failures and not being able to take advantage of the opportunity. The upper noble must be a failure if they couldn't even kill an Arcana junior. He'd imagined everything beautifully. Shongzhon would kill Yi Futian to take revenge for his son and then get killed by the Starry School. It wouldn't affect him at all. It was flawless. Of course, it wouldn't affect him even though it failed. It was clearly a revenge mission. But he was still pissed because Yi Futian wasn't dead. It would be even harder to kill Yi Futian after this failed attempt too. He actually had a sage to protect him. He would be more guarded now too. They might even send more people to protect Yi Futian. Plus, there were no better candidates. If he chose someone else, the Starry School would do everything to investigate the mastermind. Only Shong Yunfeng's parents from the Yunyu Business Alliance wouldn't need instruction. Many strong cultivators came to the Celestial Pavilion. Many from the Jiyu clan came, including clan leader Jiyu Hanshan. Right now, Jiyu Yunshi was lying in bed. Her pallor was much better. A skilled medicine master was treating her. Clan leader, Mrs. Alright now, the medicine master said to Jiyu Hanshan, but the man stared coldly at Jiyu Yunshi. He clearly looked angry. Father, Jiyu Yunshi called softly, seeing her father's expression. Yunshi, do you know what you did? You and Yi Futian are good friends, but why did you rush over in that dangerous situation? If something happens to you, what will your mother and I do? Jiyu Hanshan was furious. Jiyu Yunshi lowered her head and then smiled. But father, I'm all right now. How dare you smile? Jiyu Hanshan glared at her. All right, Yunshi has just recovered a bit. Stop it, the pretty woman beside them said. It was Jiyu Yunshi's mother. Whatever. Jiyu Hanshan sighed. Girls can't be kept after they grow up. This girl keeps running to the Celestial Pavilion and I don't understand why. Is he that attractive? As a father, he obviously knew what Jiyu Yunshi was thinking to do all this for Yi Futian. She wouldn't protect him if she didn't feel anything. Father, what are you saying? Jiyu Yunshi blushed as if her father had revealed her secret. I'll mention it to Chief Chen someday and see what the guy thinks, Jiyu Hanshan said. The son of the Starry School was unparalleled in talent and quite matched his daughter. More importantly, his daughter liked him. Father, no. Jiyu Yunshi's expression changed. Why not? Jiyu Hanshan asked. He has someone he likes. Jiyu Yunshi looked at her father. Her voice was a bit sad. Jiyu Hanshan was surprised. So the girl admitted it. She knew Yi Futian liked someone but was still like this. Father, don't worry about me. We're just good friends, Jiyu Yunshi said. Gu Han sighed. Looking at his wife, he said, "Look at your daughter. What is this?" As the clan leader, he ruled the divine Sky City, but he was helpless against his daughter. Many people came to see Yi Futian in another room. Long Linger stayed beside Yi Futian, feeling belated fear. Madame Long had come personally too to check on Yi Futian's injuries. "Senior, Madam, how are the others?" Yi Futian asked after he'd recovered more. "Don't worry. They'll be fine," Madame Long said. "Take this as a lesson too. If you anger someone in the future, you should still be careful." "Yes." Yi Futian chuckled wryly. He'd indeed overlooked Shang Yunfeng's death. After the chief heard of this news, he ordered people to investigate whether the Yunyu Business Alliance participated in this. The sage said to Yi Futian, "If they didn't, we will warn them that we won't give them a second chance. If they did, you can decide what to do." Yi Futian nodded. Things shouldn't affect the relatives. If Shang Yunfeng's parents did this for revenge, he would accept it and wouldn't involve the Yunyu Business Alliance. But if they were involved, things would be different. Neither he nor the Starry School killed for no reason. They followed the rules of the cultivation world. After all, he had a family too. He didn't want to make enemies someday and have them hurt his family. Chapter 494. Many days had passed since the assassination attempt at the Celestial Pavilion. The people of the Divine Sky City had started to forget it. The uproar over something was limited, after all. The Divine Sky City was a main city in the Eastern Barren Territory. All sorts of things happened every day and people would forget. Of course, the people involved wouldn't forget so easily. Many days had passed since the assassination attempt at the Celestial Pavilion. The people of the Divine Sky City had started to forget it. The uproar over something was limited, after all. The Divine Sky City was a main city in the Eastern Barren Territory. All sorts of things happened every day and people would forget. Of course, the people involved wouldn't forget so easily. The one sent to investigate the Yunyu Business Alliance returned to the Starry School. The Business Alliance really hadn't participated. Shang Yunfeng's parents had come alone to take revenge for their son. When the Starry School arrived there, the entire Business Alliance had been terrified. They couldn't imagine that the talented youth who'd shone at the Battle of the Top Four would become the son of the Starry School. He now had high status and the assassination had brought the entire alliance under a storm. After all, they had suffered the most losses. Shang Zhon was an extremely powerful figure and had died just like that. But what could they say? No one even dared to mention it afterward to avoid getting involved. The Starry School wouldn't just warn them in the future. After the Starry School returned, the Wang family of the Yunyu City also went to the Divine Sky City to visit the Celestial Pavilion. Yi Futian went to welcome them and saw that the family leader had come personally. "Senior Wang, how come you're here?" Yi Futian asked politely. "After we learned of what had happened, we started paying attention. Back when you'd left, I had thought you would reach a higher level. But I didn't think this," the family leader said emotionally. No one thought that someone so ordinary would reach this extent. Wang Linfeng had also come with his family. He was also full of thoughts. "I'm just lucky," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "Senior, let's have some wine." "Sure." The family leader nodded. "Futian, I heard about Yuqing too. That girl is a bit arrogant. Please don't take offense. It's my fault for not teaching her well. If you don't wish to see her in the future, you don't have to." He naturally wouldn't try to persuade Yi Futian. That would make things worse. Wang Yuqing's attitude had been so bad. It was better if they acted as if they'd never met. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. "Senior, would you mind if I keep Yuro here to work? She's not as talented. I'm more than grateful that she can train with you." "Of course, I don't mind." The family leader smiled. Wang Yuro stood by quietly. Her injuries had mostly recovered now. After what had happened, she could clearly feel that Yi Futian was nicer to her. "Great." Yi Futian nodded. "After what happened with the Yunyu Business Alliance, do you think more things would follow?" "I don't think so." Shang Zhon and his wife were aloof and spoiled their only son. They placed great hope on him, and Shang Yunfeng never disappointed them. He was always successful and cultivated at the Blazing Sun School. They must have been hit hard to take this risk and come assassinate you, the family leader said. I remember when Shang Yunfeng died, the two practically went crazy. They went to the evil dragon zone and even ran to the divine sky city, but they didn't find anything and were forced to leave. I didn't think that they didn't give up. They must have come again after realizing it was you. It's normal to keep looking for the killer of one's son. Yi Futian nodded. He didn't hate them. The group continued chatting in the fairy pool. At the same time, there were two figures in a courtyard of the Blazing Sun School on the other side of the city. Both elder and youth looked extraordinary. So is everything investigated? The elder asked. Yes. The youth nodded. When Yi Futian became the sun, someone in the school mentioned Shang Yunfeng's death. But Yi Futian had just become sun and everyone saw how Chief Chen treated him. It would be useless even if someone went to find him. We weren't as skilled as him before and were too ashamed to ask him for the man. Thus, we decided to notify Shang Yunfeng's parents who had come to the school before. And then, after, we saw people meet Shang Yunfeng's parents secretly in the Yunyu city. Then the two came to the Divine Sky City. They didn't tell the Yunyu Business Alliance and did everything alone, probably to avoid involving them. Who were the ones who met them? The elder asked. After Shangzhan and his wife came to the Divine Sky City, we kept watch over them and finally figured out who called them here. Uncle, guess. The youth chuckled. I remember you said that Yi Futian was very arrogant on the martial arts battlefield. But he must have feared revealing his identity, so he didn't cross the line and kill anyone from a clan. Only one person was greatly humiliated. The elder smiled. He was forced to kneel as if worshipping a god. For someone from a proud clan, it's unacceptable. Uncle, you are so wise. You're right on, the youth said, smiling. This junior of the Jin clan has always been arrogant. He wanted to compete with Long Mu from the same school and was humiliated like this. He obviously can't stand it. It just so happened that Yi Futian became the Starry School's son and treated as a gem. He couldn't harm Yi Futian, which made things worse. He's smart though. He didn't send his own men, in case someone found out. Instead, he chose to take advantage of Shang Yunfeng's parents' hatred of Yi Futian. It's impossible to find the connection. No matter what, it has nothing to do with him. But I'm curious, the elder continued, a bit confused. How does Jin Yunxiao know about the death of an ordinary disciple of the Blazing Sun School and think to take advantage of him? This might have something to do with a disciple from the Starry School, the youth said. His name is Jiang Nan. He's a descendant of the lesser Jiang clan and is quite well known in the Starry School. Coincidentally, he'd insulted Yi Futian and had some conflicts. This person happened to be at the Evil Dragon Zone and witnessed Shang Yunfeng's death. He also wants to get on Jin Yunxiao's good side. I'm afraid he told Jin Yunxiao. Our men also found out that Jiang Nan had caused trouble at the Celestial Pavilion before the assassination. It must have been to make Yi Futian go back. He must not have expected to get forced out with a staff. The assassination happened afterward. I see, the elder said, smiling. It is indeed a great plan. Unfortunately, things are always so coincidental. We just happened to have gone to Yunyu City. Did the Jin clan participate in this? There are no signs. It's likely Jin Yunxiao did this alone, the youth said. He thought himself clever. The Jin clan is one of the Starry School's major clans. The Celestial Pavilion technically belongs to the Dragon clan and Jiyu Yunshi of the Jiyu clan was hurt badly. This event involved the schools, the Dragon clan, and the Jiyu clan. It won't be so easy for the Jin clan to be spared. Smiling, the elder continued, Jin Yunxiao gave us a good start. Think of a way to alert Yi Futian or the Starry School. Of course, don't make it obvious. Do just enough. Understood, the youth said, smirking. At the Starry School, the disciples were still busy cultivating. Wang Yuqing walked down the street, feeling a bit down. She'd been depressed these past days. Her grandfather had never been angry at her, but after coming to the Divine Sky City, he'd yelled at her. It's senior brother Jin, someone beside her said. She looked up. Even though Jin Yunxiao wasn't much compared to Yi Futian, but the starry school was big. There were many disciples. To the regular disciples, Jin Yunxiao was from a powerful clan and he was still an esteemed figure. Wang Yuqing looked over and saw a familiar figure beside Jin Yunxiao. It was Jiang Nan. She frowned. When did Jiang Nan get close to Jin Yunxiao? Senior brother, many people called. Jin Yunxiao's duo walked over. When they passed Wang Yuqing, Jiang Nan scanned her coolly and ignored her as if they were strangers. Seeing Jiang Nan's eyes, Wang Yuqing thought of the humiliating words he'd said to Yi Futian. He'd said sarcastically that Yi Futian was skilled at kissing up to other people. Thinking back now, it was laughable. Wasn't he talking about himself? Since when was senior brother Jiang with senior brother Jin? A youth near Wang Yuqing mumbled. Turning around, he saw Wang Yuqing and couldn't help but smile. Hello, senior sister Wang. You know me. Wang Yuqing looked at him. She wasn't famous and she didn't know the other either. I've seen you with senior brother Jiang. The youth smiled. Don't mention him. Wang Yuqing was upset. The man bowed slightly, seeming polite. I thought you two matched each other before, he said softly. You are beautiful while senior brother Jiang is talented. Now that he's close to senior brother Jin, he must be extremely smart. But it's a pity that someone so smart made a mistake because of you and was almost killed, making you two have conflicts. Because of me? Wang Yuqing scoffed. Yes. If not for you, why would someone as smart as senior brother Jiang go cause trouble at the Celestial Pavilion? Doesn't he know that it belongs to the sun and is backed by the Dragon Clan? He'd almost died because of it too. But it's strange that the sun almost died as well. The youth shook his head and sighed. Thankfully, it's all over and senior brother Jiang is with senior brother Jin now. I hope you two will make up soon. I'll leave now. With that, he took his leave. Wang Yuqing's brows furrowed tightly, seeming to ponder the man's words. Her heart skipped a beat. Thinking back to her interactions with Jiang Nan, he didn't seem to be a brash person. Instead, he was very calculative. Chapter 495. In the Celestial Pavilion, Wang Yuro found Yi Futian. In the Celestial Pavilion, Wang Yuro found Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw her flustered and said, Your injury has just gotten better, what is it that is so urgent? Just now my sister came over and asked me to tell you something, Wang Yuro replied. What is it? Yi Futian's expression was curious. Something was off. My sister said that Jiang Nan is a sly person. To people of higher status than him, he will always maintain his manners and will not break out of character. That day in the Celestial Pavilion, when Jiang Nan insulted me and Shen Yu and ignored the background of the Celestial Pavilion, it was abnormal. Wang Yuro looked at Yi Futian and continued, It was just at the right time that we ran into you coming back. Not long later, the Yunyu Business Alliance's Shongzhon couple came to the Celestial Pavilion. Yi Futian's expression tensed up as Wang Yuro continued, Also, Jiang Nan has wanted to establish a connection with Jin Yunxiao since a long time ago, but Jin Yunxiao has never given him any face or even looked him in the eye. However, not long ago, Jiang Nan was seen following beside Jin Yunxiao. Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in thought. Wang Yuqing would not ask Wang Yuro to tell him this for nothing. Moreover, this involved Jiang Nan and Jin Yunxiao. Although these few incidents may look separate, if they were thought about together, there was much to be suspicious about. The day when the assassination had failed, the two of them had committed suicide on the spot. Because they were Shang Yunfeng's parents, it was perfectly justified for them to want to seek revenge for their son. Nobody would think that someone else would instigate them to take revenge for their son. That was why there was no mastermind for this matter. It was an obvious revenge attempt. However, from the way things looked now, they had all overlooked some things because of the couple seeking revenge for their son. He had been cultivating in the Starry School all along. Why would the Shongzhon couple know which day he would be at the Celestial Pavilion? They were evidently very sure that he was at the Celestial Pavilion before they made a ruckus to force him out. If the matter had been blown up, they would have had no chance to enter the Celestial Pavilion in the future. Of course, There was also the possibility that they had been keeping watch on the celestial pavilion. If they wanted revenge, it was only natural to do that, so this could not be considered a major oversight. The peculiarity lied in what Wang Yuqing said. That day, why would Jiang Nan do something so unlike him and cause trouble in the celestial pavilion, and why did the Shongzhon couple appear not long after? In his conversation with the Wang clan leader that day, it appeared that Yunyu City was not updated on what had happened in the Divine Sky City. The Shongzhon couple had returned to the Yunyu City. How did they know of his identity and return to the Divine Sky City? However, this could not be considered an oversight. Perhaps the Shongzhon couple had been keeping tabs on what was happening within the Divine Sky City. However, Jiang Nan was exactly the person who knew this the best. They would not need instigating to take revenge for their son. However, giving them information and helping them arrange a time was something that he could help them with without leaving any trace or taking any risk. Yi Futian's eyes opened, a cold glint in the corner of his eyes that even he himself did not notice. Does sister mean that Jiang Nan is involved in this time's assassination? Wang Yuro had hurriedly come to look for Yi Futian after hearing what her sister had to say. Evidently, she had understood the meaning behind those words. I don't know, Yi Futian replied, smiling. Let the elders from the Starry School investigate. The matter involved disciples from the Starry School, so it was not fair to take only his side of the story, especially when it could potentially involve the Jin clan's young master Jin Yunxiao. Shen Yu, Yi Futian summoned her. Pavilion owner, Shen Yu, who was standing at one side, replied. Ask the members of the Dragon Clan to go to the West Court and tell the madam what Yuro just said. You will go to the Jiyu clan and bring the word to them. Yi Futian gave his orders as he left to find the experts from the Starry School. In the Starry School, in the yard where Jin Yunxiao was, a few figures descended from the sky. Seeing these people, Jin Yunxiao's expression changed and he asked, Uncle, why have you come? Follow me back to the Nine-Cloud Palace, the person replied coldly. Is something the matter? Jin Yunxiao looked puzzled. We'll talk when we get back, the clan leader wishes to speak to you. The person nodded, and so did Jin Yunxiao. He turned to Jiang Nan and said, You can take your leave. Yes, senior. Jiang Nan bowed and took his leave. In front of others, he continued to address Jin Yunxiao as senior. Jin Yunxiao and the Jin clan members took flight and left. Jiang Nan was bewildered as he did not know why the Jin clan members suddenly appeared to bring Jin Yunxiao away. He walked out of the yard feeling uneasy. Could it be that something had happened? It wasn't possible. The matter had been flawless, there would definitely be no repercussions. Moreover, the Shongzhon couple who had tried to assassinate Yi Futian had died then and there. Walking out of the yard and strolling on the pavement, a group of people walked towards him. The group of people all had exceptional auras and cold demeanors, stopping in front of Jiang Nan. The people around looked at them and many disciples quietly stepped back, evidently knowing the identities of these people. It was the people from the Starry School Punishment Institution. They were in charge of giving out penalties. Jiang Nan saw them stop in front of him and his heart sank. His footsteps continued normally, but his legs were already shaking lightly. Jiang Nan pays his respects to elders and seniors, said Jiang Nan, suppressing the fear in his heart and bowing. Jiang Nan, follow us, the person said emotionlessly. Jiang Nan's face paled and he asked, Elders and seniors, may I know, what for? We'll talk at the trial court. The person stared at Jiang Nan with a deadpan look, as though he was a statue. Although Jiang Nan had tried his best to suppress the fear rising from his heart, his voice still jittered as he replied, Okay, elders and seniors, please lead the way. Let's go. The group turned around and started to walk, with Jiang Nan within the group. The disciples who saw this scene started to debate. The punishment institution rarely ever took action. After all, the top 3 schools was a place of cultivation and the rules were not strict. If it was not particularly important, the punishment institution would not step in. Once they did, it was likely a huge issue. What trouble had Jiang Nan caused? In the trial court, an imposing figure sat on the main seat. Many people were at both sides with emotionless faces, a frigid feeling spreading across the entire court. When Jiang Nan saw the elderly person sitting on the main seat, he was stunned and the color drained from his face. It was the punishment institution's grand trial elder, Elder Lu. He was just an arcana plane cultivator, a normal disciple. What huge matter would require a strong sage plane elder to personally oversee his trial? The entire court was deadly silent, to the point where it was actually scary. In such a circumstance, Jiang Nan could almost hear his own heartbeat. "Own up." Elder Lu stared at Jiang Nan for a long time, then said this one sentence. There was a mysterious might in his voice. Jiang Nan's head was extremely low, and he bowed and replied, "Elder Lu, I do not understand what you mean." Before the college chief crowned the sun, he once summoned all of the school's elders for a discussion. The college chief is bent on the restoration of the divine path, thus he broke all the rules and crowned the sun, even creating the holy robes and holy crown for him and ignoring all objection. Although the Jin clan may not agree with it, they did not say anything afterward, because they saw the college chief's determination. Elder Lu appeared to have said something irrelevant, yet he continued, "Since you've done it, don't try to hide it. You are very clear of the means a cultivator can go to. If you come clean and admit your wrongdoings, I can give you the lightest punishment." Jiang Nan's expression was ashen. Even though he had been afraid along the way, he held on to a glimmer of hope. Yet what Elder Lu just said had smashed his last vestige of hope. He was very clear that when the punishment institution believed something, they would investigate to the very end. It was one thing if he did not do it, but once he had done it, there would be no escape. Bringing him directly to the trial court was evidently not just simple suspicion on their part. The experts from the punishment institution had too many methods to make him speak up. In front of sage plane experts, all attempts to conceal the truth were futile. Cold stares landed on him and Jiang Nan's limbs started to shiver. Cultivation was not easy, and he was born in a small clan in the divine Sky City. His achievements, being able to cultivate in the Starry School and a soon-to-be noble plane expert, all did not come easy. What Elder Lu had said about the college chief's determination, he had seen it too. That was why he was all the more certain that the crime of attempting to harm the sun was not something that he could bear. With a thud, Jiang Nan kneeled on the ground, his head planted to the floor and said, "Elder Lu, I was just jealous of the sun's potential and the kindness he received from the college chief. That was why I told Senior Jin Yunxiao about the death of the Yunyu Business Alliance's Yunfeng. Everything after that was all planned by Jin Yunxiao, I was only following his orders." Elder Lu looked at Jiang Nan, who had his face planted into the ground, and asked unfeelingly, "So the person was invited by Jin Yunxiao from the Yunyu Business Alliance to the Divine Sky City and brought to the Celestial Pavilion for the assassination?" "Yes." Jiang Nan maintained his position and continued, "I know that I have brought shame to the name of a Starry School disciple, and I am willing to be expelled. I hope Elder can grant my request. Since you've come to the Starry School to cultivate, you are a disciple of the school. After harming the sun and assisting in the planning, now you want to drop out of the school and call it quits? What a joke." Elder Lu continued, "Your cultivation was from the Starry School. Since I've agreed to give you a lighter punishment, I will spare your life and only permanently destroy your powers and expel you from the school." "Elder Lu." Jiang Nan raised his head with terror in his eyes. Permanently destroying his powers and expelling him from the Starry School? "No, Elder Lu, I know my mistake now, I know my mistake now." Jiang Nan was filled with terror and shouted. A disciple stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Nan. "No, no!" Jiang Nan shouted wildly, but that did not stop him from being dragged out of the court. Soon, screams of agony could be heard and he was dragged out of the Starry School and thrown outside the gates. The Starry School was bustling, and later, someone saw the punishment institution flying out of the school towards the Jin clan's Nine-Cloud Palace. After a period of time, a groundbreaking piece of news spread through the Starry School. The assassination of the sun, Yi Futian, had the involvement of Starry School disciples, one of them being Jiang Nan, who had had his powers destroyed and expelled from the school. The other person was the pride of the Jin clan, a genius of the Starry School, Jin Yunxiao. The entire Starry School was in an uproar over this. Was the school really going to arrest Jin Yunxiao? Chapter 496, The Nine-Cloud Palace was more brilliant with each level up, and the peak of the Nine-Cloud Palace was like a heavenly palace, golden light sprinkling onto the clouds, sacred and solemn. The Nine-Cloud Palace was more brilliant with each level up, and the peak of the Nine-Cloud Palace was like a heavenly palace, golden light sprinkling onto the clouds, sacred and solemn. In the divine sky city, the Nine-Cloud Palace could be considered the most extravagant place, and the Jinn clan's dressing was also extremely luxurious. Presently, in the Nine-Cloud Palace, a teenage figure was kneeling on the floor, and in front of him, many people stared emotionlessly at him. The teen kneeling on the floor was the Jinn clan's Jin Yunxiao. Grandfather, only Uncle Cheng knows about this matter, and Uncle Cheng is definitely loyal to the Jin clan, so he will not rat us out. Only the Jin clan knows about this, it will definitely not spread. Jin Yunxiao nervously looked at the elderly person in front of him. It was a perceptive elder with golden hair, even his eyes were golden, and contained a formidable sharpness. This person was the clan leader of the Jin clan, Jin Chengfeng. Today, the Jin clan had brought him back, precisely because the servant protecting Jin Yunxiao had left the divine sky city a while back. After Yi Futian had nearly been assassinated, a person in the Jin clan had taken notice of this and reported it to the clan leader after he had finished his meditation. They had then found Jin Yunxiao's servant and questioned him. That was how they knew that Jin Yunxiao was involved in the assassination of Yi Futian. Didn't you say previously that this was told to you by another Starry School disciple, Jiang Nan? He would naturally know then, Jin Chengfeng said unfeelingly. He also had a part to play in the incident. If word spreads, he won't be able to get away scot-free with his background, so he naturally will not say anything. Moreover, I have already brought him around with me and taken him under my wing. There will be no mistakes, Jin Yunxiao replied. What if the Starry School decides to investigate him after news of the incident spreads? Jin Chengfeng looked at Jin Yunxiao and asked. Grandfather, the people who attempted the assassination have already died on the spot. Taking revenge for their son, this needs no investigation. Jin Yunxiao shook his head. Idiot. Jin Chengfeng cruelly said, I have already sent my men to the Starry School, they will naturally deal with your schoolmate. After all, dead men tell no tales. Jin Yunxiao's expression turned grim and his heart trembled. His grandfather was the owner of the Nine-Cloud Palace and was extremely decisive with his killing. Even though he did not like Jiang Nan, he did not mind having another servant by his side. However, his grandfather's thinking was different and did not want to leave a potential threat alive. Indeed, killing an insignificant disciple was nothing in comparison to assassinating the son. The Starry School had numerous disciples, and it was common for disciples to die while adventuring outside the school, so it was not strange for one or two disciples to just die off. Yes, grandfather. Jin Yunxiao did not dare to refute his grandfather. Nobody dared to question his grandfather's position in the Nine-Cloud Palace, even when the next generation of the Jiyu and Dragon clan had stepped up, his grandfather was still in charge of the Nine-Cloud Palace. I'll settle the score with you after I've dealt with him, Jin Chengfeng declared emotionlessly. Having been in the Divine Sky City for so many years, he was of the same generation as Chen Yuan, so he naturally understood what crowning the Starry School's son meant to Chen Yuan. That was why even though the school had not given the Jin clan any advance notice, which displeased the Jin clan, he did not mention a word of it or thought of dragging Yi Futian down from his position. Chen Yuan had been holding his desire in and waiting for far too long. He would only strike at the most opportune time to deal the killing blow on Yi Futian. But now was not the time. Jin Yunxiao's selfish actions were downright foolish. At this time, a figure approached them on a rock, flying straight down beside them. The figure walked with a trail of golden clouds behind him, and bowed to Jin Chengfeng and said, Clan leader, we have trouble. What is it? Jin Chengfeng frowned, his sharp aura assailing the person. Jiang Nan has been taken away by the Starry School's punishment institution. His powers were then destroyed and he has been expelled from the school. The person continued his report. Now, the people from the punishment institution are on their way to the Nine-Cloud Palace. They should be arriving anytime soon. The expressions of the Jin clan's members turned pale, Jin Yunxiao even more so. He panicked and said, How can this be? The school cannot have possibly found out about the incident. Jin Chengfeng coldly swept Jin Yunxiao with his gaze and said, "Bring him away." Understood. Someone looked towards Jin Yunxiao and acknowledged. "Grandfather, this can't be happening." Jin Yunxiao shook his head repeatedly, then followed the person and left. "What do you all think?" Jin Chengfeng looked at the rest of the people and asked. Although he had heard the news, he remained calm. At his cultivation level, the world could have crumbled and he would still maintain his composure. The members of the Jin clan had knowing looks. They naturally knew what Jin Chengfeng was asking. If the Starry School came and asked them to hand over Jin Yunxiao, would they? The Starry School dares to directly confront our Nine-Cloud Palace. Do they not care about our Jin clan's position within the school? Why do they not attempt to suppress the issue? One of the members said, evidently vexed. Before Chen Yuan crowned the sun, he had been hiding it from the Jin clan and had the support of the Dragon and Jiyu clans. Now they want to arrest our clan member. Is the Starry School trying to force the Jin clan out? Another member complained. The crowning of the sun had been a thorn in the Jin clan's flesh. Although it was rash of Jin Yunxiao to orchestrate the incident, they all secretly agreed with his actions. We will definitely not hand over Yunxiao. What reputation will we have left within the school if we do so? If we do that, the disciples that enter the school will no longer want to enter the Jin clan or become a member of the Nine-Cloud Palace, an elderly member analyzed calmly. The top 3 schools had a long heritage. Generations of disciples had entered the schools to cultivate and come out as powerful leaders. The schools would provide guidance to aid in their disciples' cultivation. Many of the school's disciples were under his command and could be considered members of the Nine-Cloud Palace. After they had left the schools, they maintained connections with the Jin clan and some of them even served the Jin clan. After generations of disciples, the major clans had successfully infiltrated the top 3 schools. Wait for them to arrive. Jin Chengfeng did not say much and calmly announced. Not long after, the Starry School's punishment institution arrived and was brought to meet Jin Chengfeng and the rest of the clan. From the Jin clan's lineup, the Starry School knew that the Jin clan had already gotten wind beforehand. Senior. The people from the punishment institution bowed towards Jin Chengfeng. The Jin clan leader was in the same generation as the college chief, so it was only natural for them to salute him. Can I know what you all are here for? Jin Chengfeng asked. Senior, Jin Yunxiao is suspected to be involved in the assassination of the sun. Elder Lu has ordered us to bring Jin Yunxiao back to the school. The person in charge bowed and answered in a straightforward fashion. I've heard of the incident as well. I heard it was by someone who had their son killed by him, and the parents came for revenge. Why would Jin Yunxiao be involved with it? Did you make a mistake? Jin Chengfeng questioned. The assailants were indeed the couple from the Yunyu Business Alliance, but we have found out that the two were brought into the Celestial Pavilion by Jin Yunxiao and another disciple from the Starry School, Jiang Nan. The two of them provided the conditions for the assassination to be carried out and Jiang Nan has already admitted his crime. I hope that Senior will not make my job difficult, the person from the punishment institution continued explaining. As expected, it would not be easy to arrest someone within the Nine-Cloud Palace, they thought in their hearts. After Jin Yunxiao is brought back, Elder Lu will personally confirm the truth and will not malign Jin Yunxiao. Please rest assured, Senior, the person from the punishment institution patiently reassured him. Can a normal disciple's words be trusted that easily? Please go back and ask Elder Lu if it was possible that the whole incident was Jiang Nan's doing. He could have dragged Yunxiao into it to avoid punishment, Jin Chengfeng nonchalantly suggested. The people from the punishment institution wanted to continue, but they heard Jin Chengfeng say, "Go, investigate the truth soon. If there is a need, I will go to the Starry School and pay Chief Chen a visit." Understood, we will go back and report. Since it had come to this, they naturally understood that the Jin clan leader was unwilling to hand over Jin Yunxiao. They could not forcefully arrest him, so they could only go back and report the matter. However, this was within their expectations as well. It was not an easy task to arrest Jin Chengfeng's grandson, the young master of the Nine-Cloud Palace. Yi Futian had already returned to the Starry School. Presently, in the Starry School's trial court, there was not only Elder Lu, Yi Futian, experts from the Jiyu clan and Madame Long were also there. They were all here waiting for news from the Nine-Cloud Palace, to see if the Jin clan would hand over Jin Yunxiao. After a period of time, the people who had headed for the Jin clan had returned to the trial court. Seeing as Jin Yunxiao was not behind them, they all understood what had happened. Elder Lu, the Jin clan leader, personally met us. He wanted me to bring word to you and ask if it was possible that the incident was orchestrated by Jiang Nan alone, who just dragged Jin Yunxiao in to acquit himself. The person delivered Jin Chengfeng's words. Of course, they had a deeper meaning. Elder Lu looked at Yi Futian. He naturally understood Jin Chengfeng's intentions. He wanted the school to suppress the issue and push the blame onto Jiang Nan and not involve Jin Yunxiao in it. Yi Futian, this issue can only be decided by the college chief now, Elder Lu told him. The issue involved one of the elite clans, the Jin clan. Even if he was in charge of the Starry School's punishments, he did not have the authority to judge the issue. The old man from the Jin clan wants to shirk responsibility with just this one sentence. A frigid voice sounded out from outside the court, and a few figures walked in together. They were the Jiyu clan leader Jiyu Hanshan, Madame Long from the West Mountain Dragon clan and Chief Chen. The three important figures had come personally to address the issue. College Chief, Senior Jiyu, Madam, Yi Futian addressed them, and the rest of the people all saluted. The assassination was done by the people from the Yunyu Business Alliance. Jin Yunxiao was just a participant behind the scenes and was not personally involved in the assassination. The Jin clan naturally wants to trivialize the matter, Madame Long silently said. Yunxi was injured and nearly died. Yet Jin Chengfeng wants to absolve his younger generation of blame? Why would I let him have it this easy? Jiyu Hanshan said ruthlessly. What do you think? Chief Chen's gaze landed on Yi Futian and asked. Jin Yunxiao was definitely involved in the incident, Yi Futian replied. Jiang Nan did not have such huge capability. Moreover, his sudden appearance at Jin Yunxiao's side, coupled with the fact that he had already admitted his crime, meant that Jin Yunxiao was also the same. How do you want to handle this? Chief Chen asked again. Yi Futian stared at Chief Chen. He naturally knew that there would be serious repercussions, as the Jin clan was the strongest influence within the school. If he wanted to incriminate Jin Yunxiao, it could trigger a huge backlash. Although I luckily survived, a debt of blood can only be paid in blood. He who attempts to kill should be killed. Yi Futian looked at Chief Chen in the eyes and said. This time, it was not only him that was involved. Yu Sheng, Wu Chen, Lulan Shui, Jiyu Yunxi and Wang Yuro had all been severely injured and nearly died. Chief Chen had asked him for his attitude. Naturally, it would be to kill. Chapter 497. Chief Chen heard Yi Futian's words, stared at him and asked, Do you know what repercussions it will cause you if you do so? He naturally understood Yi Futian's feelings. He could help Yi Futian kill Jin Yunxiao, but he was unsure how drastic the Jin clan's reaction would be, or what they would do. Chief Chen heard Yi Futian's words, stared at him and asked, Do you know what repercussions it will cause you if you do so? He naturally understood Yi Futian's feelings. He could help Yi Futian kill Jin Yunxiao, but he was unsure how drastic the Jin clan's reaction would be, or what they would do. There was only one thing he could be sure of: if he ordered that Jin Yunxiao be killed, with his position, no matter what ruckus was caused, it would not threaten him. However, Yi Futian was different. He was only in the Arcana plane. The grudge of Jin Yunxiao's death would be placed onto him. Even with his protection, to be targeted by an influential force like the Jin clan was still an unbelievably scary thing. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Jin Yunxiao had already attempted to kill him. If he still worried about the future, what purpose would there be? Even if he let it go today, Jin Yunxiao and the Jin clan would not call it quits. If they had the chance in the future, they would definitely try to kill him again. All right. Chief Chen nodded as well. Jin Ziyi wishes to meet the college chief. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the court. Chen Yuan turned around and said, Let us go out. After saying that, the group of them walked out. Presently, at the bottom of the stairs, a group of people appeared. When they saw Chief Chen, they bowed and addressed him, College Chief. Is anything the matter? Chen Yuan asked. We've heard that a disciple Jiang Nan lured in assassins to assassinate the sun and tried to push the blame onto Jin Yunxiao. We beseech the college chief not to trust such rumors. Jin Ziyi bowed and said. The truth will come to light after we bring Jin Yunxiao to the school. Chen Yuan's gaze swept across the people below. He could naturally see that the Jin clan's elites in the school were all here attempting to pressure the school. The Jin clan has always maintained close relations with the school. All these years, we have already assimilated into the school and become part of the Starry School. Jin Yunxiao is the descendant of the Jin clan. Why would he attempt to assassinate the sun? Jin Ziyi started to plead for him. If the college chief arrests Jin Yunxiao over a despicable person's words, you will be putting the Jin clan in a spot. My brother is the Jin clan leader, and Jin Yunxiao is a direct descendant of the Jin clan. This would cause the school to fall out with the Jin clan. Jin Ziyi continued his persuasion. Moreover, there is much to be suspicious about the incident. It could be the work of someone who wants to sow discord between the school and the Jin clan. I know. Chen Yuan nodded. However, there will be a fair trial to see if Jin Yunxiao was indeed involved in the incident after we bring him here. If I have wronged Jin Yunxiao, I will personally apologize to the Jin clan. If the college chief does this, wouldn't it make things awkward for the Jin clan? Jin Ziyi replied. The Jin clan has always regarded the college chief highly, and when you crowned the sun, the Jin clan did not even say a word of objection as we admired the sun's demeanor as well. The Yunyu Business Alliance sent assassins to take the sun's life. Our Jin clan hates the assassins as well. How could the college chief drag the Nine-Cloud Palace into it just by someone else's words? On the day of the coronation, I announced publicly that the sun would be the leader of the Starry School's disciples. To see him would be akin to seeing me. Now that someone has claimed that Jin Yunxiao is the mastermind, how could I not bring him forth for an investigation? Jin Ziyi, you've tried numerous times to stop me. What is your intention? Chief Chen's tone became chilly. Jin Ziyi wanted to continue persuading him but heard Chief Chen shout, my decision is final. Jin Ziyi, why not you go to the Nine-Cloud Palace and bring Jin Yunxiao to the Starry School? Jin Ziyi raised his head and looked Chief Chen in the eye, then said, College Chief, have you really made your decision? If you won't go, I will naturally ask Lu Wang to, Chen Yuan replied. Jin Ziyi bowed slightly and said, farewell. After saying so, he turned around and left. Among those following him were many experts from the Jin clan. Not long after they had left, many figures flew through the air. About 1/5 of the elders in the Starry School were leaving, instantly causing a huge commotion. Outside the trial court, with their cultivation level, Chief Chen and the rest could naturally feel people flying through the air and leaving the school. Chen Yuan stared into the air, his eyes like stars in the sky, deep and bottomless. The rest of them all fell silent. This matter was slowly brewing into a giant fiasco. One after the other, there were people rushing over to report that experts from the various departments had left the school. Usually, some people leaving would not garner such attention, but this time, they were leaving on a large scale. Evidently, something extraordinary had happened. Not just the elders, the Starry School's disciples were also in a mess. Following which, more people started to soar through the air and leave. The entire Starry School was left devastated. More people started to gather at the trial court. Some of the elders had arrived as well. Jin Chengfeng's style is as overbearing as always. Is he forcing the Starry School to make a decision? Someone said emotionlessly. The Jin clan was withdrawing all its clan's experts from the Starry School. Furthermore, they were bringing many talented disciples with them. For many years, the influence of the Jin clan, Jiyu clan, and Dragon clan had been deeply rooted within the Starry School and become native to the Starry School. Now, the Jin clan had suddenly withdrawn all its members. The Starry School's strength was bound to be affected. The top 3 schools were originally equally matched in the Divine Sky City, but after the Jin clan's members had left, the Starry School immediately fell to the weakest among the top 3 schools. The Starry School had to be wary. College Chief, like Jin Ziyi has said, there could be another person behind the whole incident. The sun had obtained the divine teachings from the martial arts battlefield, causing the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School to covet it. Now that the Starry School's strength has been weakened, someone said with a heavy heart. Jin Chengfeng must definitely know about this. That's why he's doing this, to force the Starry School to forget the issue, another person quipped in. Their gazes landed on Chief Chen, only to see him with his hands behind his back, looking towards the sky. In reality, when he asked Yi Futian what he wanted, he had already thought about this possibility. He understood what kind of person the Jin clan leader Jin Chengfeng was. They were in the same generation and had already known each other when they were younger. He was arrogant and overbearing, so the Jin clan would not hand over Jin Yunxiao even if they had to fall out with the Starry School. It was not just because Jin Yunxiao was Jin Chengfeng's grandson, but also because Jin Chengfeng would not allow the Jin clan to accept humiliation from an Arcana Plane Junior, especially if it would cause the whole city to know about it. With Jin Chengfeng's arrogance, forcing him to make a decision with such means was also within his consideration. When I crowned him as the son and organized the coronation for him to wear the holy crown and don the holy robes, I had already thought about it. Since I wanted to restore the glory of the saints and let him walk the divine path, the road ahead would definitely be tumultuous. Chief Chen looked into the air and said slowly, before the coronation, I had asked Yi Futian, if he was to be crowned the sun, he would have to dominate his generation. I asked him if he could do it and he replied yes. Since he can do it, everything else should be left to us to settle. Although the Jin clan did not voice their opinion, they evidently object to my decision. Today's incident is also an opportunity for us. From now on, the Starry School is united. Chief Chen lowered his head, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and said in a solemn voice. Jin Yunxiao had participated in the assassination of the sun. If he is not punished, there will definitely be other clans who will do the same. I have decided to arrest Jin Yunxiao and incarcerate him. The crowd looked at Chief Chen. They could all feel his determination. However, it would not be easy to clear the divine path. Long ago, Chief Chen had great expectations for Long Yitian, yet Long Yitian had died away from his protection. Yi Futian was now the new hope that Chief Chen saw. Convey my orders to the Starry School. Jin Yunxiao from the Jin clan schemed to assassinate the sun and has escaped to the Jin clan after his failure. The Jin clan has withdrawn all their members cultivating in the school to protect him. Chief Chen's voice was stern, and he continued his announcement to the crowd. The Starry School is a place of cultivation, yet the Jin clan has violated the school's rules to protect their clan member. This has caused the school to be in an uproar. Thus, from today onwards, nobody from the Jin clan is allowed to step into the Starry School to cultivate. The crowd heard Chief Chen's words and were astounded. The school was breaking off all relations with the Jin clan which could not be reconciled. The Jin clan had withdrawn their experts to force Chief Chen to make a decision between the Jin clan and Yi Futian. Chief Chen had chosen Yi Futian, who was still in the Arcana Plane. Furthermore, his methods had been unyielding and decisive. Everyone understood that once the word had been spread, the Starry School would be at conflict with the Nine Cloud Palace. Lu Wang, bring your men to the Jin clan and bring him here. Tell Jin Chengfeng that if he is unwilling to hand Jin Yunxiao over, I will personally bring my men to the Nine Cloud Palace. Chief Chen continued to give orders. Understood. Lu Wang stared at the elderly man in front of him, a surge of emotions coming over him. Chief Chen was willing to go to any extent to protect the divine path. Lu Wang took his men and flew through the sky. Chief Chen's words spread quickly throughout the Starry School, striking them out of the blue. This caused many people to be completely overwhelmed. The Starry School was breaking off relations with the Jin clan. From now on, members of the Jin clan would forever not be allowed into the Starry School to cultivate. The Jin clan's experts leaving had left a huge mess for the school. It seemed like the college chief had been angered. The news traveled equally quickly to the Nine Cloud Palace, causing the Jin clan to be equally stunned. Many people were dumbfounded by the news. The Jin clan's experts withdrawing was a show of their attitude to force the school to accede to their request. However, they did not actually want to break off relations. Chief Chen had done so nonetheless, breaking off all relations with the Nine Cloud Palace and cutting off the Jin clan's way out. When Jin Chengfeng heard the news, he flew into a frenzy. How dare Chen Yuan be so decisive, he thought. When Jin Yunxiao heard the news, He was scared out of his wits. He naturally understood how grave the matter was, but he had absolutely not expected that his actions would have such serious repercussions. The entire Divine Sky City was in a huge uproar over Chen Yuan's orders. Chapter 498. Lu Wang led his people to the Nine-Cloud Place, with the ones at Starry School speculating if Nine-Cloud Palace would hand over their people. Lu Wang led his people to the Nine-Cloud Place, with the ones at Starry School speculating if Nine-Cloud Palace would hand over their people. Outside the trial court, Chen Yuan said, "Assemble all mighty ones who are available, and stand by outside Starry Temple." "Yes, sir." Everyone nodded, knowing well that big trouble had made it to their doorstep. Seems like the chief thought that even if Lu Wang was to head there himself, Nine-Cloud Palace would still refuse to hand over the people. They knew well of Nine-Cloud Palace Lord Jin Chengfeng's temperament. With the Starry School breaking up with Nine-Cloud Palace and ordering Lu Wang to claim their people, the entire issue had become the talk of Divine Sky City. The possibility of Jin Chengfeng simply handing over who they demanded was close to nil. The Nine-Cloud Palace would have lost all face otherwise. The act of the chief assembling mighty ones to stand by outside Starry Temple was seen to be no less than an act to declare war on Nine-Cloud Palace. "Shouldn't you all head back and get prepared?" Chen Yuan turned around and asked Jiyu Han's Han. Yi Futian the son was sent to Starry School with recommendations from West Mountain Dragon Clan and Jiyu Clan to be conferred the son. With Starry School guarding Yi Futian's divine path, there was simply no way the aforementioned two clans would have been able to stay out of the conflict. The assassination attempt had Yunshi severely injured, and that is naturally something I cannot ignore. "I'll go get ready," Jiyu Han's Han replied. "I will gather people and head there as well," Madame Long added before leaving. "Get back to Starry Temple. Yi Futian, head back and wait for further news," Chen Yuan said. "Yes, sir," Yi Futian nodded. The group left the trial court one by one. Chen Yuan went back to Starry Temple and stood outside. Several silhouettes appeared and gathered around him, all of them important figures of Starry School. Elder Nai walked to Chen Yuan's side and asked, "Why are you here, sir?" He knew well of the implications of what took place today. The Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had been up to no good. With the power of Starry School diminished, further developments of things from here on out would turn unpredictable, should Starry School choose to wage a war against Nine-Cloud Palace. Chen Yuan lifted his head and looked afar, and spoke slowly with misty eyes. Since the days of the saints, the Divine School split into 3 schools. 7 clans immersed themselves within. For countless years, all 3 schools never achieved anything glorious. The eastern regions of the barren state might have conferred sacred land status, but one look at the entire vast lands of barren state, one couldn't help but realize the 3 schools were nothing in comparison. My student, Long Etienne, was a glorious figure himself once, and yet he too perished on the divine path. There have been many proud ones since ancient times. Every headmaster, including my own mentor himself, yearned for the divine path, and all failed to attain it. I'm aware that my talents are limited, and the divine path is something I couldn't even dream of. Just how many holy roads will there be in a place like the barren state? Chen Yuan's tone turned solemn and he continued, "Now, the heavens have bestowed a sacred one right before my eyes, one who carried the heritage of the sacred path. This is an opportunity, one that had not been here for years. How could I possibly give it up? My own wish to witness the divine path aside, in the school's perspective, the birth of a saint would create yet another holy road. When that happens, the top figures all over the barren state will all flood the Holy Ji Palace, and they will also study at Starry School. When all that came to be, all 3 schools will become one again, marking a return to the glorious days of the ancient saints. Do you not wish to witness such grand events taking place yourself? We remained behind at the school for cultivation and never went to create our own clan forces. We remain here to teach the people of the world and to seek our own path. It is only natural for us to wish to witness the divine path." Elder Nai nodded. There was no one who did not yearn to witness the fleeting divine path. It was just that it all just seemed too far away. If one were to witness the path in the morning, one will have passed on contented in the evening. Chen Yuan smiled. If I was able to bear witness to the birth of the divine path in this very starry school, I will have had no regrets in this life. Let us hope that it will come to be. It is near impossible to bear witness of the divine path after all. A bitter smile was seen on Elder Nai's face. The divine path aside, one who was capable of being considered a sage, was naturally one exalted above mere mortals in the state of mind and perceptivity. Such a figure has a long way ahead of him. The road is long and one's study reaches far. We, who have been in the study of the arts, would not have bothered with that bit of time. The Jin clan never said it out loud, but there has been a fissure between the later generations and the sun for ages. Furthermore, Yi Futian was sent into the school by the Dragon clan, and it would only be a matter of time before change happened. They would not have simply chosen to bear witness to Yi Futian's growth, and the breakup with Nine Cloud Palace was bound to happen sooner or later. The storm had simply come early. Chen Yuan smiled with a clear state of mind. Seems like you have had everything thought out, headmaster. Elder Nai did not say much. More and more elders of the Starry School made it to where they were, and all heard the conversation between the two of them. It was apparent that Chen Yuan had meant for them to hear all that. Lu Wang brought his men back after a while, without sight of Jin Yunxiao. It appeared that Nine Cloud Palace had refused Starry School's request once again. It is time to depart. Chen Yuan said little. He simply led his men heading for Nine Cloud Palace. Nine Cloud Palace, imposing and luxurious, exuding a peerless flair of extravagance. At the peak of Nine Cloud Palace, Jin Chengfeng wore a solemn expression, and the mighty ones of the Jin clan assembled at Golden Cloud Ancient Temple. Each and every one of them wore solemn expressions themselves. My lord, the Starry School, the Jiyu clan and the West Mountain Dragon clan have all brought their men heading for Nine Cloud Palace. Someone bowed and reported to Jin Chengfeng, who was sitting at the Golden Temple. Chen Yuan. How dare you indeed. Jin Chengfeng had golden, sharp eyes, which seemed to be capable of piercing the void and gazing at something far away. Between the Jin clan and Yi Futian, Chen Yuan had unexpectedly chosen to side with the boy, a young one in the arcane plane. He had not wanted to have anything to do with Yi Futian, he had simply wanted Chen Yuan to leave all that behind. He had always had an arrogant, remarkably extravagant temperament, and it was only natural for him to not hand over Jin Yunxiao and bear such insult. As such, threatened Chen Yuan with force. He had not expected in the least that Chen Yuan would have made one such insane decision. Has Chen Yuan lost his damn mind? An elder shouted in rage. While Jin Yunxiao had participated in the attempt, it was not him who set up the assassination attempt. He had simply used Yunyu business alliance for a bit. They had never thought Chen Yuan would dare cause such a fuss over something like that. The time to press on the case has passed. It is now time to think about what to do with the situation at hand, someone among them added calmly. With the Starry School allied with the Jiyu clan and the Dragon clan and coming for them, their position as the Great Nine Cloud Palace would have been able to do little to avoid the conflict. The fight that was about to happen seemed inevitable. Many turned silent. It was apparent that Nine Cloud Palace as a whole had not prepared for war. Even if they were to fight, there was no doubt that they would end up being on the losing side. They had forced Chen Yuan's hand before, and now, it was Chen Yuan who was threatening them. Whose mind would prove more adamant? Winds howled and clouds stirred from afar. A row of mighty ones appeared, all of whom eyeing the extravagant, golden Nine Cloud Palace. The men of the Starry School had arrived. The earth-shaking howl of dragons was heard soon after, marking the entrance of the mighty ones from West Mountain Dragon clan. Mighty ones of the Jiyu clan appeared soon on the other side. An imposing force consisted of men from three sides, loomed over Nine Cloud Palace. It was akin to troops gathering outside the gates of an enemy fort. Jin Chengfeng stood up and headed out on a golden cloud. Jin Ziyi, a former student of Starry School, who had led students to leave the school, stood by his side. Are you all here, asking for a fight? Jin Chengfeng said as he swept his gaze at the opposing forces. Jin Chengfeng, Jin Yunxiao was a student of Starry School as well. He had participated in the assassination attempt of the sun, and yet, you hid him and refused to hand him over. My daughter, Gun Yunxi, almost lost her life in that attempt. Do you still refuse to hand him over? Gu Hansen stood at one side, emanating a condescending air. He was, after all, the head of the Gu clan. Chen Yuan, what do you propose to do with Jin Yunxiao? Jin Chengfeng asked. For his crime of attempting murder of the son, death, Chen Yuan replied. Death, her. The Jin clan of the Nine Cloud Palace has done countless things for the sake of Starry School for all these years. Yet you disregarded the Jin clan with just one line all the same. Chen Yuan, you are something indeed. Jin Chengfeng's words seemed to have been laced with razors. If something like that hadn't happened, or rather, Jin Ziyi had led people of the Jin clan to simply leave after what had happened. Worse still, they take many who are not bearing the surname Jin. What would you make of that? Are they students of Starry School, or are they disciples of Nine Cloud Palace? Is the Jin clan doing things for the sake of Starry School, or for the sake of the Jin clan? Chen Yuan looked at Jin Chengfeng and replied, we are here today for two reasons. We are here first for Jin Yunxiao. And then, those who are not of the surname Jin. I would not pursue the matter of members of the Jin clan returning to Nine Cloud Palace. But those who do not bear the surname Jin, they have enjoyed using the resources of the school, yet followed members of the Jin clan to serve Nine Cloud Palace. What do they think the school is? How is this any different from betraying the school? As such, as for any student who does not bear the surname Jin and left the school for Nine Cloud Palace, I shall bring them back to the school to be dealt with at a later date. The Starry School students who had left the school to follow the Jin clan felt shivers go down their spines as soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, trembling where they stood. Chen Yuan, the headmaster of Starry School, had never bothered himself with the affairs of the school. As the school was a place for cultivation, the school did not get involved with the future undertakings of their students and had never forced any student to stay. That was the very reason they followed the Jin clan to Nine Cloud Palace. They had not expected the headmaster to be so forceful with the matter at hand. Chen Yuan. Jin Chengfeng's tone was as cold as ice. The disciples that you have sent to be nurtured by Starry School are now being used to fight against Starry School. Do you think I will simply let that slide? Chen Yuan spoke in a calm tone, hand over the one responsible, or we shall resort to violence. Starlight shone above Nine Cloud Palace as soon as Chen Yuan finished, having seemingly thrown them into a starry world. Nine Cloud Palace, which bathed in the light of the sun, seemed to be encased in the night for a split second. Such was the power of the sages. One thought was all that it took to change the skies, summoning abnormal phenomenon of the cosmos. The entire Nine Cloud Palace felt a strong pressure heaving on their shoulders at the very split second the starry sky appeared. There was an incredibly terrifying gravity in the air, bearing down on their bodies, making it difficult for anyone to move. Those who were of weaker cultivation felt it impossible to even make one step forward. Jin Chengfeng leaped into the sky. An overwhelmingly huge shadow of the divine bird appeared, which materialized into the rock shortly after, cutting down the night and spraying golden brilliance all over the place, covering the entire Nine Cloud Palace. Infinite golden brilliance emanated through the body of the divine bird. The flowing light seemed to be deceivingly sharp, cutting the gravitational space to shreds. Two godlike figures seemed to be going at each other's throats between heaven and earth. Jin Chengfeng, are you trying to destroy Nine Cloud Palace? Gu Hansan asked as he took a step forward. Men of Nine Cloud Palace all had had a dreaded look on their face. The Starry School alone proved adequate to shake Nine Cloud Palace. With mighty ones from renowned clans, the Jiyu clan and the Dragon clan, thrown into the fray, the most lavish place in the entire Divine Sky City would have been razed if they were to actually fight. People far away all had their eyes locked onto the abnormal astronomical phenomenon taking place, and all were terrified to the very core of their being. Are the Starry School and Nine Cloud Palace really going to fight each other? Of course, there were also people of other clans who were students of the school among the crowd, and they were smirking at the development. They wished to see both sides actually going at each other's throats, as they would have left both sides suffering heavy losses. Chapter 499, Immense pressure encased the vast space right before the Nine Cloud Palace. Jin Chengfeng glared at the silhouette before him with cold eyes. It was more than his personal temperament that had led to the event taking place at the moment. He was, after all, the head of his clan, and it was a given that such a figure would have never relied solely on his personal preferences when making decisions. Immense pressure encased the vast space right before the Nine-Cloud Palace. Jin Chengfeng glared at the silhouette before him with cold eyes. It was more than his personal temperament that had led to the event taking place at the moment. He was, after all, the head of his clan, and it was a given that such a figure would have never relied solely on his personal preferences when making decisions. If it hadn't had been for other situations, sacrificing one of his grandchildren was not a decision he would have been incapable of making. However, what was taking place before them all was not something that could be resolved with just the sacrifice of one person. Jin Chengfeng knew well of Chen Yuan as a person. The school and the clan shared a close relationship for ages, and the influence of the clan had long seeped into the school. Chen Yuan, however, had always wished for the school to be a place of purity, wanting nothing to do with the power games of the clans and be embroiled in their respective agendas. The era of Long Yitian had seen the man reigning over Divine Sky City, and things have never been as glorious. In Chen Yuan's perspective, however, it was a great regret that Long Yitian was of the surname Long, a member of the Dragon Clan, instead of a figure of a pure lineage of the school. Yi Futian was different. He was of the surname Yi. The man was young but nonetheless capable of bringing down the martial arts battlefield, accomplishing what Long Yitian had never been capable of doing. He was also the son conferred through a ceremony of the highest honor in the Starry School. Chen Yuan had wanted to make a saint, and Yi Futian had not let him down, thus resulting in Chen Yuan having even higher expectations of the young man. Under such a majestic background, should Yi Futian come to be a force to be reckoned with someday, the influence of the clans with the school would definitely be diminished by the ones siding with the school. Given that both the Dragon Clan and the Jiyu clan supported Yi Futian, events resulting from such a turn of events on them would have been minimal. There was no doubt, however, that the school would be rid of the Jin clan. While Jin Yunxiao never informed his clan of what he did, if the clan had actually intended to find out about what happened, they would definitely have not been kept in the dark. A warning would have been more than enough to prevent all that from happening. Yet the Jin clan kept to themselves, and that was akin to giving tacit permission to letting the events before to unfold. Jin Chengfeng had ordered Jin Yunxiao to be taken into custody as soon as they found out what he did, and had also ordered the members of Jin clan within the school to leave after the school found out what had happened. Other than to test how Chen Yuan would have reacted to such things, it was also to save whatever face the clan had left within the school. Mass exodus right there and then would have been a wiser choice than to have their influence slowly encroached in the future. If Chen Yuan had chosen to take a step back, there would have been something else he could have done. Yet Chen Yuan proved more insistent and aggressive than he had anticipated. Chen Yuan, are you sure you want to take things this far? Jin Chengfeng's eyes were razor-sharp. He was sure that Chen Yuan was aware of the dire consequences that would follow, even if the headmaster was to win this battle today. Indeed. Chen Yuan nodded. Bring Jin Yunxiao here, Jin Chengfeng said. Most people who were present were shocked. Jin Chengfeng, the head of Jin clan, a figure who had insisted on breaking up with Starry School, instead of losing face, had finally given in instead. Such a turn of events was hardly surprising. If the Jin clan was to go to war with Starry School allied with two other clans, Nine-Cloud Palace would have suffered a humiliating defeat. Paying one such price just to protect Jin Yunxiao alone was hardly worth it. However, given Jin Chengfeng's arrogant temperament and how Chen Yuan had literally cornered Nine-Cloud Palace, it was only a matter of time before Nine-Cloud Palace sought revenge against the school. Jin Yunxiao was brought before them soon. He shivered all over from fear, looking at Jin Chengfeng and shouted, "Grandfather!" If he was to be handed over to the school, there would have been no way he would have made it out of the predicament alive. Moreover, other than the school, there was also the Jiyu clan to contend with. Given how Jiyu Yunxi suffered severe injuries for what happened, he would have suffered consequences just as severe even if his life was spared. His fate would have taken a turn for the worse regardless. Jin Chengfeng did not spare even one glance for Jin Yunxiao, letting the young man scream his lungs out. The head of the clan had made his decision and intended to stick with it. Jin Yunxiao was brought before Chen Yuan. Members of Jin clan retreated after handing him over and looked at Chen Yuan. Jin Yunxiao was frightened to the core of his being, begging as he trembled, "Have mercy, headmaster. I didn't mean anything bad. Even if I was out of the picture, they would have wanted their revenge all the same. I was simply informing them beforehand." All traces of the young man's pompous and domineering air vanished without a trace. His words shook as they came out of his mouth, and there was nothing but fear in his eyes. "I said it before, pay your respect to the sun as you would me. Yet as a student of the school, you participated in the attempt to do the sun harm. Yi Futian, the sun, and Jiyu Yunshi almost lost their lives because of you. Death would be a fitting sentence." Chen Yuan spoke coldly. "Lu Wang, get on with the execution." He waved his hand and sent the young man over to Lu Wang as soon as he finished talking. "Yes, sir." Lu Wang glanced at Jin Yunxiao. "No." Jin Yunxiao's face turned pale as Lu Wang extended his palm, enveloping the young man soon to be executed in an immense sense of dread. Jin Yunxiao felt himself suffocating. Golden lights exploded from his body in an attempt to resist his end. His eyes filled with extreme defiance. He was a member of the Nine-Cloud Palace, a proud member of the Jin clan. Jin Yunxiao detested Yi Futian, seeing him as little more than vermin. He had even almost killed Yi Futian right there and then in the martial arts battlefield with just one swing of the sword. Yet, he was now sentenced to death for nothing else other than participating in the assassination attempt on that vermin. This is ridiculous. Who does he think he is? A will of unparalleled strength surged in his mind. He felt a strong tremor in his body, and he felt himself losing consciousness fast. He dropped to the ground with defiance in his mind. A proud son of Nine-Cloud Palace, a young man of immense talent studying in the Starry School, perished just like that. The world was ephemeral, and life was filled with regrets. "Jiyu Hanshan, are you satisfied now?" Jin Chengfeng asked Jiyu Hanshan instead of addressing Chen Yuan. He deserved nothing less, Jiyu Hanshan answered coldly. "Yes, indeed. He is now dead. People of Jiyu clan and Dragon clan, your affairs here are done," Jin Chengfeng said with an equally cold attitude. "As for those who followed the members of Jin clan here, they came of their own will to Nine-Cloud Palace. If I were to simply hand them over, there would have been no place left for Nine-Cloud Palace in Divine Sky City. Chen Yuan, if you insist on waging a war against us, then do it." The eyes of those who left the school with Jin clan members lit up, and their fears diminished somewhat. The master of Nine-Cloud Palace had not forsaken them after all. Doing so would have been more detestable than just handing over Jin Yunxiao after all. Jin Yunxiao was a criminal who attempted to assassinate others. Yet all the others who left the school were simply followers. If Nine-Cloud Palace simply handed them over, no one would dare work for Nine-Cloud Palace anymore from there on out. Everyone understood what was at stake. It seemed that Jin Chengfeng had yielded to the first condition, which was to hand over Jin Yunxiao. Yet, the second condition was something that could not have been fulfilled no matter what, even if it meant going to war. Furthermore, doing so robbed both opposing clans of their reason to get involved, as they have had no reason to get involved in the first place. Chen Yuan glared at Jin Chengfeng, seeing the head of Jin clan burning with intentions to fight. All students who stayed in the school far away from Nine-Cloud Palace awaited the news anxiously. Yi Futian was among those who stayed back in the school. Those who headed out that day were figures of sage level. If he had headed out with them, he would have simply made himself a target for further extortion. Scorching intent was sensed right above the school's compound, as if being dominated by a powerful force. The sun seemed to look terrifying, as if it would burn everything under it to ashes. Under the burning sun and the vast sky, silhouettes stepped on thin air as they made to the area above Starry School. Those who witnessed the silhouettes were shaken to their core. The beings were not a mighty one from Starry School. Who were they? These people emanated a domineering bearing of sage level. They stood where they were, and seemed to have melded with their environment, encasing Starry School with the might of the sun. Many realized that something big was about to happen. A few leaped from within the school. One among them asked, "May I know what is your business here with the school?" Men from Blazing Sun School. Some recognized these uninvited figures. Having mighty ones from Blazing Sun School appearing at Starry School during such a time meant something good. They really knew when to show up. The spiritual energies emanated from the few sage-level figures encompassed heaven and earth, sweeping the compound of the school. They said nothing, but everyone beneath felt themselves being swept up by some sort of spiritual energy. They soon found out where it was coming from, and made their way in that direction. Their eyes peered in the same direction. Within the Starry School's Temple of the Sun, Futian felt the wave of spiritual energy washing over him. He lifted his head, having a bad feeling inside after sensing what the mighty ones from afar were up to. Futian, a voice from the void beckoned him at the moment. Everyone felt their hearts about to pop out of their chests, knowing who these people came for. Seeing their eyes locked onto him, Futian knew that there was no way he would have been able to simply back out of this. He leaped into the air swiftly, gazed at the guests and smiled. "Greetings to you all, seniors. I wonder what business you have with a junior such as myself. We are from the Blazing Sun School. When the students of all three schools headed to the Evil Dragon Zone years ago, Shong Yunfeng, a student of our school, was killed. We now realized that it was your doing. We need to hear what you have to say for yourself, so come with us," one of the Blazing Sun School guests said. "Shong Yunfeng intended to kill me back then. I merely acted out of self-defense," Futian answered. "If you need to hear me out, shall we discuss the matter further when the headmaster return?" He felt a chill in his mind. The Blazing Sun School had never bothered speaking about the death of Shong Yunfeng before. Furthermore, it was entirely normal for a student of a school to die while out on their pilgrimage. It was obvious that these people were up to no good, judging by how they brought up such a matter at this time. It was apparent that Blazing Sun School had simply taken the advantage of Starry School's mighty ones going out to settle scores with the Jin clan to take whom they deemed responsible. There was no escape for Futian. Dire expressions appeared on both Yu Sheng's and Jiu Yunchi's faces hearing the words of the mighty ones from Blazing Sun School. They were just taking advantage of the school's predicament, nothing else. "Since we have made it here all the way, please just come with us. When Headmaster Chen returns, he can go to Blazing Sun School," one of the guests said coldly. Several figures came to stand with Futian, and said to the void, "Coming here at such a time to take him away, you Blazing Sun School assholes are something indeed." Intense heat from the sun washed onto the ground below. The mighty ones from Blazing Sun School fanned out and made it onto the ground. One of them was immensely powerful, and they seemed like someone important from Blazing Sun School. They simply looked at Futian and said, "Come with us." Futian had been conferred the title of the Son of Starry School, and Chen Yuan intended to guard him on his divine path. If Chen Yuan had been there, asking to take someone of theirs away would have been seen as an act to declare war. Blazing Sun School had no intention of going to war with Starry School. With Chen Yuan leading the mighty ones heading for Nine Cloud Palace, the timing proved convenient for them to spirit Futian away. The young man needed to explain himself over what had happened at the martial arts battlefield. It was simply impossible for them to sit by and do nothing while Starry School went on to nurture a saint. Chapter 500. The people of Starry School all had their eyes fixed on the figures emerging from the void. Two sages that stood guard by Futian's side quipped, "So it seems like Yang Ding of the Blazing Sun School has resorted to such methods." The people of Starry School all had their eyes fixed on the figures emerging from the void. Two sages that stood guard by Futian's side quipped, "So it seems like Yang Ding of the Blazing Sun School has resorted to such methods." Yang Ding was the headmaster of the Blazing Sun School. Although they were still figures of sage level staying behind the school to hold down the fort while mighty ones of Starry School went bargaining with Nine Cloud Palace, the intruders from Blazing Sun School made it clear that they would leave with what they came for, and they came prepared. Futian of Starry School killed a student of Blazing Sun School. There should be no problem of us taking him into custody. If all of you have no intention to cooperate, we will be forced to make a statement, one of the intruders said. "I will leave with you," Futian said, looking calm as he did so. If Blazing Sun School wanted to take him away, There was simply no way that they would leave empty-handed. He had to leave with them even if he did not want to. There was no use fighting in right there and then, as there was no stopping these intruders. No. Yu Sheng clenched his fists, looking at the figure in the void with angry eyes. Just wait for me here, Yi Futian lowered his voice and said. He leaped into the void as soon as he was done. The intruders from Blazing Sun School left with him without causing any further ruckus, seeing as how he was willing to cooperate. Many within Starry School looked up at the void, seeing the intruders from Blazing Sun School as a bunch of bullies. Blazing Sun School, like Starry School, was one of the 3 great schools in the Divine Sky City. It was built on the east side of the city close to the mountains. The entire school seemed to emanate a scorching intent. Blazing Sun School was most abundant in fire elemental spiritual chi. It was like the place had actually inherited the fires of the sun. Yi Futian was brought straight to a tall temple within Blazing Sun School. The rays of the sun shone on the old temple, making it seem like the entire place was surrounded by fire. A figure was seen sitting on a sun chair in front of the temple, the headmaster of Blazing Sun School, Yang Ding. Mighty ones were seen at his flank, and both were important figures of the school. Greetings to you, seniors, Yi Futian said as he bowed. Yi Futian, you killed Shang Yunfeng, a student of Blazing Sun School. What do you propose we do with you? Someone from the side asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes to look at the one who asked, then answered, when misfortune befalls any students of the 3 great schools out on pilgrimage, would any of the schools make such a fuss? We naturally wouldn't, but you are the son of Starry School. Thus we can't just treat this like some mishap. Shang Yunfeng wasn't strong enough to keep himself alive, and he ended up dead by my hands when out training and fighting for resources. If things like that needed figures like headmasters to get involved, the 3 schools would be at each other's throats all the time. Why do you think you need to ask about this? Please just be forthright with your intentions of bringing me here, Yi Futian said. Both sides were clear that the death of Shang Yunfeng was but an excuse to get Yi Futian to Blazing Sun School. The martial arts battlefield was the sacred ground of the 3 great schools, run under the authority of the 3 great schools. How were you able to bring down the place? What did you find in the divine palace of the martial arts battlefield? Yang Ding's eyes fell onto Yi Futian, and he asked without bothering for context. The very reason why Chen Yuan would confer the title of the Sun onto Yi Futian and go to lengths to protect him, even waging a war against Nine Cloud Palace, was all because of what took place in the martial arts battlefield. It was only natural for him to want to find out what happened. I dare not speak lightly on the matter. Yi Futian bowed. You think you are allowed to keep it to yourself? Yang Ding shot back in a very direct manner, causing Yi Futian to wear a bitter smile on his face. If my words proved offensive to any of you, my seniors, please do forgive me. Yi Futian cupped his hands slightly. Madame Long looked for me and told me someone was investigating me after the incident on the martial arts battlefield. I knew I wasn't able to keep things under wraps, and the truth would have been exposed. I wanted to bail, yet she gave me a choice after finding out the truth. She claimed the sages of the 3 schools were all important figures of impressive bearings and would have had immense tolerance for faults of others. As her clan, the West Mountain Dragon Clan, shares a very good working relationship with Starry School, she recommended me to Headmaster Chen. Those who were present heard his words seriously and thought his cunning to be something to be reckoned with. He had, after all, showered immense praise on the sages of all 3 schools, and they could not help but wonder if it was simply a ploy to make it difficult for them to move against him. Regardless, the sage-level figures were immensely interested as to what kind of surreal encounters happened to him. I went through one obstacle after another in the martial arts battlefield, and finally stepped foot onto the 9th floor, taking out many martial arts spirits as I went. When I made it to the Divine Temple, I saw the founding saint of the 3 schools. Yi Futian's tone turned serious, and everyone who heard him wore exceptionally solemn expressions. They had not expected the Sun to have such heaven-shaking luck to be able to meet the ancient saint. The saints left an undying will which was sealed within the battlefield. The very reason he left a divine path was to find one who would inherit his will. He bestowed his lineage to me after hearing about the schools of today, and ordered me to walk the divine path and leave the lineage behind for the 3 schools. Should it be possible, I was also to reunite the 3 schools as one, to serve as the master of all 3 schools, and reclaim the glory of days past. Yi Futian elaborated as he fixed his eyes on Yang Ding. Everyone present was shaken to the core of their being. Some even stood up to gaze at Yi Futian. The saint passed down his lineage to him, Yi Futian? And he made him the master of all 3 schools. Wasn't that the same as having all of them call him master? That is ridiculous, someone retorted in a cold manner, suspecting that Yi Futian was deliberately bluffing. I dare not lie to all of you. Yi Futian continued, if I hadn't acquired the recommendation from Madame Long, I would not dare step foot into Starry School. If what I just said was a lie, Headmaster Chen would not have conferred me the title of the Sun and held a grand ceremony to do so. I'm certain all seniors here realize that the Sun was a hallowed disciple of the divine path, a student of the ancient saint. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to find what Yi Futian said to be true. The young man had calm eyes, looked at ease, not perturbed in the slightest as he spoke. What kind of lineage are we talking about here? Yang Ding asked. Yi Futian had claimed that if he were to walk the divine path, he would leave his lineage behind to the 3 schools. Please see for yourselves, Yi Futian answered. His surroundings shone with intense brilliance as he finished speaking as if he was showered in divine light. Beams of light lit up and illuminated the entire ancient temple. 3 beams of divine light appeared and celestial bodies hung up high above their heads. The light of the saint rained down upon them. All eyes were dazzled as they fixed their gaze on Yi Futian. 3 beams of divine light and the silhouette of the saint was shown. The 3 beams represented the sun, the moon, and the stars respectively, which in turn represented the 3 schools of today. The 3 divine lights were left behind by the founding saint of the 3 schools himself, and he ordered me to inherit the 3 schools. When I walk the divine path, I will inherit the 3 lineages of the contemporary divine path. If I become a saint in the future, there will be no need for me to leave the 3 divine lights behind. I will simply follow the words of the saint and pass them down to the 3 schools respectively. As to whether the 3 schools would be reunited as one, I will leave that to all of you. I will not force my opinion on anyone. However, as I was bestowed with the task by the ancient saint, it is only natural for me to do my best and have all 3 lineages represented by the 3 divine lights left behind in Divine Sky City, Yi Futian said plainly as if he was telling the truth. In actuality, while he did inherit the 3 beams of divine light, there were no words left behind by the saint. That part was all made up, leaving behind the lineages in the 3 schools and all. The part where he was to be made the master of the schools was especially so. However, it was apparent that Blazing Sun School had taken out of jealousy for Starry School taking him, and did not want to see him grow. It was only natural for him to tell them that despite his status as the son of Starry School, he was noted by the saint to belong to all 3 schools, and he would also take care of Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School equally as well. Doing so would not only alleviate the tensions and grievances between the schools but would also make it seem like they were interconnected. Everyone present pondered what they had just heard. While Yi Futian had pretty much bluffed his way through the whole ordeal, what happened at the Divine Palace, the 3 beams of divine light and his status as the son conferred by Chen Yuan himself made it all seem irrefutably sound. It was as if every word he spoke was the truth and nothing else. If that was the case, why did you not make it clear before? On the day of conferring of the sun, you rampaged and injured students from both Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School, Yang Ding said, refusing to simply buy Yi Futian's story at face value. Even if I had made myself clear about such things, I had no certainty of how everyone would have dealt with me. It was a grave matter concerning the lineage of the divine path. I dared not simply utter such things everywhere I went. If I had not been brought here today, I would have chosen to wait until I was capable enough to ensure my own safety before making such statements. Yi Futian smiled bitterly before continuing. As to what happened that day, it was a test Headmaster Chen gave me to measure my talents. If I did not display talent strong enough to overwhelm all present, there would not have been a day where I was conferred the son of Starry School, as I was certain that I would have simply ended up dead at the hands of the students of all 3 schools. Yang Ding nodded, finding no fault in the words of Yi Futian. Sir, the divine lights marked the lineage of the saint. Yi Futian is of Arcana plane, and having someone in such a plane being enlightened in the will of the saint is an utter waste. If the one to be enlightened in the will of the saint was you instead, sir, the breakthroughs achieved would have been unimaginable, someone suggested. Yi Futian's eyes jumped. It was the lineage of the saint after all, and that meant it was something very tempting. Not many would have behaved like Headmaster Chen regarding something like that. Furthermore, what happened right at that moment was different from the day when he met Headmaster Chen. He was brought before the headmaster by recommendations from Madame Long and the Jiyu clan. Today, he was instead brought there by force, and it was only natural for them to be on guard. The 3 divine lights were meant to be passed down to 3 respective schools by the saint. I was simply a caretaker for the moment. If you, sir, wish to be enlightened in the divine light of the sun, it would be natural for me to keep it for you at the moment. However, the divine light is directly concerned with the lineage of the divine path. When you are done being enlightened with it, may I ask that you hand it back to me until the day I finally walk the divine path? Before it stays with Blazing Sun School permanently? Yi Futian asked in a sensible manner. He would have handed it all the same if they tried to take it by force. It was a wiser choice to willingly hand it over himself. He was careful with his words, proposing that both parties getting enlightened together and mentioning the divine light of the sun only, deflecting any suspicion they might have had of him. However, everyone present was aware of what Yi Futian was trying to pull, and they were able to see that he was a sensible one. He was also one who was careful enough with his words to avoid sounding deceitful in any way. The saint has bestowed his lineage on you. Wouldn't what you propose now be an affront to his will? Yang Ding asked while looking at him. I was simply proposing that we share this enlightenment together. How would that be an affront to anything? Besides, if it is convenient for you, I'm willing to reside within Blazing Sun School for the time being and study the intricacies with you. Your cultivation is strong and I would gain a lot studying under you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yi Futian said as he cupped his hands. What if Chen Yuan shows up wanting to take you back? Someone asked. I would then advise Headmaster Chen to return. Headmaster Chen knows of the lineage and will understand, Yi Futian said. Well then, let's have it your way. Yang Ding nodded. I will train with you. Should you run into any problem, I would be there to guide you. Everyone present gazed at Yi Futian with dazzled eyes as they heard their headmaster's words. What a cunning fellow indeed. Chapter 501. Yi Futian had been forcefully taken to the Blazing Sun School, though he had not put up a fight. His cooperation made him seem sincere and genuine, and there was a chance that everything he had said about the inheritance was true. But the human heart was complicated, and it was implausible that Yi Futian would willingly give up the divine light. Yi Futian had been forcefully taken to the Blazing Sun School, though he had not put up a fight. His cooperation made him seem sincere and genuine, and there was a chance that everything he had said about the inheritance was true. But the human heart was complicated, and it was implausible that Yi Futian would willingly give up the divine light. It was obvious that Yi Futian was aware of his circumstances and adapting to it in a bid to save his own life. Yang Ding, the college chief of the Blazing Sun School, could tell this as well. But in truth, he wasn't intending to kill Yi Futian. Doing that would be as good as declaring war. Let me feel the divine light of the sun that the saint passed down. Yang Ding's face was radiant as the sun, and a hush fell over the place. All eyes were on Yi Futian. Yes, senior, Yi Futian nodded, and a streak of the sun's dazzling divine light was sent towards Yang Ding. I have already severed my ties to this divine light, you may. The words had barely left Yi Futian's mouth before Yang Ding had already integrated his own will into the divine light. The dazzling radiance of the sun shone above him, seeming to bathe him in the very light of the saint himself. Furthermore, with Yang Ding's immense will, the divine light shone even brighter than it had with Yi Futian. The blazing rays of the sun that were shining down from above were like divine flames. The divine path, Yang Ding declared, his gaze sharp. He then retracted his will from the divine light. Smiling at Yi Futian, he said, You'll train with me from now on. Yang Ding did not force Yi Futian to give up the other 2 streaks of divine light he had. Those did not belong to the Blazing Sun School. He knew very well that if he were to take them by force, the other 2 schools would not leave it at that. Yang Ding, a frosty voice called out from the sky above the Blazing Sun School. Following after, a line of figures descended from the misty sky. At the front of the party was Chen Yuan. They had been confronting those from the 9-Cloud Palace when they had gotten the news. Upon hearing that Yi Futian had been taken away by the Blazing Sun School, they had abandoned the confrontation and rushed over immediately. Yang Ding looked towards the sky. The flames of the chair behind him shone brighter than ever. He said calmly, Chen Yuan, what brings you to the Blazing Sun School? Yang Ding, you're the college chief of the Blazing Sun School. Don't you feel that it's beneath someone of your status to be taking advantage of the situation and bringing Yi Futian to your school? Chen Yuan's tone was chilly, and frightening energy pressed down from the sky as he spoke. Chen Yuan, Yi Futian possesses the divine teachings of the saint of the top 3 schools. What's wrong with me inviting him over to experience the divine path left behind by the ancient saint? Yang Ding gazed at the figure in the sky as he spoke. Let him go, Chen Yuan demanded coldly. Yang Ding turned his gaze towards Yi Futian, and Yi Futian bowed in Chen Yuan's direction as he said, College Chief Chen, the Blazing Sun School really just invited me over to demonstrate the divine teachings of the ancient saint. He turned to bow at Yang Ding as well. Senior, let me explain to the college chief. After he spoke, Yi Futian moved towards the sky. In that instant, all eyes were on him. Yi Futian had spoken pleasant words just now, but those were only niceties. Going up to Chen Yuan now would put him on a path of no return depending on what he did. Stop. Mighty energy landed on Yi Futian. It was sage intent which could kill him in a heartbeat. Chen Yuan may have arrived here, but he dared not to make any hasty moves. This was also why he had not brought Yi Futian to the 9-Cloud Palace. If Jin Chengfeng were to begin attacking in a surge of savagery, things would get troublesome. Yi Futian stopped mid-air and chuckled. What do you ask of me, senior? Many gazes turned towards Yang Ding, as though waiting for him to indicate something. Before capturing Yi Futian, the Blazing Sun School's aim was the divine teachings that Yi Futian had obtained in the martial arts battlefield. Yi Futian had been very cooperative in handing it over, all the while stalling for time. By the time Chen Yuan arrived, the Blazing Sun School had yet to decide what they were going to do with Yi Futian. Yi Futian had promised to stay here and train, but looking at things now, it didn't seem like things were going to turn out that way. If they were to let Yi Futian go, he would not pose a threat to the Blazing Sun School for now. This was because they had already taken away one of the divine teachings he possessed. But Yi Futian would still be like a ticking time bomb to them. The atmosphere turned tense almost immediately. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School lifted their heads to look at the sight before them. They felt the immense pressure and tense atmosphere even from afar. Yang Ding, Chen Yuan's gaze landed on Yang Ding. An immense pressure emanated from the heavens and a starry dimension appeared in the sky. The skies above the Blazing Sun School turned dark as night. It was as if Chen Yuan would launch an attack immediately if Yang Ding were to do anything to Yi Futian. Yang Ding glanced at Yi Futian before laughing. What are you doing, Chen Yuan? We were having a good chat. I'd like for him to stay at the Blazing Sun School and train with me. I could instruct him. But of course, all this is up to Yi Futian to decide himself. Chen Yuan's expression relaxed a little. He had predicted that Yang Ding would not do anything to Yi Futian. His aim was probably to obtain the divine teachings, so he would not be as bold as to just kill Yi Futian just yet. Yi Futian had made the same judgment as Chen Yuan, which was why he had resorted to remaining civil and saying niceties. He had done his best to avoid a verbal conflict and create an illusion of harmony. Both parties were aware of each other's underlying intentions, but in this situation, Yang Ding had a way out without embarrassing himself. At this moment, Yi Futian's top priority was to get out of this place. Upon hearing Yang Ding's words, Yi Futian mentally heaved a sigh of relief. Futian, come here, Chen Yuan ordered. At the same time, a streak of energy headed straight for Yi Futian. Yi Futian began to move forward. However, the instant he took a step, he suddenly felt an immense threat and his expression changed. Then, a frightening light of intent pierced through Yi Futian's body like a sharp blade. A grunt was heard, then Yi Futian's body shuddered in the sky before he felt a sharp blade rip through his insides, shredding his veins and breaking his bones. Yi Futian's face turned deathly pale, and despair flooded his mind. He had been on guard the moment he was taken to the Blazing Sun School, saying niceties and trying to talk his way out of danger by lying. His only aim was to stall for time and make it out alive. While he had anticipated that the college chief of the Blazing Sun School would not kill him, he had not dared to relax. Even then, he had not expected that someone would launch a sudden attack on him all of a sudden in a bid to take his life. Chen Yuan's expression changed. Darkness spread all across the sky and an immense pressure emanated from it. Everyone in the party he brought along with him wore incredibly chilly expressions as well. Madame Long and Jiyu Hanshan were shocked as well. They had not the Blazing Sun School to actually take action. Even people from the Blazing Sun School, Yang Ding the college chief and many other sages who were present, were taken aback as well. It was apparent that the current situation had occurred outside of their control. Chen Yuan clenched a fist in the sky. Since the other party had made a move, he had no more reservations left. In an instant, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by the glow of starlight and was brought to Chen Yuan's side in the sky. Yi Futian was pale as a sheet and in immense pain. His veins and bones seemed to have all been destroyed, and he had sustained immense internal injuries. Chen Yuan's expression was dark. In the starry night sky, countless meteorites appeared out of nowhere and hung over the Blazing Sun School. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School were stunned at the sight. Should those meteorites be sent plummeting down, it would surely be a disaster. Chen Yuan, Yang Ding's expression changed as well. Looking at the person who had attacked Yi Futian, he demanded, "Who told you to take action?" "Shong Yunfeng was a disciple of our school," the person coldly responded. "Is Yi Futian to be let off for killing a disciple of the Blazing Sun School just because he is the son of the Starry School? He should pay for his crimes and be deposed of his cultivations." He then exhorted, "College chief, this child is crafty and talented. If we don't get rid of him now, he'll definitely cause us a lot of trouble in the future." Chen Yuan stuck out his palm at the direction of that person. In an instant, a frightening rumble sounded and a wind storm emerged from the broken earth, taking on the dazzling light of the stars. The endless wind storm rushed towards the person and surrounded him, and as Chen Yuan clenched his fist, the person was buried within the meteorites with a loud crash, no longer able to move. They were both sages, but their exact planes were different, and the disparity in their abilities was great as well. "Chen Yuan, don't be rash." Long Ding appeared before that person in an instant and lay a hand on him. Instantly, flames appeared and seeped into the meteorite formation. With a bang, the meteorites that covered the sage were burned to ashes, and the space was transformed into a flaming hell. A scary rumbling rang out and meteorites began to plummet towards the Blazing Sun School from the starry dimension like shooting stars. The Blazing Sun School was in chaos. Everyone was trying to escape, their faces deathly pale. This was crazy. An elder of their school had dared to launch a deadly attack on Yi Futian and triggered a battle of this immensity. This was all so crazy. The rumbling noise continued endlessly as the buildings of the Blazing Sun School were destroyed and turned into giant debris floating in the sky. The earth was cracking open as well at an incredible rate, with lines spreading across the ground. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. It really seemed like the apocalypse. Chen Yuan, the top 3 schools may be in contention with each other, but all 3 schools share the same origins. "You've gone mad." Long Ding roared upon seeing the destruction before him. Chen Yuan was trained in the starry divine path. It was based upon the earth elemental power of the earth itself and could turn apocalyptically destructive in an instant. It had the power to turn the vast Blazing Sun School into a pile of rubble in no time. "So, you're still aware that the top 3 schools share the same origins?" Chen Yuan's face was contorted in anger. He had pinned great hopes upon Yi Futian, who had inherited the divine teachings. He could understand if the Blazing Sun School sought Yi Futian out for the divine teachings he possessed. But to make an attempt on Yi Futian's life was unforgivable. Madame Long was taken aback by the scene of destruction before her eyes. College Chief Chen had not been moved to this level of anger in many years. It seemed that the peace in Divine Sky City was no more. She looked at the person who had attacked Yi Futian. This person probably had ulterior motives in provoking this fight. Indeed, there was someone behind this entire fiasco fanning the flames. Though Jin Yunxiao had carried out the assassination attempt, there was someone backing him who wanted to see the world burn. It seemed as though something larger was about to happen. The top 3 schools share the same origins, Yang Ding told Chen Yuan gravely. Now that things have come to this and his cultivations have been destroyed, the divine path has lost its hope. He had taken the divine teachings of the top 3 schools away from the martial arts battlefield after all. Take the divine light with the power of the stars with you and let this incident come to an end. If not, the consequences will be too much for you and me to bear. Chapter 502. Yang Ding's words only served to anger Chen Yuan further. It seemed as though an entire night sky was contained within his eyes. With an outstretched palm, the meteorite storm in the sky howled wildly. Yang Ding's words only served to anger Chen Yuan further. It seemed as though an entire night sky was contained within his eyes. With an outstretched palm, the meteorite storm in the sky howled wildly. Let this incident come to an end. Chen Yuan's voice was icy cold. Then why did you not consider the consequences before making a move? You've really gone mad. Yang Ding let out a shout, and he leaped into the sky, his body emanating an endless fiery glow. His body was like a giant sun, incinerating everything that came into contact with his light. He rushed towards the attacking meteorites, intending to reduce the resulting damage and casualties as much as possible. The sages of the Blazing Sun School stood facing all directions, covering all sides of the school. They released their own energies in a bid to deflect College Chief Chen's destructive attack. Chen Yuan took a step forward. Starlight dazzled endlessly around him, and he brought Yi Futian with him as he walked towards the sage who had attacked him. Around Chen Yuan, the sages cast protective spells all around. The pressure was so immense it was shocking. The expression of the sage Chen Yuan was approaching changed. He thought that Chen Yuan had gone stark mad. The earth shattered with a rumble as Chen Yuan walked, and the sky itself seemed to be brought down by the pressure. He shot out like a streak of starlight, and at the same time, a divine sun furnace appeared behind Yang Ding, its flames headed straight for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was undeterred, and he continued advancing forward. The flames of the divine sun furnace rained upon his body and clung to it, making the starlight even more dazzling. Flaming golden runes appeared from within the divine sun furnace and shot towards Chen Yuan, as though to destroy him. But Chen Yuan did not stop. With a loud crash, the two collided into each other, and Yang Ding was sent flying. Chen Yuan specialized in the divine starry path and possessed immense power. On the other hand, Yang Ding specialized in the flames of the sun. In close combat, it was natural that Yang Ding would lose out. But the flames had begun to seep into Chen Yuan's body. His expression unchanging, Chen Yuan swung his palm at the sages below him from the sky. It was as though a large heavenly hand that could cover the skies bore down upon them. The sages were pressed down by the gravity of the stars. The ground caved in below them and swallowed them into the earth with a frightening rumble. Chen Yuan had the ability to directly control the power of the earth. With a loud bang, the large hand began to slam down. The sage that had attacked Yi Futian's expression changed from shock to despair. Though he was a sage like the college chief of the Starry School, there was a disparity in their individual planes. He was far from a match for Chen Yuan. The sage was unable to handle the immense pressure that Chen Yuan was sending out, and his movements were restricted. Chen Yuan! Yang Ding shouted, but he was too late. The large hand slammed down with a loud crash and killed the sage immediately upon impact. A handprint hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground, leaving a deep crater where it had landed. It was a magnificent sight. A figure lay within the handprint. He had been crushed flat. Yang Ding stopped to look at the dead body. His expression was ugly. People of the Sage Plane were incredibly precious to the school. As such, Yang Ding was going to defend the errant sage even if he had disobeyed orders and attacked Yi Futian. Furthermore, that had been no ordinary sage. He was an outstanding sage of the Blazing Sun School. He could have grown even more powerful in the future and was in the running to be a protégé of Yang Ding's as a very young sage. The Blazing Sun School would not have let someone like him die. But Chen Yuan had ignored all consequences and crushed him to death in a fit of savage rage. Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian. His injuries were incredibly severe and could invalidate him for life. "Let's go," Chen Yuan ordered. He moved towards the sky, and his followers from the Starry School followed him as well, soaring into the sky in preparation to leave. Yang Ding glared at him in rage. How badly he wanted to battle right here right now. But this was his Blazing Sun School, and any battle he started now would only be a disaster upon his disciples. Even the short skirmish just now had been incredibly costly. Looking at the leaving figures, someone walked to Yang Ding and asked, "Chen Yuan has gone too far with his bullying. College Chief, do we attack?" Yang Ding looked at the person, then glanced at the body of the fallen sage. They may have lost a sage, but they were indeed in the wrong here. Yi Futian had been gravely injured, and Chen Yuan was in a wild rage. Yang Ding was aware of the consequences of attacking the Starry School now. The resulting destruction would be indiscriminate, and two of the schools in Divine Sky City would probably become history. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School rose into the sky, quivering slightly. Below them, their once vast and magnificent school grounds had been reduced into a pile of rubble. The wreckage was painful to see. They had never thought that a battle of this level would break out within the top 3 schools of Divine Sky City. This was definitely a disaster. Yi Futian was only a junior of the Arcana Plane, but he was the reason behind the death of a sage and the destruction of the Blazing Sun School. An incident like this would have been completely unimaginable in the past. When Chen Yuan and his party arrived back in the Starry School, many powerful individuals gathered at the Sun's Palace. Yi Futian's injuries were stabilized with the help of the best doctor available. At this moment, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui were outside the room. They were beside themselves with rage. The Blazing Sun School was one of the top 3 schools and considered divine grounds for training in the eastern region of the Barren State. For them to have attacked a junior of the Arcana Plane was unthinkable. "College Chief, how is he?" The group rushed to ask Chen Yuan upon seeing him exit the room. Chen Yuan's expression was grim, and he did not speak. Madame Long, who was next to him, spoke up instead. The attack was incredibly vicious, and Yi Futian's powers were destroyed. It'll be hard for him to recover. With a crack, something broke. Yu Sheng's eyes turned red, as though blood would begin dripping from it. "I don't believe it," he said. He then rushed into the room before Chen Yuan or anyone else could stop him. This may not have been part of Yang Ding's original plan. "I don't think he'll be this audacious," Jiyu Hanshan speculated. "Perhaps," Chen Yuan replied, "but it doesn't matter whether or not this was his original intention. He's the college chief of the Blazing Sun School, and Yi Futian was captured under his command. He should take responsibility for this incident." "Yeah." Jiyu Hanshan nodded in agreement. There seems to have been someone orchestrating things from behind the scenes ever since Jin Yunxiao was exposed, trying to create conflict. A thoughtful gleam appeared in Madame Long's eyes as she spoke. "I know someone is trying to sow discord in secret. But it is true that Jin Yunxiao tried to assassinate Yi Futian. I've asked Futian, and he agreed that Jin Yunxiao has to die, so I considered the consequences. But I never thought that Yang Ding would be such an asshole." Chen Yuan's voice was shaking with rage. Without an order from Yang Ding, no one would have dared to make a move like this. Just then, an immense pressure came from the faraway skies. It seemed that the Starry School were to face yet another mighty foe. Chen Yuan looked up to see a group of people heading towards the school. "Looks like another bunch of assholes are here," Jiyu Hanshan commented. In no time, the group of people arrived at the Starry School. They were from the Bright Moon School, and leading the group was the school's college chief Gong Kuei. "Chen Yuan, I've heard that the son of the Starry School has had his powers destroyed by the Blazing Sun School. How is he now? Gong Kuei asked. Don't beat about the bush. Chen Yuan shot him a cold glare. There was no way Gong Kuei had come all the way just to show concern for Yi Futian. Gong Kuei laughed. I've heard that the divine teachings that Yi Futian obtained were 3 streaks of divine light. Since his powers have been destroyed, the divine light should naturally be returned to the top 3 schools. Yang Ding had already gotten 1 streak of divine light. You can have 1 streak for yourself. Now, shouldn't the divine light that rightfully belongs to the Bright Moon School be returned to me? Get out, Chen Yuan spat at him. Everyone was staring at Gong Kuei coldly. Trust him to take advantage of someone else's misfortune to come here and ask for the divine light. Gong Kuei laughed, paying no heed to the glares he was receiving. The Blazing Sun School had taken back their share of the 3 streaks of divine light. How could the Bright Moon School miss out on this opportunity? He wanted to get a taste of the saints' divine teachings as well. The top 3 schools share the same origins, Gong Kuei replied. That was originally an heirloom of our ancestors. Now that the heir to the divine path has had his powers destroyed, he has lost his right to the inheritance. I say that the divine light should be returned to its rightful owners. I want to bring it back to the Bright Moon School. Attack us if you will, Chen Yuan responded coldly. I'm not going to risk mass destruction unlike you. It's not as if you don't understand the current situation. The Starry School is at odds with the Jin clan and at war with the Blazing Sun School too. Are you going to turn the Bright Moon School into your enemies as well? Have you truly thought this through? Gong Kuei's tone was equally frosty. I told you to get out, did you not hear me? Chen Yuan shot the other man a cold glare. However, a dazzling streak of light exited the room where Yi Futian was and floated towards Gong Kuei. Gong Kuei was taken aback at first. Then he attached his will to the light and claimed it for himself. Chen Yuan and everyone else in the room was shocked as well, and they turned to look into the room. Chen Yuan, you've been outdone by your own disciple. At least he knows what's best for the Starry School in this situation. I'll take my leave now. Gong Kuei knew what he had just received upon sensing it, and he left smiling. In the room, Yi Wuchen and everyone else was enraged. Why did you give it to him? Yu Sheng was grabbing onto Yi Futian's hand. A forlorn smile came over Yi Futian's pale face. I have my own plans, he replied softly. Please leave, all of you. Tell the college chief and the rest to leave too. I would like to be undisturbed. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian. He was concerned for the other man. Let the college chief and the rest come up with a plan, Yi Wuchen advised. I want to try something out myself, Yi Futian replied. Give me some time, and help me guard the door. Yu Sheng nodded, and the group left the room. After they had left, Yi Futian's fists clenched. Desolation crept into his heart. A group of mighty sages had come for him. He had tried to talk his way out of danger, but they had still attacked him. Now, the Bright Moon School had come to demand their share of the divine light too. Since things had come to this, he had obliged as well. A green light danced around Yi Futian's body. Then, branches of green leaves began to appear, slowly snaking their way upwards. Soon, an ancient tree with emerald green leaves appeared above Yi Futian's head. This was his life spirit. His eyes closed, and the branches of the ancient tree continued to grow. Eventually, the entire room was covered by the gigantic tree, which entwined itself around his body in a way that allowed him to sit on it. An emerald green glow surrounded him and covered him completely, bit by bit. Chapter 503. The ancient tree shook slightly, shedding its sacred green light on every corner of the room. Enveloped in the tree, Yi Futian's body was like a jade. Endless verdant glow poured into his body. It seemed to transform into life aura and spread through his veins to rejuvenate his badly hurt insides. The ancient tree shook slightly, shedding its sacred green light on every corner of the room. Enveloped in the tree, Yi Futian's body was like a jade. Endless verdant glow poured into his body. It seemed to transform into life aura and spread through his veins to rejuvenate his badly hurt insides. Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt everything happening in his body. His organs were hurt badly. Veins were severed and bones fractured. He had become a totally disabled man who was at his last gasp. His enemy didn't want him to die directly in the blazing sun school but chose to mutilate him. Otherwise, demolishing his spirit with sage intent was the most straightforward way. It could eliminate a person more effectively than simply attacking the flesh. Perhaps his enemy had some qualms, so Yi Futian could still be alive. But for many people, it would be better to die than to live with such a body. At this moment, however, Yi Futian's heavily injured body was recovering little by little. The ancient tree, as his natal spirit, possessed strong power to embrace and restore everything in the world. As the verdant light reached every part of the body, some color returned to Yi Futian's pale face. After suffering all these fractures, being simply restored was not enough for him to alleviate all the pain. When the insides were recovered, those green lights further permeated in those broken veins to help them grow. At the same time, other life spirits like ape, dragon, and golden rock appeared in the tree one by one. The dragon coiled around the tree. The ape stood in and the rock perched on the tree. Then they entered into his body with that verdant glow. He thought and a beam of blazing light appeared around him. The sacred light flowed around his body like a sea of stars. It followed the green light through his body. Every inch it flowed by, broken veins were restored and new bones grew. It was said that once one cultivated to a certain high level, he could be immortal. In that case, fractured bones being repaired was a small matter. But Yi Futian was just in Arcana plane. What was happening was totally a miracle. His veins and bones were restored gradually. That green light together with other magical powers of different attributes entered into his body, giving him dragon-like veins and a golden rock's hard bones. His body glowed with starry lights and became invincible. I really did it. Yi Futian was shocked. He just wanted to have a try. Thinking that the natal spirit had the power to embrace everything, he released his own spirit into it to restore his injured body. He succeeded. His new veins and bones were very difficult to hurt now. Knowing that he wouldn't die anymore, Yi Futian closed his eyes and immersed himself into the restoration totally. It caused a sensation in the Starry School. People constantly came to visit the Sun's palace. Jiyu Yunshi came too. She looked very anxious, but Yu Sheng stopped her at the door. Yu Sheng was worried too, but Yi Futian had told him to guard the door. Yu Sheng knew Yi Futian. Yi Futian may be doing something extremely important. He must be trying to recover his body. He couldn't be interrupted no matter who came. Long Linger also came after hearing the news, but she was stopped outside of the door too. Jiyu Yunshi and Long Linger came because they worried about Yi Futian, while many other people came to see how Yi Futian would die. Yi Futian was so outstanding that there were many people jealous of him. As long as Yi Futian was in the Starry School, others couldn't have the chance to be favored by the chief. Even those very talented would not have the chance. No one expected that the peerless talent who had been canonized as the sun a few months ago suddenly became so pathetic. And the fact that the big figures from the Blazing Sun School were the ones responsible made Yi Futian seem more tragic. The stronger one was, the easier it was for him to be hated. Moreover, he had the heritage that both colleges longed for. Very soon, the news broke throughout the whole Divine Sky City, causing an uproar. When the Starry School's strong cultivators headed for the Nine-Cloud Palace, the Blazing Sun School took the opportunity to take the sun away. It wasn't glamorous, but it ended with Yi Futian close to death. The Blazing Sun School lost a powerful sage and the entire college was turned into ruins. Besides, the Bright Moon School also forced Yi Futian to hand out the beam of holy light inherited from the saints. Many people sighed for Yi Futian's miserable fate. After what had happened, the top 3 schools would not be as harmonious as before. A war could possibly break out. If Yang Ding didn't hold back, he might have already declared war on the Starry School. Half a month later in the palace, Yi Futian's veins and bones had recovered a lot, but he still didn't walk out of his room. Everyone was waiting for him and Yu Sheng was extremely worried. He could sense the strong spirit in the room. Apparently, Yi Futian was fine, so Yu Sheng could only keep waiting. Chen Yuan came asking frequently, but no one knew the specifics. Jiu Yunshi and Long Linger came most frequently. Wang Yuro and Shun Yu also came here often. A month later, Yi Futian's body generally recovered. He stretched his arms and heard the bones crack, but he still didn't walk out. The entire Divine Sky City, including the two major schools, was also waiting. Time continued to pass. The relationship of the three major colleges kept fraying. Conflicts among their disciples broke out often. Many other events happened too, which made people gradually forget Yi Futian's name. Fewer and fewer people mentioned him. News was heard from the Starry School that Yi Futian's cultivation was totally demolished. Even Chen Yuan the chief couldn't save him. It was also said that the sun's palace was sealed. Yi Futian the sun might have already died or would be disabled forever. Some guessed that the Starry School might have taken Yi Futian's starry holy light away and imprisoned Yi Futian in the palace for the rest of his life. The Starry School's sun was once so brilliant but dimmed so quickly like a shooting star. People lamented and sighed. They were amazed by the blazing sun school's acuteness and cruelty. After getting the holy light, Yang Ding, the chief of the blazing sun school, and Gong Kuei, the chief of the bright moon school, often released the light and tried to understand the saints' methods contained in the light whenever they were cultivating. By now, the blazing sun school had been built again. Yang Ding crossed his legs and sat in the sun palace, bathing in the sunlight falling from the sky. The beams of lights seemed to be substantial. Frightening flame spiritual qi gathered around him, making him look like a fire god. The holy light boomed over his head again and looked extremely brilliant under the sun. Behind him condensed a divine sun furnace which could absorb all flame power in the world and burn everything. This power was recorded in the sun scripture which was passed down from the ancient times. There were many other strong methods and powers in the scripture. People with the sun as the life spirit could cultivate it the best. Even people like Yang Ding mainly cultivated with it. With the help of the power of the light, he made some progress in comprehending the abilities in the scripture. Yang Ding didn't know that in a palace of the Starry School far from the blazing sun school, there was a figure who was sitting like him. The sun hung high above the figure and the sun's flames kept descending behind him, gradually gathered into a dreadful divine sun furnace. It gathered endless flames from the world like the sun. This handsome figure with long hair closed his eyes and cultivated silently. After a long while, he managed to condense 3 furnaces. He stopped. When he opened his eyes, the sun's light disappeared all of a sudden. That youth was Yi Futian. How many furnaces can be condensed? Asked Yu Sheng after Yi Futian stopped. According to the sun scripture, once 9 furnaces are condensed, everything can be refined, replied Yi Futian. You really could see the blazing sun school's chief cultivating? Yi Wuchen doubted. Yi Futian said that once Yang Ding opened the sun scriptures, he could see what he was doing. Sure, I could even see how he cultivates. But it's a pity that I can't get his comprehension. Yi Futian looked a little disappointed. Hearing Yi Futian's complaint, Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng were totally speechless. If Yang Ding of the Blazing Sun School and Gong Kuei of the Bright Moon School knew that Yi Futian could secretly learn their ways when they were cultivating through the holy light, they might come to kill Yi Futian at any cost. Futian. At this time, Chen Yuan appeared. Besides Yu Sheng's group, Chen Yuan was the only one that could enter the sun's palace. This place was sealed. Besides Chen Yuan, no one could enter without permission. When will you finish your cultivation? Asked Chen Yuan. Chief Chen, once I learn all the means of Yang Ding and Gong Kuei, I will destroy the 2 beams of holy light and tell you their abilities. In the future, the Starry School will make the heritage of the top 3 schools into one and own the complete saints' methods, said Yi Futian. Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian meaningfully. This guy must be very revengeful. Chapter 504. The sage figure had attacked Yi Futian and disabled his cultivation. How could he not be furious? But Yang Ding and Gong Kuei seemed to have been tricked by Yi Futian too. The sage figure had attacked Yi Futian and disabled his cultivation. How could he not be furious? But Yang Ding and Gong Kuei seemed to have been tricked by Yi Futian too. Chief Chen, How are the investigations about the person who leaked Jin Yunxiao's news? Yi Futian asked. They all knew that someone must be behind all this. He guessed that it would have something to do with the Blazing Sun School. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to catch him in the Starry School. The one who told Wang Yuqing was a student of the Starry School. He has a simple background and only said it after being bribed. We can't find the source, the chief said. However, it must have been the two major clans of the Blazing Sun School. Clans? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yes. Chen Yuan nodded. The top 3 schools are competitors, but Yang Ding shouldn't attack you so cruelly. He would never wish to declare war. It's catastrophic for the Blazing Sun School too. Just like the Starry School, they have 2 main clans, the Chen clan and the Liu clan. If the Divine Sky City turns to chaos, the top 3 schools are at war, and the 9-Cloud Palace is thrown in as well, who will benefit the most? The clans, Yi Futian said. Yes. Each clan wants to increase their influence and has a strong voice in each school. But the top 3 schools are still the most important in the Eastern Barren State. Some people aren't satisfied and want to replace them. They want to rule the top 3 schools. Each clan only has some power in the schools. Once there's war, the schools would be the most involved and be hurt the worst. The people within the schools would also fight, but they would have their clans behind them. When the schools are weakened, the clans could enter the top 3 schools and get more power or even control them directly. Chen Yuan continued, that day, the Blazing Sun School had come to arrest someone. Thus, the mastermind must be from that school. Yang Ding wanted the inheritance you have, so he was used. Of course, he must have guessed this, but he was willing because of the inheritance. He has it now, doesn't he? Yi Futian nodded. To figure out the mastermind, one must see who benefited the most from the chaos. Chief Chen must be right. The Chen clan's leader is more ambitious and intense. The Liu clan is calmer in comparison. Thus, it's more possible that the Chen clan is responsible. Chen Yuan's expression was cold. Yi Futian thought of the martial arts battlefield. Chen Wang and Long Mu had reached the end, but he'd beaten them both. Chen Wang must be angry. Chief, since I'm alright, you can move on. Don't fall into their trap. We can settle this in the future, Yi Futian urged. He wanted to get them to pay, but he would bear it for the big picture. Chen Yuan looked to Yi Futian and said, but our relationship has already worsened and the 9-Cloud Palace is thrown into the mix too. Since you're okay and their plan had failed, they would try again. Some things would have a sequel after the first time. Chief, you can announce that I'm dead, Yi Futian said. Chen Yuan looked surprised. You prepare to leave? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I'd planned to challenge myself outside the Divine Sky City after I reach the Noble Plane. But since there are these changes, I want to go earlier. I have the polearm of divine destruction now and can protect myself. You can protect me here, but I'm afraid there will be many restrictions. It's not suitable for cultivation. Exploring is indeed a better choice. I'd planned on arranging it for you, but I didn't think it would be like this, Chen Yuan said. Are you sure you want to be announced dead? I want to extinguish their divine light. Yang Ding and Gong Kuei will suspect me. Announcing my death now would be a good explanation. Of course, I still need a few days. I want to see more of their cultivation. I want to cultivate in isolation for a while too. All right. Chen Yuan nodded. Since you decided, let's do it. Months passed. There was less and less news about him. Gradually, no one mentioned him. One day, Yang Ding, chief of the Blazing Sun School, was cultivating in the yard. He cast the divine light he'd comprehended. The solar divine light was extremely brilliant. It seemed to contain a holy road. But the divine light quickly dimmed. Yang Ding's eyes flew open. Looking up at the sky, he saw the saint's image darken and disappear. At the same time, the sunlight that filled the sky also disappeared, extinguishing completely. What's going on? Yang Ding's expression changed. His spiritual mind filled the space but couldn't find any bit of abnormality in the sky. However, the divine light just disappeared like that. He furrowed his brows, expression turning cold. Did Yi Futian do something when giving him the divine light? But if that was true, why did Yi Futian let him comprehend for so long instead of extinguishing his divine light earlier? That didn't make sense. A similar scene happened at the Bright Moon School. Gong Kuei was furious. He'd just gotten a deep understanding of the divine light, but then it extinguished just like that. It was as if it never existed. He also suspected Yi Futian, but like Yang Ding, it didn't make sense to him. After their divine lights extinguished, Chen Yuan from the Starry School announced Yi Futian's death. Many students were floored at the news. The pride that could defeat the entire generation had died. The Sun's Pavilion had been locked all these days. Before, people had been curious, but they gradually forgot as time passed. Few mentioned the locked Sun's Pavilion. People would mention it very occasionally, but no one thought that this brilliant figure would die like this. Jiyu Yunshi was walking in the Starry School. When she heard the news, she completely blanked. Her face turned white as paper and she tumbled. Her body trembled, her mind was blank. Yunshi. Her good friend supported her from the side. A clear tear rolled down from her eyes as she mumbled, "Impossible. I don't believe it." Yunshi, the chief announced it himself, the girl murmured. She was Jiyu Yunshi's best friend and naturally knew about her thoughts. The princess of the Jiyu clan had always looked up to Yi Futian. She used to visit the Celestial Pavilion a lot and often played Yi Futian's songs while cultivating. Jiyu Yunshi bit her lips hard, making it bleed. She thought of how amazing Yi Futian had been when she first Yi Futian play in the music workshop. She'd thought that Yi Futian would be a master at musical sorcery. But when she met him at the West Court, she saw that he was so young and handsome. She became interested in him then. Afterward, Yi Futian became more and more extraordinary. Finally, he became the son of the Starry School. He walked out from the crowd in the divine robe, attracting everyone's gazes. He was so brilliant and stood atop everyone. That figure was ingrained in her heart. The more she thought of him, the deeper he sank. Of course, she knew that Yi Futian had a girlfriend, so she didn't have any wishes. She was happy just to see him sometimes. She never thought that he would die one day. "Yunshi, don't be so sad," her friend soothed. "I want to go see." Jiyu Yunshi suddenly started running towards the Sun's Pavilion. "Yunshi." The girl followed, also running in that direction. Also in the Starry School, Wang Yuqing trembled as well when she received the news. She lowered her head, speechless and feeling extremely sad. Long Mu froze in his spot when he found out. How could Yi Futian die like this? Everyone in the Starry School had many thoughts. The one who'd been expected to surpass Long Etienne had died halfway through. He'd been attacked by someone in the Sage Plain. A figure shot into the sky at that time, going into the distance. It's Chief Chen. Where's he going? Many people looked up. Chen Yuan charged into the distance in anger. After some time, news arrived that Chen Yuan had landed in the Blazing Sun School and fought intensely with Yang Ding. The sky and ground had cracked. The repaired Blazing Sun School collapsed once again, reduced to rubble. The battle had been shocking. Both chiefs were hurt before Chen Yuan left in anger. Yang Ding was furious. He wanted to rush to the Starry School, but he'd felt Chen Yuan's anger. He knew that if he really went, no one would be able to bear the consequences, so he just let that bastard vent. The news shocked everyone when it spread through the city. In the West Court, Longlinga cried when she heard that Yi Futian had died. She rushed to her mother to go visit the school. She didn't want to believe it. Madame Long brought her because she was also doubtful. Had Yi Futian really died? During this time, only Chen Yuan had entered the Sun's Pavilion. Only he knew about Yi Futian's situation. Did he want to fool everyone to protect Yi Futian? After Madame Long arrived, she learned that Chen Yuan had cremated Yi Futian. His ashes were put in a box and given to Yi Futian's friends. People saw it with their own eyes. The Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School also sent people over. Clearly, they were doubtful too, especially Yang Ding and Gong Kuei. Why did the divine light disappear when he died? Had the saint tied the divine lights to Yi Futian's life so that they extinguished when he died? If not, There would be no other explanation. It seemed that they could only believe this. Many people sighed in lamentation. Never in this main city of the Eastern Barren City had the death of an arcana plane figure caused such a commotion. Chapter 505. There were still 2 more months before the end of year 10005 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Much time had passed after the news of Yi Futian's death. After causing an uproar, the Divine Sky City finally forgot about it. There were still 2 more months before the end of year 10005 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Much time had passed after the news of Yi Futian's death. After causing an uproar, the Divine Sky City finally forgot about it. Time could bury everything. No matter how excellent someone was, once fallen, they would still be forgotten in the river of time. Long Etienne had caused such a commotion with his death, but he was also buried in history. Yi Futian wasn't an exception. Fewer and fewer people mentioned him in the city. Many things had happened recently too. The top 3 schools' relationship worsened and they often had conflicts. Some students even died in the fights. After the Jin clan separated from the Divine Sky City, they started arranging things. They sent their best disciples to the other forces of the Barren State. The Barren State was too big. The clans of the Divine Sky City could control the East, but they weren't the top forces in the vast Barren State. Not even the top 3 schools could be counted as the top. Places like the Holy Ji Palace were the forces truly at the peak of the Barren State and were holy lands of cultivation. And those in the Barren Sky ranking were those who could truly influence the entire Barren State. Long Etienne was the only one from the Divine Sky City to have entered that ranking. Even then, he'd been at the bottom. Evidently, the ranking was very powerful. Other than abilities, it also looked at one's combat ability, talent, potential, and more. Recently, 2 pieces of news reached the Divine Sky City. The first was that someone had challenged the young city lord of White Cloud City who was in top 10 of the ranking. It seemed to have been a scholar with amazing talent and combat ability. He had just entered the Sage Plane. The result wasn't unexpected. How could the young city lord at the top 10 of the ranking lose? But this kind of challenge was still interesting for people. People gossiped that the man had challenged the young city lord because of the Zhuge clan's daughter. Speaking of the Zhuge clan's daughter, there was news that she'd entered the Sage Plane. Apparently, she had accepted a sister who was even prettier than herself. She was also a divine spiritual sorcerer with the title of Ultimate Sorcerer. Countless people were won over by her, including many top talents from top forces. However, the news wasn't very detailed when it reached the Divine Sky City. The Barren State was huge and the Zhuge clan was too far away from the city. The news could reach them because it involved a top figure and clan of the Barren State, namely the young city lord of the White Cloud City and the Zhuge clan. Of course, the most exciting news was that the Holy Road to the Holy Ji Palace would be opened next year. The Holy Ji Palace was the most brilliant place of cultivation in the entire Barren State. They only accepted disciples once every 3 years. The trial was very simple. It was known as the Holy Road. Each time they accepted disciples, they would attract the attention of the entire Barren State. The vast land would practically shake. This kind of force naturally wouldn't accept disciples like the other forces. It was extremely large scale. The 9 holy roads spread throughout every region of the Barren State. At the beginning of the next year, a big show would be unveiled. Outside the Starry Pavilion in the Starry School, Jiyu Hanshan found Chen Yuan. "Chief Chen," he said, "did Yi Futian really die?" "Why are you asking?" Chen Yuan asked. Countless months had passed. He didn't know why Jiyu Hanshan had run over to bring this up. People are discussing the Holy Road recently. I suddenly wondered if the school was trying to fool people and have Yi Futian go through the Holy Road to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Jiyu Hanshan asked. After news of Yi Futian's death, his friends had disappeared too. It was completely logical to suspect Chen Yuan. Did he worry that Yi Futian would be in danger so he was sent away in this manner? You started doubting because of this? Chen Yuan asked. There's a personal matter. My daughter is very depressed these days. When she protected Yi Futian from the noble's assassination in the Celestial Pavilion, I realized that the girl likes him. She stopped being happy after news of Yi Futian's death. Thus, I hope that he's still alive and came just to ask you. Actually, I don't wish he goes on the holy road. I hope that he would inherit the top 3 schools. Chen Yuan gazed towards the starry school with dazed eyes. He seemed to mumble to himself, but I knew that as long as somewhere like the Holy Ji Palace existed, the top 3 schools would only be a temporary stay. Once the holy road opened, many disciples would want to try. I wouldn't be able to stop them. This is the tragedy of the top 3 schools. It's also something I've been trying to change. Jiyu Han's Han understood. When somewhere like the Holy Ji Palace existed, even if there was someone brilliant in the top 3 schools, they would still leave. The top 3 schools couldn't even protest. They needed to support their students in their endeavors because the Holy Ji Palace was a more advanced place. How could one stop them? If they supported the students, they could still maintain a friendly relationship after the students entered the Holy Ji Palace. They'd come from the top 3 schools, after all. Could they oppose their students from trying it out? And so what if they succeeded? Could the top 3 schools kill a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace? The sage figures of the top 3 schools wanted their juniors to be more accomplished, but this method was a bit sad. Chen Yuan wanted to change this, so he made Yi Futian into a son. He wanted to create a saint. I understand. Thank you, Chief Chen. Jiyu Han's Han smiled and bid farewell. Chen Yuan hadn't said it aloud, but he knew the answer. Long robe flapping in the wind, Chen Yuan gazed at the glamorous starry school, his eyes a bit lost. At the beginning of the new year, another batch of talents would leave to challenge themselves on the holy road. At the 9-Cloud Palace, Jin Chengfeng stood before the splendid palace. There was a group of youths standing below the steps. They were the best of 9-Cloud Palace. This year, we suffered unprecedented humiliation. We've also sent many people during these months to challenge themselves in other places. But you were all kept here. Do you know why? Jin Chengfeng asked. For the holy road. Jin Yunlang's eyes were sharp. He'd entered the noble plane recently. The people here were all in the lower noble plane. The lower 3 levels of the noble plane were the lower noble plane. Correct. For the holy road. Jin Chengfeng's eyes were sharper. The holy road opens once every 3 years. Only those in the lower noble plane and lower have the chance to try it and succeed. Your plane is the most suitable. Those in the Arcana plane basically wouldn't have the chance to succeed. It was only an exercise for them. One could also see that the Holy Ji Palace took in disciples at the beginning of the noble plane. They wouldn't have to worry about the foundation, because those who could succeed were all the stars of the barren state. They would all have good foundations and know their talents. The Holy Ji Palace wouldn't have to teach them from nothing. Of course, only the Holy Ji Palace had this capital. The masters of the Holy Ji Palace are all sages. There is no exception. There are countless noble prides. Many of the best figures of the younger generation all have divine path inheritances. Now that the 9-Cloud Palace was humiliated by the Starry School, I hope that one of you will be able to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. For these last 2 months, cultivate in isolation. Prepare for the Holy Road at the beginning of the next year. Jin Chengfeng felt urgent. As a top clan in the Divine Sky City, nothing would change in the short term, but if there were no strong descendants, they would still fall. Yes. Everyone nodded, eyes sharp. They were descendants of a top clan in the Divine Sky City, but they weren't significant in the entire barren state. They had no special rights and the Holy Ji Palace wouldn't make exceptions for them. The only option was to step onto the Holy Road. West Court, Dragon Clan Long Mu seemed to have something on his mind. Instead of cultivating at school, he came to the West Court. Is Linga still not feeling better? He asked a servant. She's the same as before. She often loses her temper, the servant replied wryly. When she first arrived at the West Court, the miss would often throw tantrums. Later, Yi Futian changed her. After he died, she went back to normal. Mua, ignore that girl. A beautiful woman walked over. It was Madame Long Auntie, Longmu greeted her. I heard that you wanted to try the Holy Road to prepare for 3 years later? Madame Long asked. Yes. Longmu nodded. He knew that there would be no hope this time. But 3 years later, he would be at the most advantageous plane. The Holy Road is dangerous. There may be chances, but it's the most dangerous trial path in the barren state. Many people die. Everyone on the road is of the same generation. There are no rules or seniors, so killing is common. It will be very dangerous for you to enter with your current plane. Madame Long was clear that all the geniuses of the barren state would be gathered on the Holy Road. It would be a huge event. Longmu wasn't even at the pinnacle of the Arcana plane. He could face great risks. I'll have weapons with me and I'll be careful. I won't let myself be in too much danger, Longmu said. After all, my goal isn't the Holy Ji Palace. I'm just going to get a feeling and challenge myself. Since you've decided, I won't say anything else. Cultivate well. Madame Long nodded. Trying out the Holy Road was probably the dream of everyone in Longmu's generation. Chapter 506. There were too many cities and forces in the vast barren state. Apart from the capitals which ruled their own regions, there were also many places that were filled with countless clans. There were too many cities and forces in the vast barren state. Apart from the capitals which ruled their own regions, there were also many places that were filled with countless clans. The people of the barren state mostly divided the state according to the 4 cardinal directions. Apart from the 4 obvious regions, the largest area at the center of the barren state was called the Zhengzhou City region. However, in reality, apart from the capital at the heart of the region, there were also many pieces of lands, mountains, oceans, and demon forests spread out across the place. At the moment, somewhere in the boundless region, a group of cultivators was traveling in the sky. All the members of the group looked extraordinary. The male members were either handsome or burly-looking, while the lady in the team was charming and had snow-like silver hair. It was precisely Yi Futian and his friends. They had already left Divine Sky City for quite a long time. Along the tiring journey, they had also experienced many things. At the moment, there was a flying boat beneath their feet, around which there was a mighty wind elemental force. This was a sage-level traveling ritual implement and did not have any offensive powers, but its speed was extremely fast. Of course, their levels were not actually high enough to unleash the full power of the sage ritual implement, even if it was only used for traveling. Nevertheless, this flying boat was somewhat special and it was still incredibly fast. Otherwise, even though the Black Wind Condor was fast, it was still insufficient for them to travel in the huge barren state. After traveling for a few months, they also realized that the barren state was way too enormous. Given that they were only in the upper Arcana plane, it was literally boundless. In the barren state, cultivators in the Arcana plane would ordinarily not attempt to cross over to another region, unless they were brought along by their seniors. Nobles were strong enough to travel to another region, but just barely. Only sages could go to whatever places they wished freely. Lulan, where are we? On the flying boat, Yi Futian looked below him. They were surrounded by clouds, and vaguely, he could see a chain of mountains below them. Lulan Shui took out the detailed map which they received from Chen Yuan. The map turned directly into a beam of light that floated before them. It was densely packed with information, such as the topography of the barren state, as well as its regions and those clans with sages. In the world of cultivation, one's power was of utmost importance. Therefore, even in the division of regions, it depended on whether a place had sages. If a place did not have a glorious history or a sage, it would only remain unknown. Mount Zhoushan, Lulan Shui replied. The most famous place in this region is Mount Zhoushan, so the map refers to the region as the Mount Zhoushan region directly. Here, there are 5 major cities and numerous smaller cities. There are sages in all of the 5 major cities who are the city lords. They have the most powerful influences in this region. Mount Zhoushan is like the holy place of this area. Yi Futian nodded gently. The closer they got to the central region, the stronger the clans would become. When he first came to the barren state, the first major city he went to was Yunyu City. In the 4 main factions of Yunyu City, The most powerful people were only at the peak of the noble plane. However, when they stepped into the Zhengzhou city region, the most powerful people from major forces were no longer nobles, but sages. Of course, they might be ordinary sages instead of those at the peak of the plane. Among the clouds, purple lightning was glittering and appeared once in a while. Futian frowned and said, "This is not caused by the weather. I think it's from a cultivator. Should we make a detour?" Lulan Shui asked. Futian lowered his head and glanced below him. Beneath the clouds, there was a vast range of mountains, and he could faintly see many palaces. Yup. Futian suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed as if they were in the sky right above some clan, which was a taboo for many powerful forces even if they were really high up. However, they would not be able to remain so cautious all the time during the journey. They clearly would not stare below them all the time just to see if there was a clan. Furthermore, even with the map, they would only know roughly where they were and not their exact location, especially when they were flying in the sky. The flying boat was extremely quick. Immediately, it turned around and was ready to leave the place. Sizzle. Purple lightning flashed and penetrated across the clouds. They increased in number and quickly enveloped every corner of the place. Shit. Feeling the power of the bolts of lightning, Futian shouted, "It looks like a matrix." The purple bolts of lightning came with the clouds. Slowly, many bolts of lightning charged towards them and there was no place to dodge at all. Futian controlled the boat himself, attempting to avoid the lightning, but it seemed as though they were able to sense the flying boat. At once, a huge wave of lightning which blotted out the sky blasted onto the flying boat. Although the flying boat did not have any offensive abilities, its defense was impressive. A wind elemental radiance appeared around it. However, after being hit by the lightning, it still trembled and started to fall down. Futian and his friends also rocked with the boat. "Be careful. I will descend and withdraw the ritual implement," Futian said. He had already experienced in Divine Sky City how wealth alone could get him into serious trouble. Therefore, it was better for them not to display the ritual implement, especially when they were only in the Arcana plane. Otherwise, it would clearly ignite the greed of some other people. Boom. Accompanied by another loud bang, a bolt of lightning dropped from the sky and landed onto the flying boat. With the help of this force, Futian descended from the sky rapidly like a straight sword. "So this is Mount Zhoushan." Lulan Shui scanned below her and her expression also changed. None of them expected themselves to pass right above Mount Zhoushan. If they had known this earlier, they would have made a detour. Boom. Another bolt of lightning landed. Futian and his friends turned into several beams of light and descended quickly. The flying boat disappeared, but the group dived down at the same speed as if they were meteors. Mountains and palaces flashed rapidly before their eyes, and they could even see many people in the clan. Moreover, the image before them was getting clearer and clearer. Thud, thud. Following several sounds, the group landed on the ground and dust was thrown up into the air. The lightning in the sky was already gone as if they had never appeared. However, Futian and his friends remained cautious. After standing still and noticing the situation around them, their faces turned extremely awkward. At the moment, Mount Zhoushan was filled with countless people. At the top of the mountain, there was a group of people staring at them from above. The cultivators below the mountain were clearly divided into many factions. Similarly, everyone was staring at them. The group of people closest to Futian and his friends looked extraordinary, especially the few people at the front of the group. They looked gentlemanly and were dressed in elegant-looking clothes. In addition, there were also noble-level generals wearing armors. Everyone gazed coldly at Futian and his team, and the entire atmosphere seemed to be very tense. At the moment, the whole place was exceptionally quiet because of the unique way in which Futian and his friends appeared. Did they do so deliberately? Everyone thought. They fell down from the sky with the help of the lightning, as if they were heavenly gods. Were they deliberately trying to attract the attention of the people on Mount Zhoushan? If they really did so on purpose, they would really be too arrogant. After all, The people before them at the moment were under the young city lord of Longyuan City, one of the 5 major cities. It was, therefore, one of the top 5 teams present this time. These people actually chose Longyuan City to be their opponent. Were they really that strong or just ignorant? Today, a few sages of Mount Joseon would choose their personal disciples. More importantly, the beloved daughter of Wind Sage had grown up and was extremely stunning. She might choose her partner using this opportunity. Therefore, the vast region was astonished and everyone gathered here for this grand occasion. However, there were some restrictions this time. Mount Joseon would not choose anyone whose level was higher than the lower noble plane. Everyone knew well why this was the case. Mount Joseon was preparing for the opening of the Holy Road. They wanted to gather the most outstanding people in these few levels here in advance, after which they would head for the Holy Road. Hence, owing to such a background, the brightest young cultivators of the Mount Joseon region were all present at the moment. The foot of the mountain was jam-packed with people and there were countless factions. Among them, the young city lords of the 5 major cities had attracted the most attention as their teams were the most powerful. All the cultivators were divided into various groups for combat. Initially, nobody dared to challenge any of the teams from the 5 major cities. Futian and his friends descended from the sky, causing the young lord of Longyuan City to be the first one to be challenged in the 5 cities. In addition, they had appeared in such a unique way. How could they not be in the spotlight? At the moment, Futian and his friends were totally clueless about what was happening, and they could only see everyone staring at them. They scanned around them to observe the situation and realized that there were many cultivators present. The people on the mountain were extremely powerful and hence they did not act rashly. Your levels. The young city lord of Longyuan City was called Qi Yuan. A superior aura was spreading out from his body, along with some noble will. He stared coldly at Futian and his friends. He was a grade 8 noble. Being the first team among the 5 cities to be challenged, he felt that he had been humiliated. However, he still maintained his elegance and asked Futian and his friends calmly. Futian frowned, feeling the noble will from Qi Yuan. At the same time, he also noticed the coldness in Qi Yuan's eyes. Upper Arcana Plane, Futian replied. At the moment, they had all already entered the Upper Arcana Plane. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled, and everyone around also seemed to be interested. Why did these Upper Arcana Plane cultivators dare to descend from the sky like this and challenge the young city lord of Longyuan City? Qi Yuan smiled, after which he waved his hands. Immediately, 4 people walked out behind him. They were also in the Upper Arcana Plane. With his level and status, Qi Yuan would not think about bullying Futian and his friends. Let's begin, Qi Yuan said emotionlessly. Begin. Futian stared at Qi Yuan. At the moment, he had also realized that a challenge seemed to be ongoing. They were standing on an array which was in the same region as Qi Yuan but in the direct opposite corner. Were the people present here to fight each other? Noticing Futian's silence, Qi Yuan frowned and was somewhat impatient. Can we admit defeat? Futian suddenly said. These abrupt words caused everyone to freeze and stare blankly at them, stunned. What was happening? Chapter 507, Futian's group landed from the sky, appearing before Longyuan City's crowd in a shocking manner. The battle had not even begun and they were already conceding. What were they here for then? To make fun of them? Futian's group landed from the sky, appearing before Longyuan City's crowd in a shocking manner. The battle had not even begun and they were already conceding. What were they here for then? To make fun of them? On Mount Joseon, there were experts who stared at Futian's group ruthlessly. One of the experts asked, "You landed on Mount Joseon. How can you admit defeat without even battling? What do you treat Mount Joseon as?" His expression was icy, thinking about the bolt of thunder in the sky. In this region, nobody dared to as arrogant as to walk right above Mount Joseon. Was this the reason these people had fallen from the sky? If that was so, it would not be that easy for them to sneak off. Since they had landed here, they would have to abide by the will of the heavens. Qi Yuan waved his hand and the 4 arcane plane experts surrounding Yi Futian's group released their arcana aura. They were all cultivators at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. In an instant, the spiritual qi around them started rampaging and the air started to roar. If you're injured and concede, I will naturally order them to leave you alive, Qi Yuan said. Yi Futian stood there with a glint in his eyes, as though thinking of a solution. There were numerous experts on Mount Jiuxian. Evidently, there was an event going on, likely to be an entrance examination of sorts. Under such circumstances, what should they do? After considering for a moment, Yi Futian saw that the other party was already preparing to strike, and so he decisively said, "Spread out." After saying so, the 4 of them took one direction each, with the black-winged condor at the rear. The 4 of them released their auras and the crowd had strange expressions. Yi Futian and his friends were indeed in the upper arcana plane. Moreover, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were only in the 7th level of the arcana plane, meaning that they were in the lowest level of the upper arcana plane. Yi Wuchen was also only in the 8th level of the arcana plane. Conversely, Lu Lanshue's cultivation level was the highest at the 9th level of the arcana plane. However, much of the difference in the cultivation level between herself and the rest had been shortened and they were catching up soon. However, at their cultivation level, how could they defeat Qi Yuan's 4 experts? The 4 experts were not ordinary people. Among them was this person named Bai Yang, an extremely famous genius in Longyuan City. The Longyuan City lord had the intention of betrothing his daughter to him to take him in as a son-in-law. If the Longyuan City was not the first to be challenged, causing them to lose face, Qi Yuan would not have sent him to battle. With Bai Yang's strength, he could probably defeat all 4 of them by himself. They had no idea of Yi Futian and his friend's origin. Furthermore, the other 3 experts were also exceptional cultivators from Longyuan City. That was why they were following beside Qi Yuan, to prepare themselves to step onto the holy road with him. They were all geniuses in their own right. "Do it," Bai Yang's voice sounded out emotionlessly, and a figure flew into the air and a huge gravity field descended, its weight crushing down onto Yi Futian's group. At the same time, rocks started to surround Yi Futian and his friends, attempting to petrify them and restrict their movements. The person who had flown into the air released his life spirit Dharma, a giant stone golem with horrifying strength. The spiritual qi in the air roared, and he landed from the sky, the shadow of the golem's foot trampling down, attempting to squash the 4 of them. The 2 on the left and right moved simultaneously. The person on the left had a demonic beast as his life spirit. He stepped forward, his body covered in a golden glow. A humming sound could be heard from the earth, resounding under his dreadful strength. The person on the right fired a spell which caused dancing lightning snakes to appear and fly towards Yi Futian's group. The only person who did not move was Bai Yang, who stood there, staring ahead. With Yi Futian's group at the center, the spiritual qi exploded and the airflow became extremely unstable, as though trying to devour them. Just as the attacks were about to reach them, Lu Lanshui released a wintry aura and it felt as though there were snowflakes falling from the sky. Her silver eyes swept across the attackers, and the 3 experts felt as though they were covered by a layer of ice and were about to turn into ice statues, their actions slowing down. At the same time, the stones on Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen's bodies shattered. Yu Sheng launched off the ground, his muscular body flying into the air. He raised his arm and shattered the giant foot, and with a crash, the expert stomped onto Yu Sheng's arm like his stone golem. However, Yu Sheng's body did not fall as a dark golden light flowed around his body. He grabbed the other party's foot with his hand and tossed him towards the ground. At that moment, the stone golem that had fearsome strength actually lost its balance and the expert was flung down. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's lone arm stretched out and his finger pointed into the air. In an instant, countless sword chi stormed and tens of thousands of sword wills formed. Following his finger, the sword wills plunged towards the left and right. The expert with the demonic beast could only feel overrun by the countless razor-sharp sword wills, and he growled angrily and struck out, only to be pierced by the tens of thousands of sword wills that descended upon him. The sound of metal piercing flesh went on endlessly, and the expert was covered in blood, standing still on the spot. The other expert's lightning snakes were decimated and he was overwhelmed by the sword wills, ending up equally as wretched as the other two. Bang! The expert in the air was smashed into the ground by Yu Sheng and everyone's hearts trembled as they heard the loud voice. This. The crowd was astounded. How strong were these people? There was no trace of their cultivation level disadvantage. Instead, they crushed their opponents. Could it be that Yi Futian's surrender was done on purpose to trick them into thinking that they were pushovers, only to shock the crowd when they revealed their true strength? What a scheme to show weakness. Indeed, their actions attracted a lot of attention from the crowd and left them awestruck. Since their flashy entrance, everything had been within their calculations, to use the Longyuan city faction as a backdrop to show off their prowess. What an elaborate scheme. Now, there was only Bai Yang left. All of a sudden, his body was surrounded by golden spiritual qi and a fearsome golden emblem appeared within the golden light. A myriad of golden arrows appeared around his body, each with a stinging aura. Bai Yang took a step forward and his body moved like the wind, and crackling sounds started to sound from the arrows, as though they were being fired from their bowstrings. The arrows followed him forward, attempting to erase everything in their path. The crowd was stupefied and looked towards Yi Futian's group. Bai Yang's strength was much stronger than the other three experts. Could he deal with them? They saw Yi Futian move, thunder under his feet. He moved like lightning, descending before Bai Yang and slamming him with a giant golden palm print, crushing him under it. The brilliant arrows were shadowed by the palm print and the crowd saw Bai Yang being clapped into the ground by the palm print, vomiting copious amounts of blood. The crowd was flabbergasted. A 7th level arcana plane had dominated Bai Yang, who was a 9th level arcana plane cultivator. Such battle ability could only be described as terrifying. There was probably only going to be one such battle. In the arcana plane, there were definitely not many people who could defeat this group. On Mount Joxian, everyone's gazes landed on Yi Futian's group. The person in the middle of the spectators had radiant beauty. She was Qin Yin, the beloved daughter of the Wind Sage. Who are they? Qin Yin asked quietly. The surrounding people all shook their heads, and someone at the side replied, "No idea." Does nobody know them? Qin Yin looked towards the rest and asked. Although this group of people was only in the arcana plane, they had a terrifying battle ability. They should have had some fame. The region around Mount Joxian is so huge. This time, experts from all areas are gathered here. It's normal that nobody knows them, someone explained, and Qin Yin nodded her head gently in acknowledgement. What a pity. If these people were grade 7 nobles, they could be of assistance to her on the holy road. However, no matter how strong an arcana plane cultivator was, there was a limit to their strength and would not be able to obtain too much on the holy road. Perhaps they might have a chance 3 years later, but she was already a grade 8 noble and could not wait 3 years. By that time, she would definitely have surpassed the lower noble plane and be unable to step foot onto the holy road. Qi Yuan's expression was cold as he stared at Yi Futian's group. He then looked at the people beside him and a figure stepped out with a noble aura around him. Although it might be unfair to battle a noble plane cultivator, but to be standing here, I believe you have made preparations, said Qi Yuan. Yi Futian looked at the noble plane cultivator standing before him. With his current cultivation level, he was not afraid of a grade 9 noble, but he had just arrived here and had not understood what was going on until now. If he insisted on being high profile, things might blow out of control. In the previous battle, he had already offended the person in front of him. We acknowledge that we are not a match for a noble plane cultivator and are willing to step out, Yi Futian replied. Since you're already here, how can you not battle and retreat? As Qi Yuan finished his sentence, the noble plane cultivator released an alarming aura, the air resounding with it. Yi Futian's group frowned as they felt the noble might, and they all got into their positions. Wait a minute. At that moment, a voice sounded out, and the crowd's gazes turned towards the person speaking. It was Li Zun, the young city lord of one of the 5 major cities, the White Sovereign City. Li Zun had a refined aura. Although he was a grade 7 noble with incredible strength, he was humble, amiable and approachable. There were many exceptional talents following beside him as he could win the hearts of many. Li Zun's gaze turned towards Yi Futian, nodding to him as he introduced himself, Li Zun of the White Sovereign City. Yi Mo, Yi Futian replied. He used his younger brother's name as an alias. Although this place was extremely far from the Divine Sky City and no one would know the name Yi Futian, he did not use his real name as a security measure. Otherwise, if he attracted his enemies from the Divine Sky City, he would be in a very passive situation. Where you have stepped up is tantamount to declaring war on the Longyuan City's faction. Qi Yuan can dispatch noble plain cultivators to deal with you, and you can only accept it. Yi Mo, would you be willing to enter my White Sovereign City's faction? If you do so, the White Sovereign City can also send out noble plain cultivators to battle them, Li Zun explained. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. Indeed, he did not want to be too outstanding, but he was also unwilling to follow under Li Zun. The reason you are here must be for the Holy Road. Your battle ability is exceptional, but your cultivation level is low. You will need help to clear the Holy Road, Li Zun continued his persuasion. For the Holy Road? Up until now, Yi Futian still had no understanding about the Holy Road, so he nodded and agreed, okay. Now was not the time to battle. He had to understand the upcoming sequence of events first. Chapter 508. The crowd saw Yi Futian agree and was perplexed. They could not understand what the appearance of this group of people was for. The crowd saw Yi Futian agree and was perplexed. They could not understand what the appearance of this group of people was for. Could it be that they wanted to use Longyuan City as a springboard to show off their ability and attract the attention of others to find support to enter the divine path? The young city lord of the White Sovereign City, Li Zun, had a reputation for being admirable, so it was no surprise to everyone that he would recruit Yi Futian. It was as though it was natural for him to do so. Among the 5 major cities, the White Sovereign City could be ranked in the top 3, even going as far as one of the strongest 2 cities. It would be extremely beneficial for Yi Futian to enter the White Sovereign City's faction. Once he entered the White Sovereign City, he would have the chance to enter the Holy Road with the people from Mount Jotian. This time, the White Sovereign City would definitely be selected by Mount Jotian. If that was the case, Yi Futian's group would not have to worry about struggling in the Holy Road due to their low cultivation level. Otherwise, no matter how strong they were, with only their upper arcana plane cultivation level, they would be unable to hold their ground. In a place like the Holy Road where geniuses from the entire barren state gathered, even the noble plane prodigies from Mount Jotian would appear ordinary. Qi Yuan, Yi Mo's group has already joined my White Sovereign City's faction. If you want to continue the challenge, the White Sovereign City will naturally send out noble plane cultivators into battle, Li Zun said, looking towards Qi Yuan. Beside him, a girl clad in body-hugging green clothes stepped forward. She was stunningly beautiful, yet gave off a resolute aura. She was Li Zun's younger sister Li Qingyi, who had just stepped into the noble plane as a grade 9 noble. Her battle ability was also quite strong. Qi Yuan frowned and his gaze swept cruelly across Yi Futian's group and ordered, "Step down." The crowd broke into mumbles. As expected, the Longyuan City did not want to clash with the White Sovereign City that early. Yi Futian saw the noble plane cultivator retreating and they started to walk towards the White Sovereign City's faction. Li Zun saw Yi Futian's group coming towards him, smiled and said, "With your inclusion, our White Sovereign City's faction will be undefeated in the Arcana Plane." The people surrounding him who heard his words looked towards the White Sovereign City's faction, and their gazes landed on a few other teens. Zhuo Jun, the strongest Arcana Plane cultivator in the White Sovereign City's City Lord office, an individual that was heavily groomed by the White Sovereign City. He would be Li Zun's strongest supporter in the future, and another burly teen clad in heavy armor stood beside him. The teen's name was Zhon Long and he was always with Zhuo Jun. Similarly, he also had remarkable battle ability. Apart from those two, there was also one other person dressed in plain clothes, giving people a simple and clear-cut feeling. That person was Lin Feibai, the person with a reputation in the White Sovereign City as the strongest person under the noble plane. The City Lord's office had been trying to recruit him under their charge, but he had only just joined because of the Holy Road. Many people wanted to know who was stronger between Zhuo Jun and Lin Feibai. With the three of them, and now the inclusion of Yi Futian's group, the White Sovereign City's Arcana Plane Force would be like a fish in water. It would be extremely difficult to deal with them, but the focus this time was still on the noble plane cultivators. My name is Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi introduced herself to them. Yi Mo, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui, Yi Futian replied. Li Qingyi introduced the rest of them to Yi Futian. Zhuo Jun had his arms crossed and nodded lightly at Yi Futian while Lin Feibai was emotionless. Yi Futian did not care and just smiled. Miss Qingyi, are the people today all here for the Holy Road? Yi Futian asked. Mount Zhoushan is taking in disciples. Even if it wasn't for the Holy Road, it would still be a spectacular event. Moreover, there are rumors that the daughter of the Wind Sage, Qin Yin, will be picking her husband. What do you think? Li Qingyi replied to Yi Futian. Qin Yin was reputed to be a spectacular beauty and the beloved daughter of the Wind Sage. The 5 major cities had sent out their most talented offspring to try and win her hand in marriage. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. Among the crowd, there was indeed a girl with exceptional looks and a graceful aura. That must be the Qin Yin that she was mentioning. Of course, if we are able to join forces with Mount Zhoushan and enter the Holy Road, that is also a great option, Li Qingyi continued, and Yi Futian nodded. From Li Qingyi's words, he had a general understanding of what was happening today. When he left the Starry School, Chief Chen had reminded him that the Holy Road was opening up and countless talents would all head towards the barren state's 9 holy roads to attempt to clear it. Chief Chen had also asked him to consider it. Now that he had coincidentally arrived at Mount Zhoushan, he could feel that the entire barren state was probably making preparations to enter the Holy Road. Currently, in the space at the foot of Mount Zhoushan, there were battles erupting in all directions, the spiritual qi in the air rampaging and life spirit dermas exuding their brilliance. It seemed like everyone wanted to display their strength to the Mount Zhoushan experts. There was only a minority of people who did not start battling. Of course, there were a few factions that were extremely salient. They were the 5 major cities' factions, each taking up a different direction and watching each other. The 5 major cities, apart from Longyuan City and the White Sovereign City, also included Shenyuan City, the Heavenly City, and the Frost City. Among the 5 cities, the White Sovereign City, Shenyuan City, and the Heavenly City were the strongest 3 cities. That was why the Shenyuan City and Heavenly City's factions were treated as the strongest opponents by the White Sovereign City this time. At that moment, Qi Yuan stepped forward, his gaze on the White Sovereign City's Li Zun. The crowd was startled. Was Qi Yuan going to challenge Li Zun? His gaze sweeping across Li Zun, Qi Yuan's body flew into the air. Li Zun understood his intention and stepped into the air. Immediately, there was a noble will spreading from above the crowd. Seeing the scene, 3 figures stepped out from the Shenyuan City's faction. They were in the Arcana plane and not noble plane cultivators. Shenyuan Pejuan. Li Qingyi's expression changed. Shenyuan Pejuan was the son of the Shenyuan City Lord and had phenomenal strength. He held golden axes in both hands, a stinging aura exuding from the axes. Zhuo Jun and Zhon Long both stepped forward. Li Qingyi looked towards Yi Futian's group and said, "Can you send out one person to join Zhuo Jun in battle? Zhuo Jun will deal with Shenyuan Pejuan. Yu Sheng, you go then." Yi Futian looked towards Yu Sheng and said. Yu Sheng nodded and stepped out. At the same time, from another faction, 3 Arcana plane experts stepped out. They were from the Heavenly City. Presently, the White Sovereign City's Arcana plane force was the strongest. If that was so, they would team up to crush the White Sovereign City's Arcana plane cultivators. The 3 Heavenly City experts all wielded swords. Their sword qi roared and transformed into a horrifying current, flowing in the air. Lin Feibai stepped forward. He was also a swordsman in training. Yi Mo, can you send 2 people to support Lin Feibai? Li Qingyi asked. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Yi Wuchen. The 2 of them stepped forward together, standing behind Lin Feibai. The 2 battles erupted at the same time. Shenyuan Pejuan's strength was indeed domineering, his twin axes slicing down from the air, the golden glow severing everything. Adding on his extraordinary strength, he had the aura of total annihilation. The two people behind him were sorcerers who specialized in crowd control abilities, supporting him during the fight. At Yi Futian's side of the battlefield, the three swordsmen in training from the heavenly city struck out with their swords at the same time, the attacks seemingly merging into one, the sword chi lingering in the air. An imposing sword veil appeared in the air, forming lethal sword auroras with the three experts' movements. The sword in Lin Feibai's hand started to wave, and in an instant, his body was covered in a sword veil, rendering him immune to the other party's sword chi. Yi Wuchen's lone arm wielded his sword, similarly forming a protective sword veil. Starlight started to gather around Yi Futian's body, flowing around him like meteorites, keeping the sword chi out. The three experts' bodies flew around, their actions perfectly synchronized. The three swords danced in unison and became one, sweeping forward. Even the air appeared to be cut in half, and the sword veil was split open. Lin Feibai retreated and said in a hushed voice, "Go forward and create an opening for me." Yi Futian stepped forward and Yi Wuchen, understanding his intentions from his actions, stepped forward together with him. The meteorites started to revolve in the air, transforming into a horrifying gravity, crushing down on the other party. Yi Futian gripped his palm and numerous meteorites slammed towards the three experts. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's fingers pointed into the air and tens of thousands of sword wills flew towards the three experts. The three of them retaliated by waving their swords, forming a brilliant protective sword veil. The falling meteorites shattered unceasingly, yet it managed to cause a crack to appear in the sword veil. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's sword chi slashed through and created an opening. At that moment, Lin Feibai appeared to transform into a sword, reaching incredible speeds. The crowd could only see a flash of a sword and the sword veil disappeared. Lin Feibai's body suddenly appeared behind the three of them. The three swordsmen in training from the heavenly city all had blood spurting from their throats and fell to the ground. What a fast blade! The crowd was astounded. It was as expected of the title of the strongest person under the noble plane in the White Sovereign City. The sword will on his body vanished and he turned around, walking back. When he passed by Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen, he said in a soft voice, "The two of you are quite strong." Yi Futian smiled and replied, "Your sword is very quick." Indeed, Lin Feibai's sword was fast. Although he and Yi Wuchen had restricted the opponent's movements, Lin Feibai's sword was like lightning and took the opponent's lives in an instant. He could be considered a prodigy in the Arcana plane. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Qingyi smiled, nodding towards Lin Feibai. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen walked back and Lin Qingyi nodded towards them as well. At that moment, the other battle had also concluded with a victory. Zhuo Jun claimed the most credit. It was him who had given Shenyuan Pejuan the lethal strike and injured him while Yu Sheng was attacking. Lin Qingyi looked at them. With Zhuo Jun and Lin Feibai, now that Yi Futian's group had joined them, they were invincible in the Arcana plane. Just then, Li Zun had also returned from defeating Qi Yuan. The two of them landed back in their own factions, Qi Yuan's expression especially distressed. However, to the White Sovereign City, it was a complete victory. Yi Futian's gaze looked towards the surroundings. From now on, there would probably not be much for them to do. They did not stand in the limelight, and he even transmitted a message to Yu Sheng to not be too outstanding. Otherwise, Yu Sheng would have used his true strength and crushed everyone else. Who knows if he would have been scouted by a Sage Plane expert from Mount Joxian then? If the Sage Plane expert wanted to take him as a disciple, would he agree or not? If that happened, they would become extremely passive. That was why he intentionally supported Zhuo Jun and Lin Feibai and let them deal the critical strike. "Qin Yin, what do you think?" At that moment, an elderly person on Mount Joxian asked her. "Zhuo Jun is from the City Lord's office, but Lin Feibai has yet to enter. If there is the opportunity, we should recruit him. Also, we can consider letting that group become disciples of Mount Joxian. If they continue their exceptional performance in the future, we can further consider if we want to take them in as personal disciples," Qin Yin replied. "You mean that we will recruit the people from the White Sovereign City this time?" The elderly person tried to confirm her intentions. "Yes. Qin Yin nodded. What about Li Zun? The elderly person asked, smiling. I'm not in a hurry. Qin Yin naturally understood that he was asking about her choice of husband. All right. There is no shortage of outstanding people this time around. Take your time to decide, the elder smiled and said. Chapter 509. The fighting raged on under Mount Joxian. But as Yi Futian predicted, after defeating Arcana Plains of Heavenly City and Yellow City, no one at this level proved capable of posing a threat to White Sovereign City, and no one challenged them anymore. The fighting raged on under Mount Joxian. But as Yi Futian predicted, after defeating Arcana Plains of Heavenly City and Yellow City, no one at this level proved capable of posing a threat to White Sovereign City, and no one challenged them anymore. He silently watched the fight taking place there. Li Zun and the young city lord of Heavenly City, Xie Wuji, and then the young city lord of Yellow City, Shenyuan Bashan, fought their respective fights, and the fights looked extremely interesting. Xie Wuji was a powerful swordsman and Shenyuan Bashan possessed horrifying power. The power of the heaven-splitting axe techniques was impressive. The three were well matched against each other, and it was hard to tell who reigned superior. None of them was able to overwhelm one another, and if things were to proceed as such, it was only a matter of time before they all ended up losers of the fight and sustained heavy injuries. Other than that, there was also a noble-level figure who displayed immense talent and ferocious combat capacity named Zui Qianqiu. From the words of Li Qingyi, he was a genius drunkard known in the regions of Mount Joxian. His name might have been fake as well, taken to mean getting drunk solves all worries. The man loved liquor more than anything and was known to be a loner. City lord officers of 5 cities tried roping him to their respective sides, and he never said yes to any of them. Even looking for him proved a daunting task in itself. He was, however, very famous, and was a swordsman himself. His way with a sword was eerie and tricky, and he took on Xie Wuji, young city lord of Heavenly City. Xie Wuji's way of the sword was sharp due to it being true, and Zui Qianqiu's proved tricky and unpredictable. Before a clear victor was determined between the two of them, someone from Mount Joxian ordered the fight to cease, fearing that one of them would end up dead, or at least both suffering grave injuries if they were to continue to fight each other. Li Zun, would you be my disciple? A fleeting voice came from a far corner of Mount Joxian, and it was apparent that the voice came from a sage. Li Zun smiled and stepped forward, bowing before he spoke. It is my honor to learn under you. Shenyuan Bashan, will you be my disciple? Yet another voice was heard from another sage, and Shenyuan Bashan agreed. While it was said that Mount Joxian was the area's sacred region and it was all done for the Holy Road, being able to have sages of Mount Joxian as mentors was one thing that proved to be of no harm. Xie Wuji, Zui Qianqiu, will you be my disciple? A sharp voice was heard and everyone's mind shook. It was the voice of a sword sage. It would be my honor. Xie Wuji bowed. Thank you for your generous offer, but I'm a stubborn one and love to be free from restraints. I'm afraid I will end up offending you, and as such, I would rather not dirty Mount Joxian further with my presence, Zui Qianqiu said. Everyone was rendered speechless. Someone had actually refused the sages. Furthermore, Zui Qianqiu sounded lazy as he said what he said, appearing to care for nothing. His reputation preceded him and it proved true indeed. Have it your way then, the sage said plainly. While he was slightly unhappy about being refused, he was a sage after all, and he would have not done anything else. Elders of Mount Joxian spoke shortly after. Mount Joxian will continue accepting students as we have during the start of all years past. We will leave what happened today as it is. Everyone else, please return. Many were speechless. Many mighty ones came, and Mount Joxian chose only 4 to stay. 3 of the 4 chosen have had the honored to study under sages prior and they were young city lords. Only Zui Qianqiu trained on his own, and many thought it to be a pity. Furthermore, Longyuan City and Frost City were not chosen. On this trip on the Holy Road, only the finest were retained by Mount Joxian. What about Ms. Qin Yin's path companion then? Who was chosen? Someone asked loudly, and everyone halted their steps. The elder of Mount Joxian took one look at Qin Yin and said, A path companion has an incredible bearing in the life of Ms. Qin Yin. If everything goes smoothly, this figure will be chosen among the ones selected earlier. Of course, this will require a period of time for them to get to know each other. It would be announced after the trip on the Holy Road. Everyone nodded, seeing it within reason to do so. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Mount Joxian's act of taking in disciples and path companions was simply and apparently a front of selecting helpers for the Holy Road. The position of being a disciple and the possibility of becoming Qin Yin's path companion drove the few to be willing to help her out. The others left gradually and only the ones selected prior remained. The elder looked at Zhuojun, Lin Feibai, Yi Futian and the others and said, "Do you wish to be disciples of Mount Joxian and remain here for your cultivations?" "It would be my honor." Zhuojun cupped his hands. "Yes indeed." Lin Feibai nodded plainly. Yi Futian rose and bowed. "I'm a student of other schools and therefore, it would be inconvenient for me to cultivate in Mount Joxian. For that, I would ask for your understanding." "No problem." The elder nodded and turned to look at Zui Chencho. "Are you getting ready to enter the Holy Road?" "Of course, why would I be here otherwise?" Zui Chencho smiled. "All right, Mount Joxian will also send out excellent students to embark on the journey. Please rendezvous here at Mount Joxian a month from now, and embark on the journey to the Holy Road together," the elder said. "Acknowledged." Everyone bowed. "Will you, Sir Yi, accompany us to the White Sovereign City?" Li Zun asked Yi Futian and his group. "We will." Yi Futian nodded. "Would Sir Qiancho be willing to share drinks with us at White Sovereign City?" Li Zun asked Zui Qiancho. "Good wine?" Zui Qiancho's eyes narrowed to a slit. "Help yourself." Li Zun smiled and nodded. "All right then." Zui Qiancho smiled from ear to ear and departed with the rest of them. Li Zun asked within the void, "Why didn't you, Sir Qiancho, enter Mount Joxian? The sword sage has a great mastery of the art, so why would you refuse?" "We are to enter the Holy Ji Palace anyway. Why the detour?" Zui Qiancho sounded lazy as ever. "Indeed." Li Zun smiled and said nothing further. "How about you, Sir Yi? Have you really studied under a school?" Li Qingyi looked at Yi Futian and the rest. Everyone in the group possessed immense combat capacity. They were at the 7th level of the Arcana plane. If they had reached the 9th level, Zhuojun and Li Feibai probably would not have been their match. "Yes indeed." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Li Qingyi did not pursue this line of thought any further. White Sovereign City was quite a distance from Mount Joxian, and the journey would take some time. Li Zun and the rest returned to the City Lord office. Yi Futian and his group were reluctant to enter the City Lord office, and they arranged to stay in a pavilion right outside the City Lord office. Yi Futian and his group had been on the road for quite some time, and it was time to take a break in White Sovereign City. They had planned during their time on the road that they would enter the Holy Road. The trip on the Holy Road was a grand event of barren state. Regardless if they ended up being able to cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, the trip was one worth making in itself, and a precious chance to accumulate experience as they were able to encounter all sorts of geniuses in the trip. "Are we really going to go with them?" Lulan Shui asked Yi Futian. She understood that since it was an invitation from Mount Joxian, it was definitely Mount Joxian being the one to hog all the attention. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. He knew what was going inside Lu Lanshua's head, and smiled. "Headmaster Chen only briefed us on the Holy Road for a bit. We knew next to nothing of the details. Now that we have someone else to make the journey with us, it would be convenient for us as we will able to look out for each other, and learn more about the trip." Lulan Shui nodded slightly. She saw it unnecessary to say anything more seeing how Yi Futian had made his decision. "Since it's a grand event of barren state, I think students of the 3 schools will make it there too," Yi Futian said while smiling. "Jiyu is still with the Zhuge family. I wonder if she will make it on the Holy Road this time." It had been 2 years since they parted ways. It seemed like ages had passed, come to think of it. He wondered if his eldest senior brother and his teacher were doing well. He lifted his head to look at the sky. What happened in Eastern Baron seemed to be just right in front of his eyes. The time spent in the cottage was a happy one, yet the brothers eventually parted ways. Forces like the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan held great ambition, and they ended up being scattered to the winds all the same. The Qin dynasty perished, and the Donghua clan was not all that better off. Even a beauty such as Hua Qingqing chose to become a nun. Now that he headed to barren state, he would have been closer to Jiyu and his brothers and sisters in study. He wondered if he would have had the opportunity to break through noble plain on the holy road. Reminiscing about old times, Yi Futian sat with his legs crossed and took out the guqin. A slow melody was played, and an incredibly serene air was emanated throughout the pavilion. The sound of the instrument was plain, serene, and free from troubles, capable of cleansing one's mind and washing off all muddled thoughts. At a pavilion not far from Yi Futian was, Zui Qianqiu drank silent leaning on a stone pillar. It was just as quiet over there. A silhouette walked by before stopping to hear the sound of the guqin. A pair of beautiful eyes watched Yi Futian silently, opting to quietly listen from the sides instead of interrupting the sound. The sound of the guqin subsided after a while, and Yi Futian smiled. "Here you are, Ms. Qini." Li Qini walked up and said, "My brother is preparing a banquet within the city lord office. Many geniuses from White Sovereign City will come. I'm here to invite you. Would you care to join us, Mr. Yi? I'm not good with bustling, lively places. Thank you, but I'll pass." Yi Futian smiled. "I can hear that from the sound of the guqin." Li Qingyi smiled and continued, "Your mind must be incredibly calm and serene for you to be able to play such a tune." "I'm flattered, Ms. Qingyi, but I'm filled with muddled thoughts myself. Words like calm and serene hardly fit someone like me." Yi Futian shook his head. "I was simply cleansing my mind with the sound of the guqin." "Cleansing your mind with the instrument," Li Qingyi mumbled to herself. "Would you mind if I came to listen to you play often from here on out, Mr. Yi?" "You are welcome to do so." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Li Qingyi was the daughter of the city lord, and a noble figure herself. She looked pretty, and yet he was very polite in front of her, which reminded him of Jiyu Yunshi. "Thank you." Li Qingyi smiled and shifted her eyes to Zui Qianqiu. Seeing how Zui Qianqiu took one look with smiling eyes at her, she seemed to have understood something, and said, "My brother had me bring you some wine." She went up and left the wine behind, before taking her leave. "A banquet, and that means booze. You sure you are not going?" Yi Futian spared a look at Zui Qianqiu. "People are in places like that to act. And I wouldn't call that a place for drinking." Zui Qianqiu opened the wine jar sent over to him and took a big gulp out of it. Good stuff indeed. Li Zun didn't lie. But when it comes to drinking, who you drink with matters a lot. Yi Futian was stunned for a bit before smiling and nodding. Indeed. In the month that followed, Li Qingyi often took time to listen to Yi Futian play his guqin in the pavilion. Zui Qianqiu would have also been there every time a tune was played. When the playing was over, he was nowhere to be seen. Both men seldom talked to each other, but Yi Futian knew well that his playing had a great effect on calming one's mind, and it was incredibly normal for cultivators to like hearing him play. Li Zun came to visit as well, and brought several jars of good wine with him, sitting around and chatting for a bit. Yi Futian was able to earn himself some quiet time to train at his art for the past month. They gathered around Mount Joxian on that day. White Sovereign City, Yellow City, and Heavenly City. All three cities sported impressive lineups. Other than leaders like Li Zun, Xie Wuji, and Shenyuan Bashan, the others brought tens of men with them as well, and most were of noble level. Few at the pinnacle of Arcana Plane also came to test themselves out. It was obvious that everyone made ample preparations, but everyone was aware that only a handful would have been able to make something out on the holy road. Most were simply there as foils of sorts. The lineup of Mount Joxian was just as impressive. Other than Qin Yin, there were also two other personal disciples of sages who were of lower noble plane levels. The vast and mighty group departed soon after, making for the nearest holy road. Other than them, there were also others who made their journeys in the vast barren state during this period nearing the end of the year, leaving their homes and making for the 9 holy roads. Massive exodus seemed to be taking place across the entire barren state. Countless mighty ones flew and set out with great vigor, and many bumped into each other in the void. Futian and his group went east, crossing mountains and cities, meeting a lot of people. 22 days later, an ocean appeared before them. It was the border sea. Crossing the other side of the sea would have taken them to the core regions of Zhongzhou. Futian and his group took to the sky above the border sea. We are almost near the lands of Zhongzhou. Qin Yin's beautiful eyes looked out far away. There was nothing in the way above the sea, making it easy for them to see many demonic beasts and ritual implements making their way in the air. People were everywhere, and it was obvious that they were all from barren state making their way to Zhongzhou. The Zhuge family lies within the lands of Zhongzhou. Futian's eyes turned flighty. Second elder sister and Ji Yu were both in the northern regions of Zhongzhou lands, and he was getting closer and closer to them. Chapter 5:10 Mighty ones gathered like clouds above the border sea. Countless discussed feverishly the opening of the holy road this time. Mighty ones gathered like clouds above the border sea. Countless discussed feverishly the opening of the holy road this time. Mount Duantian lay right beyond the border sea, which was shaped like protruding blades stabbing into the skies. Qin Yin gazed at the peaks of the mountains and took a detour around it before asking, "So Sage Duantian lived in the mountain then?" "So said the rumors." Li Zun nodded. The clouds above the mountain made the place look bleak and difficult to see with the naked eye. It was, however, obvious that the height of the mountain reached into the clouds. Only mighty ones of noble level were able to vaguely make out the shape of the palace on the peak, but none dared to venture into the place itself. Sage Duantian was one of the mighty ones listed in the Barren Sky rankings, and his mastery of the arts was said to be boundless. Few in the vast lands of Barren State dared challenge the sage himself. It has said that there were disciples of Sage Duantian venturing down the mountain to go on a pilgrimage on the Holy Road, and the nearest Holy Road nearby is the Dawn Road. "So we should be on the same road with them," someone near them said. Disciples of Sage Duantian could not enter the Holy Ji Palace to further their studies, but they were welcomed to go on a pilgrimage on the Holy Road all the same. The Holy Ji Palace had not stated explicitly that only those who wished to study in the Holy Ji Palace were permitted to embark on the Holy Road. Someone is coming down from the mountain. A huge warship appeared in the direction of the peak of Mount Duantian, passing right above the heads of everyone. A group exceptional figures were vaguely seen on the warship itself, like the Jotian gods and goddesses looming over the mortals themselves. "A warship of the mortal world," someone shouted as they took note of the mark on the ship. Mortal world, the greatest force within the area. Even when compared with the rest of the barren state, they were still among the top class. This should be the disciples of mortal world passing through Mount Duantian and go paying their respects to Sage Duantian then. Rumor has it that several figures of extremely notable talents were on their way to the Holy Road, and they too took the path of Dawn Road. Many within the surrounding void began discussing what just took place as the warship passed by right above their heads. A beautiful girl was seen standing on the warship. Her clothes and hair waved gracefully with the wind. Her name was Chu Shong, a figure at the lower level of the noble plane. Futian, who was right below the ship, would have recognized her if he had seen her on board. She was that mortal world disciple who had been to the Eastern Barren Territory and had even invited him to join the mortal world. "So even the top notable forces have made their move then," Qin Yin murmured as she lifted her head to gaze upon the ship that had just passed right above her head. Despite being the daughter of the sage of Mount Jotian and possessing incredible talent, she knew well that the trip on the Holy Road would have proven difficult even for someone like her. The event gathered all the geniuses from all corners of Barren State. Despite Dawn Road only being one of the 9 holy roads, the figures who showed up there were terrifyingly impressive nonetheless. As such, she needed to join forces with people of the 5 cities just for her to stand a chance at it. "I suppose the Nantian house would choose the Dawn Road as well," Xie Wuji quipped. "There are many from great clans and powerful schools alike." Qin Yin's eyes looked into the distance. Futian's eyes sparkled hearing her words. He looked at the map before and was able to confirm that both the mortal world and the Nantian house were in the same direction. Now that they are in the Zhongzhou lands, would the two top-class forces which had been to the eastern barren territory choose to embark on the same holy road? An old city stood at the edge of the Dawn Road, ruined city. Legend had it that the city fell many times before, and was rebuilt each time. It was a place anyone on the Dawn Road would have definitely passed by. As such, the city was an incredibly bustling one despite its name, especially when the Holy Road was opened once every 3 years. The city was packed like sardines during such times. People from various corners of the region would flood into the city and make their way to the Sea of Ruins at the west side of the city. The Sea of Ruins was a place leading towards the Holy Road. Countless mighty ones gathered at the shores of the Sea of Ruins. One gaze would have been more than enough to note the presence of all proud sons and daughters of the heavens from all over barren state. The opening of the Holy Road had always been the grandest of all events to take place in the barren state. It was a given that such an event would cause quite a stir. Futian was able to see the sea of people before his eyes as soon as he got there, and he felt rather shocked. The number of people gathered there easily exceeded 100,000. Furthermore, given that the Dawn Road had yet to be opened, there were definitely more who were still on their way there. Dawn Road lies right beyond the Sea of Ruins. Once we journey through Dawn Road, we will have reached the Holy Ji Palace. Someone peered at the Sea of Ruins with heated eyes. All 9 holy roads led right to the Holy Ji Palace. So long as they were able to make it through, they would arrive on the very sacred grounds of the contemporary barren state. Other than them, geniuses from all 9 holy roads, the best of the best generation of youth's barren state had to offer, would have gathered before the Holy Ji Palace. The imagination of such a scene would have made the heart of anyone dance. All hoped that they would have become one of those who stood among these geniuses, appearing on the most brilliant stage to be found in the world. There are no rules on the trip to the Holy Road, and the harshest rule of it all lies precisely in the fact that there are no rules. Some among them sighed. It was known to all that the trip to the Holy Road yielded the highest number of brutal casualties among all the pilgrimages one could have taken. Many aforementioned proud sons and daughters perished on the holy roads. There was to be no acknowledgement of generations on the holy roads, and it was an anything-goes type of game for everybody. All kinds of demons and monsters would have appeared, and there was simply no telling what one would encounter on their journey next. Gruwal. A dragon howl was heard in the heavens, and the responding dragon was seen descending from above. Its impressive bearing overpowered all below. Mighty ones from Nantian House are here. Countless pairs of eyes gazed upon the dragon descending from the heavens. Nantian House was the top force to be found within the region of Zhongzhou City, and one with powers shadowing all. A terrifying force beyond measure indeed. Many leaped forward to bow and pay their respects. All of whom who did so were younger generations of the Nantian House's forces. Futian took a look at the responding dragon in the void and found it to be the same dragon encountered in the eastern barren territory. He also saw the carriage being pulled behind the dragon, and a silhouette emerged from within. It was a familiar face, Nan Feng. Nan Feng was of upper arcana plane back then. 2 years had since passed, and he was a noble plane figure now. Futian was reminded of the words Nan Feng and Nan Yu spoke to him about. He was back in the eastern barren territory back then, and he was utterly incapable of imagining what Nantian House was like. Now that he was in barren state, he finally got to know what kind of a force the Nantian House was. In the void far away, a lineup of mighty ones appeared shining ever so brightly. They flew past right above the heads of the crowd below, paying no heed to anything. Everyone present knew that only members of the topmost forces dared pull a stunt like that, as it was an act that would easily offend many otherwise. Those who were of the likes of Nantian House needed not to fear over offending anyone. They were capable and powerful enough to disregard such notions of respect. People of the Xia clan are here. Many leaped into the air again to go pay their respects. The Xia clan, the largest clan within the ruined city. They were a fearsome bunch, and the master of the clan was known to be of an imperceptible plane. Furthermore, an exceptionally talented younger generation appeared among the clan. A man named Xia who was of level 7 noble plane. He could end up becoming the brightest star of all venturing on Dawn Road. Lingtian's sword will descended from the skies far away after a while. A row of figures was seen descending onto the crowd riding on their swords, glittering with great brilliance. Many in the crowd cheered for the members of the Sword Saint Villa. A Sword Saint appeared in the Sword Saint Villa a few years ago. While the villa had its less than glorious days, an incredibly fearsome old man appeared within their ranks in this generation, a super mighty one who was listed on the Barren Sky rankings. Many exceptional figures among the younger generations appeared as well, including Yang Ju, 1. The reason why he was called this was because he was ranked the 9th among his peers. No one dared look down on such a name, as Yang Ju was noted to be the heir to the Sword Saint, and one could take command of the Sword Saint Villa in days to come. The Mortal World warship appeared within the void shortly after. Top-notch, mighty ones appeared one after another. It was to be another 3 days before Dawn Road was opened. Most arrived more than 3 days prior. Countless murmured amongst themselves. There were simply too many mighty ones, including those renowned ones. Many came with an air of confidence and assurance, but it was quickly diminished seeing their competitors. Yi Futian was there with the people of Mount Zhoushan. They mingled with those in the crowd and hardly anyone took any notice of them. Despite being descendants of sages themselves, there were simply too many of such background and caliber within the vast barren state region. Many who just showed up were probably of a more impressive background than they were. Some even quipped that being showered with the presence of so many great ones and having their eyes opened was a reward in itself. People from the 3 schools and all clans of Divine Sky City had also arrived and ended up buried unceremoniously in the massive crowd. Long Mu saw such a scene from the void and felt stunned to the core of his being, feeling like he had been a frog at the bottom of the well for his entire life. But of course, his will grew strong. The days when Long Mu's father's name was known throughout Barren State and made it to the Barren Sky rankings was simply glorious. He was but a child back then and was unable to witness the moment himself. He yearned to accomplish everything his father had ever done before. He also knew well, however, that his path was a difficult one. Long Mu came with people from the Starry School. Members of the Dragon Clan and the Jiyu clan were there as well. Jiyu Yunshi was, of course, present. She heard from her father that Yi Futian was alive, and it was very possible that Headmaster Chen sent him on the journey to the Holy Road. As such, she wanted to see for herself if the peerless young man had indeed lived. People of the Jin clan were there, as well as those from Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School. The lineup emanated an impressive air. A girl of unparalleled beauty stood by the beach among the masses, gazing upon the sea before her eyes. She emanated an air that nobody could touch. She was the proud daughter of the Zhaixing house, Mu Zhiqiu. She would have been allowed entrance into the Holy Ji Palace solely by recommendation from her brother, yet she chose to embark on her own journey instead. It had been a while since she lost to Yi Futian, and it was only recently that she had broken through the noble plain. There was a holy road among the 9 located north of the Zhongzhou city area, a holy road named the Nether Road. The road was filled with mighty ones as well, even more so than the Dawn Road. Many, including people of the Zhuge family and Taishen Mountain, as well as the ones of demon gods, appeared before the road. The road was known to be the 3 strongest roads among the 9. A row of figures stood quietly on the hill before the holy road. 2 of which were ladies of extreme beauty, and one of them was especially beautiful. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at her. One look at her beautiful face was enough to have them feel as if they had fallen in love. If they were able to marry such a girl, it would have been of the highest honor. Yet, they knew that they would have never had a chance with such a girl. Only top geniuses from the most powerful clans would be capable of such a feat. She was named Hua Jiyu, who was said to be called a sister from a different mother by Zhuge Mingyu. She was studying in the Zhuge family at the moment. She was a divine spiritual sorcerer out to test herself in the Holy Road. 1. The Ju in Yang Ju is written as the Chinese word for the number 9. Chapter 511, The Beginning of Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10006. All 9 holy roads of Holy Ji Palace were opened, and the event saw massive gatherings of mighty ones among the youths of Barren State at the roads themselves. The beginning of Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10006. All 9 holy roads of Holy Ji Palace were opened, and the event saw massive gatherings of mighty ones among the youths of Barren State at the roads themselves. Countless took the path across the Sea of Ruins. Some rode on rafts, some crossed through the void, and more powerful figures even took to the skies, either riding on demonic beasts or ritual implements. All headed for the same destination on the other side, Dawn Road. Yi Futian's party was among the sea of people heading for the same place. While there were plenty of familiar faces who made it there were simply just too many people present within an area, so it was too large for them to meet. Everyone was only aware of the ones who took to the skies, and none of those who were familiar with Yi Futian noticed him around. The Dawn Road, Yi Futian murmured as he cast his gaze forward. He was able to hear some gushing sounds from somewhere. "Look, behind us," someone somewhere yelled in astonishment. "A demon ape." Comments were heard here and there. Yi Futian turned around and looked behind him, and saw the group of people at his rear part way for something. An incredibly huge demonic beast was moving forward with most of its body submerged. While they were near the edge of the Sea of Ruins, the area was still deep. However, the creature was still able to keep its chest above the water, serving as a testament to its massive size. The beast seemed as if it was made out of gold. It shone with a blindingly brilliant golden sheen. Even its eyes were gold in color, casting a ferociously sharp gaze. "It's a golden great ape." "The air of that old demon in Mount Taixing," somebody commented in an astonished tone. "Even demonic beasts can go study in the Holy Ji Palace?" Yi Futian asked. "Depends if the palace wants to take that thing in. That is a golden great ape, an incredibly rare one among the apes, and no one knows why they are in Barren State instead of the demon world," Qin Yin answered. "I heard that the ape has a name, a human name, in fact Yuan Zhon." Li Zun added, "It's still something rarely seen in Barren State, as most rare demonic beasts are captured and made into steeds. But that old demon from Mount Taixing is just too powerful, and hardly anyone would dare try to make a steed of that thing. As such, it practically has the whole mountain to itself." The gushing sounds didn't stop. Huge waves were thrown about the sea. Yuan Zhon leaped all of the sudden, its 100-meter-tall body looking impossibly ferocious. It even kept shining with a golden sheen. It shrunk its body to the height of about 2 meters, making it seem like a giant. It then simply flew about the Sea of Ruins. Members of powerful and notable forces stared at Yuan Zhon with greedy eyes, thinking unsavory thoughts in their minds. Imagine how awe-inspiring one would become, if one would be able to take this ape as one's steed. It was a pity that the old demon in Mount Taixing was something most forces would rather not mess with, even if they were someone capable of doing so. The old demon was known to have a feverish temper and performed many notable undertakings. It was only in recent years that it had winded down somewhat. Furthermore, the old demon was the only demonic beast to be listed on the Barren Sky ranking, which spoke to the extent of its fissomeness. Shenyuan Bashan took a look at Yuan Zhon. The golden great ape was known for its domineering strength. Its defense capacity was also said to be peerless. At the moment, he wanted more than anything to see how well he could fight the ape, but he knew he probably would not be a match for it. "All walks of life are literally here indeed," Zui Chencho commented with a smirk. "There is something I need to tell all of you," Yi Futian said. "What is it, Yi Mo?" Li Zun asked. "My real name is Yi Futian. Yi Mo is just an alias. I've pissed off some people and I had to use an alias instead. For that, I'm sorry," Yi Futian apologized as he cupped his hands. That fact would have been known sooner or later as they approached the Holy Road, and it became pointless to hide his identity any further. Li Zun and the others looked funny at the response, as they were unable to fathom what happened. Li Zun said, "No problem. It's all the same knowing it now. It hardly affects anything. My enemies are probably here too. If I'm unlucky to meet them on the road, I'll remove myself from the party and save you all the trouble," Yi Futian said frankly as he cupped his hands again. Being struck by lightning and falling into Mount Joxian was all an accident after all. We are now traveling as one party, and there is simply no need for you to be such a stranger. The reason we have all agreed to walk as one party was to look out for each other, Li Qingyi said with a smile. Although she was not all that familiar with Yi Futian, her days spent listening to Yi Futian play his qin made them friends with each other. Qingyi is right. No need to mind about that. If you happen to run into any trouble, we'll be there to help. Li Zun obviously did not mind, as Yi Futian was only of upper arcana plane. As such, his enemies would have been of the arcana plane as well. There was simply no need to fear so long as the possible enemy was not a figure of lower noble plane. Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. If Li Zun and the others knew that he had gone so far as to offend Nantian House and Mortal World, they would have probably thought otherwise. Thank you. Yi Futian did not say anything further, but he was grateful for the treatment nonetheless. At the end of the Sea of Ruins, the Dawn Road appeared before their eyes. The place looked like somewhere out of this world, and there was a line of mighty ones who seemed impossibly strong standing guard at the shore. Anyone who stepped on Dawn Road would be given a holy badge. The other end of Dawn Road would open after 3 months, the passage of which would be granted so long as the one who made the journey possessed the holy badge. They would then arrive at the Holy Ji Palace, meeting up with the others who arrived from the other holy roads. That was the one and only rule to be observed on the holy roads. One was given permission to do as one pleased the roads. It was also said that the holy badge served another purpose. Those who had collected a lot of badges would be given preferential treatment, using the collected badges as payment. On the holy roads, however, they served no other purpose but to grant permission to be on the roads. It was natural for Yi Futian to hear of Qin Yin and the others talking about the holy badge. He took a look at the badge after acquiring it. There were no other rules on the roads, yet the rumors themselves would have almost guaranteed that the coming 3 months spent on the road would definitely be perilous. Yi Futian and his party stepped onto the Dawn Road. He looked forward, saying, I once thought that the Holy Road was somewhere magical. One will be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace after finishing their journey on the road. It's only now that I know we are only granted a view of the place once the journey ends. The Holy Ji Palace isn't some place you can just walk into. With all the mighty and powerful ones gathered on these roads, it's a given that the journey will be anything but smooth, Li Qingyi added. It isn't the holy roads that caught the entire barren state's attention, but the Holy Ji Palace itself. The holy roads might be called holy, but they are little else but roads, Yi Futian said with a smirk. You have an interesting and unique way of seeing things. I do not ask for much. Being able to stand before the Holy Ji Palace and admire the place called the sacred ground of barren state is enough for me. That and seeing what the proud sons and daughters who made it there are like. Li Qingyi's eyes shone with admiration. That was her wish, as she knew very well that her level of talent would never grant her entry into the palace itself. Your wish will come true, Yi Futian said and smiled at her. Come on, there are cities and mysterious places to be seen on the road. Let's go have a look, Qin Yin said. At the moment, the massive gathering of people glittered as they made their way forward. The crowd gradually dispersed, going on their way to the Dawn Road. Yi Futian came across their first city on the way. The gates of the city were, however, guarded by a line of mighty figures. Many looked irritated right before the gates. The mighty ones were none other than members of the Nantian House, who were also the first to reach the city, and went on to take the gates as their own. They went about recruiting followers and denied entry to the city to everyone. Those who wanted to enter were to surrender their holy badges. They took the city. Yi Futian wore a troubled look on his face as he looked at the city gates from afar. He never expected anyone to be able to do that. A common occurrence on the holy roads, and it is not just the Nantian House that is doing something like this. All the other top-level figures are making their way to other cities on the road with obvious intentions of taking them for their own as well, Qin Yin elaborated. With so many walking the same path, wouldn't it be rather easy to take on these forces if people were to just gather their strength? Yi Futian asked. Who is going to take the lead then? Li Zun smirked as he asked. Furthermore, anyone who dares to do so would need to be incredibly powerful themselves. If they were to force their way into the place or enter through other means, those guarding the place would probably respond with lethal force. But, of course, if someone very powerful wanted to enter the cities, they would simply let those powerful ones pass. Look, over there. Li Qingyi pointed at the crowd outside the city and a few places where people were fighting. It was apparent that some insisted on not handing over their own badges, wanting to take badges of someone else. For people who were more powerful, doing so would have been easier than going against the Nantian house. Such were the minds of people. Even if they were angry about the treatment they received, they would simply swallow their frustrations in front of the powerful ones and go on to prey on those weaker than themselves. A group of people was walking in the direction of Yi Futian's party. The group was a huge one, both in number and bearing, and they went to gauge his party. Qin Yin and the rest wore cold expressions and glared at them. The group smirked and walked away instead of moving against them. They were apparently wary of Yi Futian's party, not knowing how powerful his party was. But what happened attracted the attention of many nonetheless. Men from Nine Cloud Palace were seen somewhere outside the city, and they looked furious. Despite being mighty ones of noble plane levels from the topmost force renowned throughout Divine Sky City, they were denied entry regardless. It was an immense insult, but they had heard of Nantian House and knew that Nine Cloud Palace was simply incapable of being compared to them. At the moment, Jin Yunlang scanned the crowd and saw Yi Futian's party. Their pupils dilated somewhat when his eyes fell on Yi Futian. He is still alive. Chen Yuan had announced the news regarding Yi Futian's death. A possibility came to Jin Yunlang's mind immediately. His eyes sparkled though his spine shivered. Chen Yuan, you old fox. You sent Yi Futian away then. Is that Yi Futian, the son of Starry School? The others became aware of him and approached him in a flash. Yi Futian saw the others and raised his eyebrows. What a small world indeed. There were too many people scattered all over the place while traversing the Sea of Ruins. Now that they made it there, familiar faces were seen indeed. The mighty ones from Nine Cloud Palace glared at Yi Futian. Jin Yunlang said with an incredibly cold expression, "So you are alive. And that disappoints you," Yi Futian said with a smirk. Qin Yin and the others looked troubled. Those people looked very powerful. Yi Futian, so your enemies are all noble plane figures? Then I will just have you die for real. Murderous intent was prevalent in Jin Yunlang's eyes. Yi Futian glared at Jin Yunlang and was able to feel the air around him. He then said with a smirk, "So your ego's been inflated, making it into the noble plane, HM? Have you forgotten the lesson back at the martial arts battlefield, wanting so bad to go see Jin Yunxiao then?" Jin Yunlang saw the sarcasm in Yi Futian's eyes and looked at the ones around Yi Futian. A vicious smirk appeared on his face, before he uttered in a loud voice, "That guy has the lineage of the saint on him." Chapter 512, Hearing Jin Yunlang's words, countless eyes looked toward Yi Futian. Hearing Jin Yunlang's words, countless eyes looked toward Yi Futian. The saint's heritage? At this moment, people from the Nantian house also turned in the same direction. Two youths among them both narrowed their eyes at the sight of Yi Futian. One shook slightly, and his eyes looked very cold with murderous intent. Yi Futian. Nan, you would never forget about being humiliated on the Sky Mountain where he was tied on the cliffs by Yi Futian's spell of vines. Who is he? A youth asked. This was a very handsome man who was one of the most talented among Nantian House's young generation. His name was Nan Hao. Even Nan Feng, who had been to the Eastern Barren Territory, couldn't be compared with him. He is the one who got the two emperors Yukio in the Eastern Barren Territory, said Nan Feng beside Nan Hao. When in the Eastern Barren Territory, Nan Feng had already entered Arcana Plane. Now he had entered the 8th level of Noble Plane. He is Zhuge Mingyue's junior brother and Hua Jiyu's boyfriend. Nan Hao looked surprised. Yi Futian's name immediately reminded him of Zhuge Mingyu and Hua Jiyu, who were far more famous in the Barren State than Yi Futian. Though he hadn't been to the Eastern Barren State before, Nan Hao heard about Yi Futian, who solved the mystery left by the two emperors. "Yes," said Nan Feng. "I am going to kill him," Nan Yu said coldly. "Then go," Nan Hao said nonchalantly. Nan Yu was embarrassed. He was not Yi Futian's opponent at all now. How could he win this time? He turned to Nan Hao. Nan Hao looked to the distance and said indifferently, You are taught to improve both your skills and temper, but how did you do these years? Moreover, he is both Zhuge Mingyue's junior brother and Hua Jiyu's boyfriend. He can't be killed by Nantian House. Zhuge Mingyu and Hua Jiyu both had a more elevated status than he did. The Zhuge family would play a more and more important role in the future, and Zhuge Mingyu was the secret successor, while Hua Jiyu had many influential suitors. Therefore, if they killed Yi Futian to feel better now, the consequences wouldn't be worth it. He came for the Holy Road. If he manages to pass through the Holy Road and arrive in the Holy Ji Palace, he might meet Zhuge Mingyue's group, Nan Yu said to Nan Hao. But you said he was from a low clan, didn't you? Why have scruples? Nan Hao laughed contemptuously. Nan Feng and Nan Yu became speechless. They did regard Yi Futian as some unknown guy from low clans, but they were really shocked by Yi Futian's strength in the battle on the Sky Mountain. Seeing their expression, Nan Hao laughed and said, "Rest assured. I actually hope he won't disappoint me. If he goes out of the Holy Road and meets with Zhuge Mingyue's group, that will be much more interesting. Don't forget Jiyu Dongliu from the Eastern Barren Territory who challenged that young city lord and failed. He is Yi Futian's senior brother, isn't he?" "Yes." Nan Feng nodded. When going to the Eastern Barren Territory, they called them low clans but were humiliated by Jiyu Dongliu. That scholarly youth was a madman. He had just entered into the Sage Plain but dared to challenge that young city lord. Wasn't he crazy? That city lord was on the top 10 of the barren states list. Therefore, just let nature take its course. Nan Hao smiled. He would like to see how those from the Eastern Barren Territory would stir the barren state. Nan Yu clenched his fists with a strong murderous intent. He couldn't refute Nan Hao's words and just nodded. Hearing Jin Yunlang's words, Yi Futian didn't react immediately. He slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at Jin Yunlang coldly. He thought that Jin Yunlang would directly fight and didn't expect that Jin Yunlang would play tricks on him. Seeing many people heading toward him, Yi Futian laughed. "I did defeat you before, but you are in Noble Plain now. Why do you still play such tricks? Why are you so afraid of me?" The surrounding people all stopped and looked at Jin Yunlang. Yi Futian might be right. Perhaps Jin Yunlang just wanted to kill him through others' hands. It wasn't so easy to get the heritage of saints. Sharp gold light shot out from Jin Yunlang's eyes. Strong cultivators from the Jin family warned people around Yi Futian, "This is just between us. Are you sure you want to join this battle?" These people weren't from the Starry School. Yi Futian looked around. Many people doubted Jin Yunlang's words, but that didn't mean they would let Yi Futian go. Qin Yin frowned. Yi Futian said that his enemy was coming, and he was right. "He is our companion," Li Qingyi claimed hurriedly. Her words attracted people's attention. Zui Qianchou laughed. These days, Li Qingyi got along well with Yi Futian, so she was trying to protect Yi Futian by saying that. She was afraid that the others would give up Yi Futian. "Yes, he is," Qin Yin also claimed after hearing Li Qingyi. "Mr. Yi, leave now." Li Qingyi signaled Yi Futian. "We met by chance. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, thanks," said Yi Futian loudly. Then he responded to Li Qingyi secretly, "If it doesn't work, you people just go. Don't get hurt because of me." Then he walked away, not because he was heartless but because Jin Yunlang's words attracted too many people's attention. Even the Nantian house noticed him, which would threaten the people from Mount Jiuxian. If he left, people would pay attention to him. Yi Futian was right. When he, Yu Sheng, and the others retreated, many people walked toward them. With a flash, Yi Futian took out a flying boat. Everyone stepped on and then the flying boat set out at an amazing speed. "Chase them," someone from the Nine-Cloud Palace ordered immediately. But Qin Yin said, "Stay." A war soon broke out between the two parties. In the crowd, a girl in white rode her ritual implement, heading toward Yi Futian's direction like lightning. Yi Futian moved very quickly. People constantly came behind him, but what confused Yi Futian was Nantian House's reaction. He saw Nan Feng and Nan Yu. Didn't they want to take revenge? That is a sage ritual implement. Seeing the ritual implement Yi Futian used to escape, people behind him looked a little greedy. They wouldn't see Yi Futian's sneer. Yi Futian didn't go in full speed on purpose. Soon, they reached a mountain and he went up through the mountain road. Many people continued to chase him. After a while, Yi Futian stopped on a giant stone, staring at people coming behind coldly. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from behind. Yi Futian was shocked and looked up at the sky behind him. He saw starry lights descend. Strong cultivators screamed constantly. They were crushed toward the cliffs. "Who is it?" a cultivator in noble plain roared. A thunder spell swept out. He could only see giant stars crashing down very fast. It crashed into him, forcing him down. He spat out blood. A beautiful figure appeared before Yi Futian. The starry lights around her made her look brilliant. Behind the figure was some golden blazing light. It was a powerful noble from the Nine-Cloud Palace. The woman turned back and glanced at the noble indifferently. Suddenly, that noble slowed as if he was moving in a marsh. He could only feel that both his body and will were deterred by horrible pressure, as if he was in a starry space. Meteorites pressed down like shooting stars. That noble roared angrily like a giant golden rock. Rumbles were heard constantly and then the golden rock's wings were broken. That noble spat out blood continually and was smashed down. "You are from the Zhaixing house." The noble looked up at the beautiful woman and then blacked out. The woman turned back. There seemed to be stars in her eyes. Though in very simple clothes, she still looked beautiful like a goddess. Even Jiyu Yunshi had a high opinion of this woman. Violent. Yu Sheng blinked his eyes. Yi Futian rubbed his brow and nodded. She is violent indeed. In the blink of an eye, this woman cleared the place for him. And beautiful. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian and said, "Have any thoughts?" Yi Futian was speechless. He blinked and stared at Yu Sheng. "What are you thinking about?" "I mean she could be your maid." Yu Sheng stared back at Yi Futian. "Who thought too much?" Chief Chen said that the Zhaixing house once promised that they would protect the inheritor of the divine path. "She is from the Zhaixing house. Of course, she would help you," said Yu Sheng, looking at Mu Jiqiu. Yi Futian was astonished. Yu Sheng thought much more than him and what he said actually sounded reasonable. Moreover, Mu Jiqiu's strength was really extraordinary. No wonder she was known as the most talented woman of the Zhaixing house. Mu Jiqiu stood in the sky and stared at Yi Futian's group indifferently. She didn't show any emotion in reaction to Yu Sheng's words. That was her personality. "Where is the polearm of divine destruction?" asked Mu Jiqiu. "Is the Zhaixing house like this?" Yi Futian said, "The polearm of divine destruction is ours now and you still want to take it back. The polearm divine destruction means a lot to us. How about another fight? If I defeat you, I won't hurt you, but just take it back," Mu Jiqiu suggested. In addition to wanting the polearm of divine destruction, she also wanted to fight Yi Futian again. "You have entered noble plane and made a breakthrough in the great realm. Isn't it unfair for you to fight with me?" said Yi Futian. "You can use the divine destruction." Mu Jiqiu looked at Yi Futian, thinking that this guy was really hypocritical. He once fought with her brother with the divine destruction. Though he was defeated, his strength was still impressive. He definitely could be her opponent. "What if you lose again?" Yi Futian asked. "I won't mention the divine destruction again," replied Mu Jiqiu. "That's all?" Yi Futian asked. But Mu Jiqiu already started. She stepped out and there seemed to be a starry world in her eyes. All of a sudden, the sky turned into a night sky filled with stars. "And you can be the ruler of the divine path," Mu Jiqiu added indifferently. She had started, not allowing Yi Futian to refuse. Yi Futian reached out his hands. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hands with blazing light. The ritual implement weighed 45,000 kilograms. It projected horrible starry light which enveloped Yi Futian's body and formed a shapeless starstorm. "Both are mine," said Yi Futian. His temperament suddenly changed. Chapter 513. Mu Jiqiu had just entered the noble plane. She was only at the lowest level, but when she released her power, she was still couldn't be compared to that day at the Zhaixing house. Mu Jiqiu had just entered the noble plane. She was only at the lowest level, but when she released her power, she was still couldn't be compared to that day at the Zhaixing house. She was extremely talented. Because of luck, she was able to borrow sage will. Her combat ability was even stronger and regular noble figures weren't her match. Some of the people that she'd crushed were grade 8 nobles who were stronger than her, but they still fell from one hit. After all, she could enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. Her talent was recognized by the seniors there, so one could imagine how powerful she was. Thus, Yu Sheng said her combat was aggressive and hoped Yi Futian could make her a maid. Right now, starry light flowed. The air turned into a world of stars. This was her celestial Dharma. There were also stars in her deep eyes that had now become noble will. It pressed down against Yi Futian's mind. He suddenly felt like he couldn't move. He knew his mind was being restricted by the noble will. The noble will that he'd comprehended before bloomed to resist this weight. Blinding light flowed into the polearm of divine destruction. It trembled slightly and a huge boom sounded. The surrounding mountain exploded. Spiritual qi transformed into meteorites and spun around Yi Futian like a horrible storm. It contained lightning too, making the air extremely tense. They'd both comprehended the celestial way, so their abilities were similar. The two starry storms soon collided in the vast space, clashing continuously with horrible sounds. Yu Sheng and the others retreated into the distance, but neither Mu Jiqiu nor Yi Futian acted. They kept standing there. Mu Jiqiu was dressed in light-colored clothing and her long hair flew in the wind. Yi Futian's white robe fluttered. He gripped the polearm tightly and transformed it into a long staff that he stood on the ground. The starry storm around him was terrifying. The celestial way seemed to appear in Yi Futian's mind. Meteorites crashed down wildly. But in that illusory scene, Yi Futian gripped his polearm and sacred light shone. The meteorites exploded under the polearm's attacks, unable to hurt his mind. In the outside world, stones and boulders exploded. The ground underfoot cracked and crumbled. The two hovered in the air, still staring at each other. The mountain crumbled wildly and joined the stone windstorm. Around them, a horrible scene appeared. Everything had turned into dust and smoke. Yu Sheng's group retreated once again. Looking at that chaotic space from a distance, it seemed to have been swallowed up. They could barely see it. At that time, they saw a staff's shadow appear in the chaotic space. It had transformed to thousands of meters long and crashed against the starry space. Stars shattered. When the staff fell down, the stars were destroyed, but the space was still chaotic. Dust and dirt flew. A long while later, when everything subsided, the polearm disappeared. The two were still standing in place as if they hadn't budged. However, blood trickled from Mu Jiqiu's lips. Paired with her features, it looked chillingly beautiful. Mu Jiqiu stared hard at Yi Futian. Then she stepped forward and landed before Yi Futian. Seeing those features, Yi Futian had the urge to wipe her blood away. Seeing someone and finding them lovable was probably describing this scene. "What are you looking at?" Yi Futian asked. "Your plane is enough for you to comprehend your own noble will. After that, your plane will rise. Then with your polearm, barely anyone on the holy road can be your match," Mu Jiqiu said softly. Yi Futian had comprehended many noble wills before, but they weren't very deep or collected. They couldn't be fused with his abilities and had to use outside help. He was strong with the polearm, but his noble will was weaker. If he comprehended it, his combat ability could increase. If he tried for the noble plane in the future, he would have no obstacles. "I'm in grade 7 Arcana plane now. Will there be a problem?" Yi Futian asked. He naturally understood that his noble will now wasn't true noble will, just like how Mu Jiqiu had used sage will earlier. Noble will could only be used by nobles. The talented ones can comprehend it earlier, so there won't be any problems, Mu Jiqiu said. Many prides can comprehend it in the Arcana plane. Then there aren't any obstacles when they break into the noble plane. Your talent is more extraordinary. Even if you're in grade 8 or grade 7, it's still possible. After all, You've inherited the divine path. So you admit it. Yi Futian smiled. I keep my words. I will listen to you on the holy road. Mu Jiqiu went behind Yi Futian and stood there quietly. She didn't ask for the polearm, but after the holy road, she would continue cultivating. She would definitely defeat this youth. Her grandfather had said that she was talented, but she could still meet even more talented people while cultivating. In that case, she should use them as targets and work to surpass them. Yi Futian chuckled. This girl was quite cute. If Mu Jiqiu knew his impression of her, she might be mortified. Your brother is from the Holy Ji Palace. Is there any way to raise in cultivation plane on the holy road? Yi Futian asked Mu Jiqiu. He wasn't worried about passing the holy road. Only those in or below the noble plane were here, so it couldn't restrict him. Plus, he'd only come to challenge himself. He didn't have to go cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Everything was for cultivation. Mu Jiqiu looked at Yi Futian. She indeed knew a hidden secret that only those who entered the Holy Ji Palace would know. Of course, this secret was useless for her. She was talented, but she was only in the lowest grade of the noble plane. There were also those in grade 8 or grade 7. She couldn't do it when there were so many powerful people here. What do you know? Yi Futian asked after seeing her eyes. Mu Jiqiu took out a holy badge. Light flowed across it as if it contained some strange power. He once said that there are many cultivation places on the holy road. This may help with cultivation, but that's for regular people. You're the inheritor of the divine path. Looking for cultivation relics won't help you much, Mu Jiqiu whispered. But this holy badge contains a secret. It's the special item of the Holy Ji Palace. After you exit, you have to return it to them. It's rumored that if you have many holy badges, you can exchange it for something good. That's true, but that's not the biggest secret. Instead, it lies with the badge itself. The badge itself? Yi Futian took out his badge with a strange expression. It's a key. You can't see anything when you only have one, but when you have enough holy badges, they will change and you'll understand the mystery of the holy road. You can even open a secret area hidden by the Holy Ji Palace on the road, Mu Jiqiu said. There's one on each of the 9 roads. In fact, they're within the city on the road. 9 is the critical number. There are 9 cities on each road. This means that there are 81 treasures on the holy road. Yi Futian thought of how the Nantian house had closed the city and required holy badges to enter. Qin Yin also said that all top figures would do this to enter the holy road. Was it because of this? How many do you need? Yi Futian asked. I don't know the specifics, but it's a terrifying number. This is a secret, but most top figures know about it. Even so, it's still difficult to do. It's useless for regular people even if they find out, Mu Jiqiu answered softly. Yi Futian understood, obviously. Even if regular people knew that robbing holy badges could open up a huge secret field, they had no way of robbing them. It would be suicide. So the holy road is prepared just to challenge those at the top, Yi Futian said, sighing. If they needed a lot of holy badges, how many times would they have to fight? This wasn't realistic. It was difficult even for top figures, which was why they thought to take over cities. Why did the Holy Ji Palace open the holy road? Mu Jiqiu asked. Yi Futian froze and then understood what she meant. This was how the cultivation world was. Every force that admitted disciples was like this, not just the Holy Ji Palace. Most people were only there to complement the top. All strong cultivators in the barren state were in action this time, but the regular prides were only to add to the number. Geniuses depended on the context too. For example, many of the talents from the divine sky city didn't seem very brilliant here. When the holy road opens, the barren state moves. Many think this is a chance for them, but that's only what they think. In reality, they're stepping stones for the others. Mu Jiqiu's words were straightforward. Many would find this cruel, but Yi Futian knew it was the truth. You're right. It would be uninteresting to just compliment the others on this path, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Mu Jiqiu looked at him, but Yi Futian stepped forward and continued saying, Since I'm here, I must leave my footprints on the holy road. Looking at Yi Futian's back, Mu Jiqiu realized that Yi Futian wasn't satisfied with being lonely. He was so talented. She guessed that if he had the polearm, he could battle with grade 8 noble talents. Even then, he still wasn't the cream of the crop here, unless he entered the noble plane. Mu Jiqiu caught up to Yi Futian. Yu Sheng and the others also followed. What do you want to do? Mu Jiqiu asked. I want a city, Yi Futian replied. Those top figures all ruled over cities like kings. He also wanted one. That would be his goal for the Holy Road. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.